Bon, en tout cas, j'ai une autre cérémonie à Saly, là, donc je suis obligé d'y aller. Bon, je voulais vraiment participer à la cérémonie. Je sais que les Sénégalais, je vous disais, les Sénégalais ne viennent pas très tôt. On avait dit qu'on commençait à 9h, mais 9h, bon, c'est... bon, en tout cas, je suis très, très content d'être passé et de vous voir tous. Je vous souhaite une bonne cérémonie, disons une bonne matinée de travail et d'exposition. Bon, j'espère aussi que bon, ça va porter ses fruits. Et c'est bien qu'une exposition comme ça aille de pays en pays. L'Afrique de l'Ouest, c'est le même pays, hein, c'est les mêmes règles.
Ibrahima Diallo, directeur de cabinet du ministère des Mines et de la Géologie. Nous venons d'assister aujourd'hui à une grande cérémonie d'exposition de Dakar Éclat en partenariat avec le ministère des Mines et de la Géologie. Ce matin, nous avons fait le tour de l'Afrique, autour de l'histoire de l'or et de son importance. Et aujourd'hui, il est clairement démontré que le Sénégal bénéficie d'opportunités certaines en termes de ressources, en termes d'expérience, mais en termes aussi de labels à valoriser, donc du point de vue de la commercialisation effectivement de l'or. Les échanges ont été des échanges fructueux qui nous ont permis également de discuter en profondeur, donc pour voir effectivement comment promouvoir l'approche filière donc de l'or sénégalais. Et ces discussions ont montré effectivement des actions qu'il faudrait entreprendre au niveau local, les zones qui abritent effectivement ces sites miniers, au niveau national en termes de politique d'accompagnement effectivement de la filière, mais au niveau international, il faudrait effectivement poursuivre ces dynamiques de partenariat qui nous ont permis aujourd'hui d'organiser avec Dakar Éclat cette exposition très intéressante. Et donc aujourd'hui, nous pouvons espérer que prochainement, ces onctions vont se poursuivre à l'occasion des CIM, les salons international effectivement qu'organise le ministère des Mines. Et le prochain, ce sera le mois de juin 2021 au Sénégal. Ce sera l'occasion pour nous retrouver, pour approfondir ces questions et ensuite faire le point. Merci vraiment de cette excellente activité. Merci.
Bonjour, je suis le docteur Rokhaya Sambadien, directrice de la prospection et de la promotion minière au ministère des Mines et de la Géologie du Sénégal. Donc nous venons d'assister à l'ouverture officielle de l'initiative Dakar Éclat, donc, qui est une belle initiative qui promeut l'or et la chaîne de valeur de l'or en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et ça a été l'occasion de discuter sur les freins à l'approvisionnement des bijoutiers surtout, et aussi la formalisation de l'exploitation artisanale. Il y a beaucoup d'idées qui en sont sorties. Nous avons retrouvé ici les associations également de femmes qui ont donné leur disponibilité à accompagner les bijoutiers et les orpailleurs dans la sensibilisation, dans la production d'or propre. Je peux dire or propre, ça veut dire or sans mercure, qui est généré dans des conditions propres, qui respectent les normes environnementales. Nous avons partagé aussi avec Gold West Africa les dernières recommandations donc, qui sont issues des 2 précédentes initiatives qui ont été organisées à Kano et au Burkina. Et à notre humble avis, ça a été un succès parce que toutes les corporations qui s'agitent autour de l'exploitation de l'or ont été là. La Chambre des mines, les sociétés minières, les bijoutiers, les administrations. Et toujours vous dire que l'intérêt du ministère pour cette organisation a été très élevé parce que le ministre en personne est venu. Il a été représenté ensuite pour des engagements par son directeur de cabinet qui nous a accompagnés et qui a eu à modérer le panel. Et donc la question de comment intégrer et redynamiser la chaîne de valeur de l'or au Sénégal a été agitée. beaucoup de suggestions en sont sorties et nous allons les capitaliser pour essayer de retourner à nos autorités et de leur faire des propositions. Et comme l'a dit Monsieur le ministre, le directeur de cabinet, nous vous invitons à être une activité d'accompagnement de nos salons des mines que nous organisons tous les 2 ans et que Covid faisant, nous organiserons en juin 2021. Merci beaucoup.
Bonjour, je suis Madame Faye Aminatali, directrice des affaires corporatives de Sabodala Gold Operations, donc la filiale sénégalaise de l'entreprise minière Teranga Gold. Nous sommes ravis d'être aujourd'hui à cet événement de Dakar Éclat, l'ouverture de cet exposé qui sera sur Dakar au Musée des Civilisations jusqu'au 2 janvier. Moi, je suis vraiment émerveillée par ce retour vers l'histoire de l'or au Sénégal, que tout le monde devrait revisiter, se la réapproprier, parce qu'on se rend compte que ça date du XIVe siècle. Nos bijoutiers, nos orfèvres sont une réputation mondiale et il est heureux que nous en fassions la promotion. Donc j'invite tout le monde à venir visiter cette exposition. Et il me plaît de féliciter Madame Smith de Africa Gold West Africa qui est à l'origine de cette initiative, féliciter le ministère des Mines à travers Dr Rokhaya Sambadiène qui est la pièce maîtresse également de l'événement. Et au niveau de Sabodala Gold Operation, réaffirmer notre engagement à allouer 100 kg d'or par année aux bijoutiers, en tout cas au marché local, pour le travail.
Welcome to day 2 of Gold Week Africa. Today is all about jewelry, and I'm here to introduce Edward Johnson, and the session is about taking Africa to the world. I'm very excited about this session. I've got to know Edward over the last few months, and his knowledge, his vast knowledge about the jewelry industry and his humility is amazing. Edward Johnson of Edward Johnson Consulting. Edward's career has focused on knowledge, ethics, and integrity within the gem and jewelry industry, with a background working with high-profile non-profit organizations. Based in London since 2002, he established his own consultancy in January 2020, delivering projects to advance responsible practices and address ESG issues in the gem and jewelry supply chain. Most recently, he was Business Development Director with the Responsible Jewelry Council. Prior to that, he worked with the GIA, that's the Gemological Institute of America, for 18 years, at first in Hong Kong, and then establishing GIA's presence in the UK from 2002 to 2017. His career started as a trade journalist for the industry in Asia in '92. And he has also acted as a gemology consultant to a Hong Kong gem lab and an independent jewelry appraiser. Edward is a graduate gemologist from GIA, past president of GIA Alumni Association, Hong Kong chapter, past director of the Gemological Association of Hong Kong, and a current member of the Gemological Association of Great Britain. I know no one else who would do such a great job on this session. I'll say something a little special as well off script about Edward. Edward has strong love and history here in Africa. And we're looking forward to this session. Edward's going to introduce the panelists. Hi, Edward. Take it from here.
Charlie. Charlie is the managing director for the Betts Group. The Betts family have been trading gold bullion in UK's Birmingham Jewellery Quarter since 1760 through Betts Metals. Just to put that in context, that was 16 years before the US declared independence from Great Britain. Charlie Betts represents the 9th consecutive generation of the Betts family to run the Betts Group. It is the oldest precious metals refining and manufacturing business in the UK. Charlie joined the company in 2004, as well as being the only fair trade and fair mind accredited refinery in the UK. Charlie has established single mine origin accreditation in partnership with West African miner Hummingbird Resources in 2017. SMO, single mine origin, provides metal for the jewelry and investment industries, which can be traced directly back to a known source, starting with the Yanfolila deposit in Mali, in southern Mali. And this is all operating in line with the World Gold Council's responsible gold mining principles. Charlie, thank you so much for joining. Good morning to you. And where are you this morning?
Good morning, Ed. I'm sat at home in the Worcestershire countryside at the moment.
And how we both wish we could be enjoying the warmth of the culture and the music and the people of West Africa right now, but we're stuck in London and Birmingham, respectively. Thanks for joining.
No problem.
Next, Vanya Leles. Vanya created her eponymous jewelry brand, Van Leles, in 2011 as the world's first female-founded fine jewelry brand with a deeply rooted African heritage. Each piece tells an inspiring story of Africa's past and present. Vanya has a commitment to ethical sourcing of gemstones and precious metals, and a belief in responsible mining, leading the way for a new era of mindful and engaged luxury. Born in Guinea-Bissau and educated and raised in Lisbon and London, she studied gemology and jewelry design at GIA, and that's how we met Vanya many years ago. After a career in international luxury, Vanya decided to launch her brand in London in New Bond Street, the very heart of the international fine jewelry world. Vanya, good morning to you and welcome.
I mute myself. Good morning, Edward. Thank you so much for inviting me, and it's such a pleasure to be part of Gold West Africa Week.
It's great to have you with us, and Vanya is expecting a child in the next month or so. We hope not in the next hour or so. So that's a special thanks for joining today, Vanya. Thank you.
Pleasure.
And next to my good friend in South Africa, Thomas or Labi Kapo. Labi is a master goldsmith and a diamond mounter. He is one of the first Africans to work in the UK jewelry industry. He specializes in platinum jewelry. We're talking about gold today, so we're not going to hold it against you, Labi. And he has over 40 years experience having trained in London. After 28 years in the jewelry trade in London, he moved to South Africa in 2002 to open his own high-end jewelry manufacturing business, Akapo Jewels in Johannesburg. Importantly, as well as running Akapo Jewels since 2004, Labi has been training young entrepreneurs in the jewelry industry and teaches at the University of Johannesburg, the Faculty of Art and Design and Architecture, and the University of Technology School for Jewelry Design and Manufacturing in Free State Province. Labi, good morning to you. How are you?
Thank you, Edward. Good morning. I'm fine, and thank Gold West Africa for inviting me to be on this platform as well. Thank you again.
And you're calling in from Johannesburg today?
Yes, right here in South Africa, yes.
Great.
Part of Johannesburg, yeah.
Nice to have you with us.
Thank you.
I wanted to tackle three different but related topics today. I wanted to talk about responsible sourcing. I wanted to talk about Africa as an inspiration for design. And I wanted to talk about inspiring the next generation of Africans to enter the global jewelry industry. Let's start with responsible sourcing. This millennium has seen a profound shift in how the jewelry industry sources the precious metals and gemstones used to create fine jewelry. Now, much of these valuable raw materials come from the continent of Africa, especially, of course, gold. Principally driven by negative stories about human rights abuses, environmental issues, and resource-driven conflict, the jewelry industry has had to radically amend the systems and standards by which it trades and produces these materials to ensure they're sourced responsibly. More recently, and accelerated by COVID, we've seen increasing consumer expectations around informed and responsible product sourcing. So responsible sourcing is now a buzzword and an integral part of the jewelry industry. Many companies are focusing on it, and they're trying to demonstrate their commitment to supporting economic development through doing it. The concept that fine jewelry can benefit communities who mine and make it is hopefully becoming as important as its beauty. But there are challenges for jewelers, both large and small. Challenges to reliably and cost-effectively purchase products with a detailed provenance. I'd like to start our discussion focusing on this responsible sourcing with a focus on gold from West Africa, and who better to start doing that with Charlie Betts. Charlie, just to start with, for those watching who aren't sure what is responsible sourcing, can you give us a simple definition of responsibly sourced gold?
I think it's a good place to start there, because as you say, it's a term, responsible sourcing is a term that's bandied around quite a lot, and I don't think there is a clear and universally accepted definition of that. So for me, responsible sourcing is firstly about engaging with your supply chain. I don't think you can claim to be sourcing anything, be it gold or diamonds or anything else, responsibly if you really don't know where it's come from. So first off, it's understanding the provenance of the material you're using. And then secondly, I think it's ensuring that that material has been produced to international best practice. Now, there's loads of different ways of doing that. That could be through a corporate mine, which is the area we focus on. But equally, there's standards around fair trade and fair mine gold, and there's standards around recycling. So you know where it's come from, and you know it's been done to best practice would be my definition.
Thank you. And that's nice and clear. You mentioned two standards there, fair trade and fair mine, which are two brand names for responsibly sourced, artisanally mined gold, principally from South America, notably Peru, I believe. So you're involved in refining both fair trade and fair mine from your facilities in the UK. Give us an outline as to what options are available to jewelers in UK, but also globally, in terms of responsible sourcing, and what are the implications of these?
Okay, so fair trade and fair mine are both, fantastic initiatives that focus on the ASM sector. They essentially offer a premium to the people producing those gold, and they then ensure that ASM gold can be produced in a way that really concentrates on the health and safety of those producing it and the ethics and environmental and social issues around that. Now, there's some difficulties associated with that in terms of volume of supply, because ASM gold is probably 10% of global production, and fair trade or fair mined certified fair trade fair gold is a tiny percentage of that. So there are some supply issues. I think it's probably going to struggle to ever become a mass market solution. Beyond that, what we're trying to offer is gold that can be traced to a corporate mine, so far bigger production, but one that is operated within the World Gold Council's responsible gold mining principles. Because our view is that actually with the growth of ESG, that a properly run corporate mine can actually be a real force for good in the community in which it operates. Beyond that, one final point would be, obviously, it's a complex picture with lots of different elements, and there's a big recycled element within this as well. It's really important that we also recycle metal and consider that, but you can't really make a provenance claim very often when you're dealing with recycled metals, unless you know exactly what it's been recycled from.
The provenance claim point is truly important because it's about what the consumer is asking from. And as we know, within the global jewelry industry, there is increasing demand from the consumer to know where the products that they buy come from, not just in jewelry, but in every product that we consume. And of course, these are based around people's ethics and oftentimes people wanting to make sure that they're not doing harm by sourcing products that come from countries where the production may have caused conflict or caused environmental destruction. Is it actually important to know where gold comes from? And do you think that consumers actually care?
Personally, I think it's incredibly important to know where it comes from, because I think you can't know, to your point, that you're not doing harm unless you know where it's come from. And consumers increasingly care. I think if you'd asked that question even 2 or 3 years ago, yes, there were consumers who cared about provenance, but I think increasingly this sort of, and probably accelerated by COVID, there's clear evidence that consumers are increasingly asking to understand what are the ethical implications of what they're buying. That's not just in jewelry, that's across all sorts of different sectors. I mean, the World Gold Council run a Gold Insights retail report, and last year they reported that 70% of jewelry buyers really care about the ethical provenance of what they're buying now, which is a huge step up. And I think the growth of ESG within the investment world as well is driving that from the corporate side. As a corporate miner, it is now not only the right thing to do to operate responsibly, it's also a profitable thing to do because it attracts more investment.
Can you tell us a little bit more about single mine origin and what you're doing with that and how you're trying to resolve this challenge of providing responsibly sourced gold into the jewelry market?
Yeah, so essentially with single mine origin, what we're trying to do is we're providing gold that there's a clear audit trail for every single piece of gold, so it's refined in segregation from anything else back to the original source. So we're very lucky as a family. We set up Hummingbird Resources, which is a listed West African mining business. So we have visibility to the whole supply chain. As a World Gold Council, they're signed up to the Responsible Gold Mining Principles. And what that means is, you know, they have to operate to best practice, both in terms of health and safety, employment practices, social projects local to the mine, environmental impact, and so on. And if you look at the World Gold Council members, lots of these are very progressive companies, and the mines which they are operating, many of which in West Africa, are actually providing a real positive impact on the communities in which they're working. So we want to be and you know, gold from major producers accounts for 90% of global gold production. You can leverage the balance sheets of large companies like that to do good in a way that paying a big premium by jewelers probably can't ever have that big an impact. So places for fair trade and fair mine and recycle.
It's as if we're going through a reverb machine a little bit, but that's fine. I heard you, Charlie. Thank you for that. From talking to you, Charlie, I'd like to turn a little bit to Vanya, who, of course, is at the different end of the gold supply chain, in that she's actually designing and then making her jewelry with gold and gemstones. Now, Vanya, you started Van Lele's 10 years. I think, are we better now? Hello, everybody. Hello, are we better now? That sounds better for me. Apologies for that, everybody listening. Vanya, maybe if you want to unmute, we'll try again. Now, you started your brand 10 years ago after a career working for some major brands in London, such as Graff, De Beers, and also Sotheby's. Now, what was the reason for you starting your own brand?
Thank you, Edward, for the question. The reason why I wanted to start my own brand, because the reason why I also entered the industry, because I realized the lack of representation, the fine jewelry industry had, in a sense that with over 75% of the materials used in fine jewelry coming from the continent, and there was no representation at the time I was looking in early 2000s. So I wanted to start a brand that that honors not only my African heritage, but also honors the countries where all these gemstones coming from. My part here is just to bring to the consumer mind where the gemstones and where those precious metals are coming from. We heard about other countries, but not so much African countries. So that was one of the main reasons why I entered industry. And then once I finished my GIA, I worked for Graff, De Beers and Sotheby's. I wanted to have my own brand where I could be free to do that. So this is why it took me a 15 years journey to be here today.
Well, and when you started, you were very much, that's very much ahead of the curve. We're talking about the fact that responsible sourcing is very on point now, and we know that there's been a big shift in the consumer's attitudes towards this. So you were very much ahead of the curve in doing this. As an African jewelry designer and businesswoman, when you're sourcing materials from the continent, what does responsible sourcing mean to you and to your business?
Well, to me, two things is how do we bring the origin of these precious materials to the marketplace, right? When we exhibit in different kind of exhibitions, Basel, JCK, and our customers, right? And also, because I realize the problems going on the ground, having vastly traveled across the continent, the reason why things are the way they are is the lack of, either representation, and then things are only going to change when people start to care on the ground, and people are starting to care about where the gemstones come from, and those big corporate minds are starting to change their practices. So in my own way, a small way, because I'm a self-funded person, what I can do is to bring the origin. What I can do is to bring the origin. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
There's a bit of echo going on, but let's try and brave it out. Carry on, Vanya.
So one of my problems. You have.
That things don't always go smoothly. So let's try and carry on. I do love the story you're telling. And you mentioned there that consumers are really starting to change in their attitude towards requiring and requesting more information on the provenance and the origin of materials. Give us some examples. What sorts of questions are consumers asking you now? And And how has this changed in the 10 years since you started?
Well, when I was working for the brands, I literally have to memorize the script, right? But working for myself, I can be pretty honest and pretty open. I would say I try to buy my gold responsibly, which means tracing it, but I don't have a sight into my pipeline. When I'm producing a collection, I want, for instance, we talk about fair trade. I wanted to buy gold from Africa first. And in the fair trade, it was mainly South America. You know, if I can, I would buy, of course. But I always ask, is there an African, if I buy the gold, can it be traced back to the source? It's virtually impossible. It has been very hard. So I'm pretty honest and upfront with my clients. I cannot tell you the traceability because I don't have a sight into my pipeline. What I can trace are bigger gemstones. That's where I invest my time. I invest my greater need to inform the client where the gemstones come from. If it's Zambian, I dwell into that much longer. So I tend just to be very honest to where my gold come from. I said, I buy a gold at bullion, cannot trace it. I don't know. I do my best where I can. You do better until you know better. So
that's such a great message to put out to people. For people starting in responsible sourcing, it's about starting the journey, and it is continual, a journey of continual improvement, and you can't be fixing the world immediately. Even before we started this discussion, as you met Charlie Betts, the Betts Group's single mine origin material from Mali in West Africa is a new project. So, you know, I'm pleased to connect the two of you so that you can have conversations after this. Charlie, you wanted to come in and perhaps point out that, you know, previously it was virtually impossible to trace gold back to a mine. That's what we're addressing now.
So that's what we're working on. But the point I wanted to make is, look, what Vanya's saying, it absolutely resonates. I think a lot of jewelers really want to engage with where their gold came from. And it's very, very difficult. There's very limited options, and it's jumping through all sorts of loopholes. And that's what we're working to take away, because I think it's part of the storytelling of jewelry. If you can trace your gold back to a specific area, especially if that area resonates with you, it can tell an amazing story. That's why we're adding in QR codes to that gold, so that the end consumer can have a ring, zap the QR code and see exactly where it came from and the impact of that in a sort of social and environmental context. So it's exciting, I think.
No, but I love that, Charlie, because your gold is coming from Mali. I'm from West Africa, and I have a huge passion for Mali history, from Mansa Musa and all the way. So we definitely need to connect. But your family been in industry for 200 years. I've been around 15, so it's great that we're catching up. Just to show that has to be bigger willingness to make the traceability of gold better, that the whole big giants of corporation mining have to have the same agenda. We have to make it easier, because it's not impossible. It is doable, but it's harder. And it costs more money, but we have to.
But it doesn't have to cost that much more money. That's the thing. If you have enough demand from consumers, you know, we're already refining in sort of 1,000-ounce batches in segregation, and actually the economies of scale start to make that add up. And it's where, with artisanal mines, it's very difficult, because you're sending very tiny amounts of gold and refining them in segregation. Not only are you paying a premium to the producers, but you're also adding in costs at every stage of the production chain. So it becomes difficult. But if you can get engagement and have mass market scale, actually this doesn't have to cost more.
Absolutely. You have to have the willingness of everybody involved to do that. It is not impossible. And I think if more jewelers start producing the jewelry, getting the information out there, the customers knows, they have the power ultimately, because they're the one buying, right? So it's just I spoke at a few conferences and with the Minings Corporation, they're just like, I'm a small fish in a big pond of sharks and giants, so I cannot fight that much. I can just bring my voice. But anyway.
And I think what you said is important, though, there. You do what you can and you take the first steps, and you're open to learning and meeting new people all the time that are pushing the dial and creating new products and creating more solutions, because ultimately the consumer is asking for these products. And that's why it's important to everybody in the jewelry industry to be focusing on looking for options to discuss where their materials come from. And this will benefit Africa because of its resource-rich history and future, I should say.
Tremendous.
I've just heard from our tech team that Zoom is having issues globally today for many people. So we do apologize for them. They're not targeting us. It's not just us. Lots of people are having this reverb situation. I'd like to talk to the next topic, because we talked about, how you can really tell a story through your design and use the products where they come from to enhance that story. And so I want to talk about Ask Africa as an inspiration in jewelry design. And Labi, we haven't forgotten about you, so we really want to bring you into this conversation, because we know that you're a great advocate for African culture in jewelry and adornment. So how strong is the culture of adornment in Africa? I mean, I'm sitting here in grey, gloomy London, and having grown up in Africa, I've got some inkling, but I want you to paint the picture for adornment in Africa and how this affects jewelry design.
Wow, jewelry adornment. Well, it's here, it's everywhere. I'm in that fortunate position where I started what I did, as you know, in London, and then I came to Africa, and then it was a whole new concept, because the whole, how can I put it, the environment was completely different, so there was different things to, get ideas from. So for instance, I'm here teaching here in South Africa, and for instance, one of my students is from the Zulu clan. And he made a very nice pieces of jewelry, which represented a shield, and he managed to decorate it with all the types of stones that he identified within here in South Africa. So yes, but what I do is assist people in the manufacture, because there's certain points of manufacture that you need to know and be aware of with the galleries, as well as the what we call backholes, or azuring, as they call it here in South Africa. So it's all a matter about decorating and, sorry, you want to say something, Vanya? Oh, sorry, okay, I thought you put your hand to say something. So it's all more about decoration, and within the culture, there's so much that is rich within the aspect of wearing, adorning, especially the women who adorn themselves in the traditional beaded work, as well as the crafted work that they manufacture. But I really am on the metal side, so it's really the gold I concentrate on, and I really start designing, and as well as manufacturing and teaching my students as well to go along the same lines as where I was taught, because it's there is quite, and I believe quite a big value chain that's being adhered to when you're actually manufacturing along these lines.
Fania, you had something to add.
Can I just add to your very rich and important question? And Labi did a great answer there. But let's not forget that African civilizations were one of the first to adorn their bodies with the jewelry, with the gold, with the precious metal like emerald, going from Makeda in Egypt, Eritrea, to Cleopatra, to Mansa Musa. You go to all across Africa and back south. And then we had 400 years gap, to be politically correct, right? And then we had 400 years gap where the skills and the habit, the tradition of adorning our bodies with the jewelry and gold got dismantled through slavery, colonization, everything. Only in the last, we start getting the interest, and Africans are starting to having a buying power after the independence, after, you know, recently, I have to say, but we were the first one of the first civilizations doing that. So we just have 400 years to catch up.
I'd completely agree with you. Part of my presentation this afternoon is about our ancient past. Well, I will be putting on some slides showing you some of the jewelry that's been manufactured in Africa going back 3,500 to 5,000 years ago. So I do have those, and they will be available to be seen, and I will show and showcase along those lines.
And that's a great opportunity to plug your session this afternoon, Labi. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Charlie, I'd like to, you know, bring you back if I can. I mean, you have clients that are using source verified African gold in their designs to add value. Can you tell us about that a little bit, please?
I can mention a couple who sort of like to talk about it more publicly. I don't want to sort of disclose anything I shouldn't, but so I think two interesting examples from my point of view. One is Boodles, you know, obviously very famous major British jeweler, and they're using single mine origin for all their metal. And I think for them, it's about that responsibility and provenance piece. Probably not specifically important to them that it's sort of African sourced gold, but I think it's very important to them that it's responsibly sourced. And we have a family history of working with them for over a century anyway. Probably more interesting for this conversation, recently, New York jeweler Jamil Mohammed, whose range is called Kyrie, that featured on the cover of Time magazine with Amanda Gorman wearing one of his beautiful pieces as a sort of, it was a necklace, but she was wearing it as a headpiece. And, you know, for us, super exciting for single mine origin to be featured in Time and mentioned in Vogue and so on. But I think also for him, from the sort of, you know, West African diaspora, to have his gold being traceable back to Mali just adds to that storytelling that you were talking about.
And, you know, I know that increasingly African designers are looking to have their source verified from the continent. So we look forward to keeping in touch, you know, with you about your project and how single mine origin moves forward. We've got a little bit of time left before we can get to some questions from the audience. But, you know, it's important to focus on how we develop the African gold jewelry market, and a lot of that is about developing people as well. Now, Labi, you're very involved with training young South African jewelers. What do you feel are their dreams, and how do you see a role for them in the global jewelry value chain? I'm thinking about your students, but I'm just thinking generally about people throughout the continent who perhaps hadn't thought of jewelry as being an important industry to join.
Yes, that's very true. I think I come in and really showcase the better side of the higher end of I mean, they do have the aspects of what they want to do, but sometimes it's the cleanliness and tidiness of some of the jewelry. So I really focus on them making pieces of jewelry that is, you know, sharp looking and balanced, and is clean, and it's polished well, and it's been produced well as well. That's most of the way I go along the lines when I'm teaching.
And do you feel that your students get the sort of training that they need to make them stand tall and proud and be successful outside South Africa and outside the continent in the international jewelry industry?
Yeah, I believe so, because look, once again, I always teach from the historical point of view, and I start off with slides and pictures, and I bring books into the university to show them that some of the older style of jewelry and how far back it is in Africa, because I was inspired by an exhibition I went to in Brussels in 1985, and I will be talking about that later on, but that inspired me. At that time I was 9 years a goldsmith, and I saw this jewelry that was, 3,000, 4,000 years old. That in itself, and then once I understood that we've already been doing it and we've got a role to play in re-establishing and bringing back what we already had on the continent. There has, as Vanya said, there has been interruptions, but we believe, or I believe, that we're going to change that. I'm not saying I can do it all by myself, but I would like to play a big role in changing that and encouraging the young people to say, here, this is what has made in the past. This is what your forefathers made. This is what our forefathers made. We can re-establish and start again. And namely, I will be speaking, as I said, I'm trying not to plug, but I will be speaking later on in the afternoon about the old aspects of the jewelry industry as well as the modern style. And then ancient and modern can go hand in hand.
Vanya, thinking about inspiring the next generation of people to join the industry, you talked about you started because you didn't see much representation for Africa in the global jewelry industry, and you're now providing that inspiration, providing that representation for others to follow through. Do you find that's an important role for you to bring and inspire new people into the industry?
Oh, definitely. Because one of my missions, especially, I was also in Rwanda this year before the lockdown. Africa has a youth population, and jewelry making, jewelry industry is part of cultural, the arts, and the youth are not longer just looking to be doctors, lawyers, or anything. Obviously, Africa has a lot of the problems to solve, but I think to engage the youth in creative arts, which can be a whole new industry, could be, either designing, jewelry making, like Labi is doing, and getting them interested to enter the industry, however difficult it might be, but we have to start somewhere. Even if per design is hard because everything is mined and exported directly, we have to inspire the youth. They are the future and they are available, and there's no jobs. And we have these natural resources leaving the continent straight after from the ground. We're not industrializing, we're not producing, we're not engaging, making them. So my mission is, I was born and raised in Guinea-Bissau, West Africa. We had a lot of gold and diamonds, and I never associated the gold and the diamonds with the wealth that it could generate. I'm not talking wealth about money, dressing or anything. I'm talking wealth in knowledge, the wealth in job creation, the wealth in creating an industry. You look at Antwerp, you look at the Diamond Center, you look at Tel Aviv, and you look at Hong Kong and Dubai, who has done it in 15 years. It became a diamond hub. All the gold practically is being traded. So like, what can we do to start creating that on the continent? Not wanting to take anything from Charlie Betts, but some can be done on the continent, because it's the natural resources. We can create a whole industry of the creative arts with being jewelry designer, jewelry designer, or sculptures or anything, So my point is, how can I inspire them to look around and said, I want to enter, it might not going to happen in my lifetime, but we have to start somewhere. Only when starting somewhere, we can, it will evolve, it will develop because it's there. Sorry, go, Edward.
No, it's such an important message about inspiring the next generation. As Whitney sang to us, I believe children are the future. So it does all get back to education. I was told we only had 45 minutes for this discussion, and as I expected, we've got so much to talk about, but we are coming up to time. We do have a few questions that have come in, and the first one is to bring Charlie back into the conversation, if I can. Charlie, you talked about SMO and Hummingbird working in Mali for the Yanfolila project in southern Mali. Are you planning on working in any other West African countries in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. So I suppose obviously Mali is Hummingbird's first producing mine, Yanfolila, so that was the obvious starting point for us. But we're in pretty advanced discussions with other mining partners. The projects we're looking at are actually all in West Africa, so I can't disclose specifics, but we're looking at, I mean, Hummingbird is developing a project in Liberia, which will be really exciting, but it's probably a couple of years out. We're hoping to bring on a source in Côte d'Ivoire very, very soon, which I think is a really exciting project. But absolutely, we want to offer multiple sources, and we want to offer jewelers that flexibility to trace gold to a specific source of their choice.
Thank you. We've got a question in here for Labi as well. Labi, what hindrances or what restrictions do you have in getting your jewelry out to the world?
Well, hey, I wouldn't say there's restrictions. It's more about advertising. People advertising to know, because here in Africa, people are really unaware that the high-end jewelry can be produced here as well as anywhere else in the world. And I try to tell them they shouldn't worry about the price, because the gold is the same price all around the world at the same time. So technically, our overheads are much reduced here in Africa. So it's for us in Africa to understand that you can manufacture and purchase your jewelry here, but we don't know about ourselves, and we don't know about our own history about our jewelry making in the past. So I try to, as I always say, bring it out in the light that jewelry making began in Africa, and we've got the oldest artifacts here that we can show to the world. And so, and I encourage the young people to understand that, and also the business people, because they're the ones who have a lot more wealth to buy the jewelry that we manufacture here in South Africa as well.
Thank you. Vanya, there's a question that I think, it would be nice to put to you. When you're telling your story about Africa and jewelry, when you're speaking to people who have not come from Africa or have no experience of Africa, how do they respond to that story of your jewelry and the provenance of it?
Good question. Thank you so much. You know, I encountered different answers, different reactions to my answers, because first they say, oh, African jewelry, it must be very tribal, very ethnic looking. And then they look at my jewelry and say, oh my God, so surprised. I remember being at Basel and JCK Couture in the US, and it was like, wow, this is really European looking. I smile, but some people are, you know, when they ask me these questions, I tend to just drop them. The inspiration is what formed me. Apologies. My inspiration is driven for my formative years in traveling across the continent, you know, mainly across the west coast of Africa, and it is made in a modern contemporary setting, and it can be bought by any woman sitting in Nigeria or Paris or New York or Hong Kong.
That's great.
And by the way, our biggest market is actually China and in the Far East. So
yeah. And let's not forget that is the biggest, at least the fastest growing market for fine jewelry. You know, the US is the largest market for diamond set jewelry, but China and Asia is growing fast. We are 5 minutes over. I'm not being told that we have to stop, but there is one question that seems to be coming through from a number of people, and I'd like to put it to you all in turn to give some thoughts. In general, what opportunities exist for African jewelers or gemstone and gold suppliers to get more exposure on the international jewelry market? Can I stay with you, Vanya, to answer that quickly, and then I'll come to Labi and Charlie in turn.
Well, opportunities to showcase those materials and products, informing the wider audience where the gemstones come from and the precious metal come from. It comes about education, educating your consumer, educating the press in a lot of occasions, and being given the opportunities to platforms where they can showcase.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Vanya. And you spoke there, you know, about the importance of education. So Labi, I'd like to turn to you for that question as well. What opportunities exist for African jewelers to get more exposure on the international stage?
Well, once again, as Vanya's also pointed out, is advertising and opportunities. Look, one of the things I noticed when I came here is that I found out that in the UK, for instance, at that time, we were probably producing 400 tons of gold per year in finished products, by the way, and Germany, 600 tons per year, Italy, likewise the same. And then I looked at South Africa those days, it was 5 tons of finished product per year. And yet there was a multitude ounces leave the country unfinished. So the whole idea is, why don't you finish that product here in Africa and then sell a finished good? Unfortunately, according to, and probably what this platform is the best platform to say, that we should buy from ourselves and teach ourselves and reteach ourselves, I'd say, because it's not for the first time that we're making jewelry. And so I really want to say, let's advertise. Here in South Africa, they have different shows on for the Anglo-Plat competition, the gold also competitions, where people have a chance to touch gold for the first time and manufacture and put it on show. And that way they do get a lot more advertising.
Great. Thank you for that. And Charlie, just to wrap up briefly, if you can, I know you're, at the moment, you've talked about Kiri, and also Boodles as engaging with your product. But, you know, what opportunities exist with your product for African jewelers?
I think I'd pick up on Labi's point there. I think, you know, there's a lot of, the more awareness there is of the supply chain and where things are really being made, opportunities come from that. Connectivity is just ever growing. It's easier for people to become aware of through social media than the enormous sort of advertising budgets that existed in the past. So I think some of those opportunities are going to come naturally. I think what we try and do with SMO is just allow people to share that provenance story in a more accessible way.
Labi, yes.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add, even though I mentioned the tonnage that is manufactured in Europe, I'd also like to point out those gold mines aren't there. They're actually in Africa. So there is a change that we can start with here and now and from today onwards.
Sure. Thank you for making that point. I'm really conscious that we're 10 minutes over time and there is a schedule to get to. So I'm going to wrap it up now. Firstly, thank you so much, Labi Capo from Johannesburg, for your time and your expertise and everything you do to share your knowledge with the people of South Africa. And Vanya, good morning and thank you for your day. We wish you all the very best with your daughter, I believe you said, when she's ready to join this crazy world. And we look forward to charting the progress of your brand, Van Lillis. And finally, Charlie, thank you so much from your rural home in Worcestershire there. We're going to keep a very close eye on your project with SMO because I think it has enormous possibility to provide economic development of the best kind to many people in West Africa and beyond. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Goodbye now. Thank you all. And thank you to Neri Amico and to Nicole Smith for allowing us this platform to talking about these issues today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
to Gold West Africa sessions. We'll be having the African Gold Jewelry Market session on local markets in Nigeria. Today, we'll be bringing you key insights from two panel of experts. They'll be talking about the jewelry business within the Nigerian context and the economy, as well as featuring features about the local market in Nigeria. Thank you. My name is Hadiza, and I will be the moderator for today. I'll start by introducing Tekena Coco. Tekena, good morning. Nice of you to join us here today. Tekena Coco is the co-founder and CEO of Gold Treasure Exchange Limited, Goldtrex. Goldtrex was established in June 2011 in Lagos, Nigeria. Goldtrex was conceived out of the need to ensure local supply to the unique and upscale clientele base here in Lagos, upholding international global standards and eliminating travel time, meaning bringing the global market to the doorstep of jewelry connoisseurs. At Goldtrex, the company does two things: manufacturing local pieces as well as remodeling and repairing. Goldtrex also interestingly offers a service called Gold Treasure Exchange, where the company provides jewelry backed by short-term loans for entrepreneurs, particularly female entrepreneurs, and access to a cash exchange on short notice for gold jewelry that has been valued. Prior to this, Tekena has had 15 years experience in the financial service industry, where she's been, amongst other things, a branch manager, a branch head, and lead in operations. Tekena has a business degree in biochemistry and an MBA from Thunderbird School of Global Management. She also has various certifications in diamond grading, colored stones, and pearl designs. Tekena, it's such a pleasure for you to be here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Right. We have another panelist. We have a very diverse team here, just showing you what the market is like in Nigeria. We have Hajia Hafsat, who should be phoning in. Whilst we're trying to get her on, I will just tell you a little bit about Hajia. Well, Hajia is a co-founder of Hafsat Jewelry that started in 2008. But interestingly, Hajia Hafsat is part of a dynamic dynasty spanning over 2 generations, merging the old world with the new. Hajia and her mother have been pioneering the gold trade in Nigeria. Currently headquartered in the Gold Souk in Dubai, Hajia has retailed outlets across Abuja, Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, Asaba, Ilorin, Sokoto, Katsina, and the Niger Republic. Hajia not only deals with gold, but in 2010 began to import silver from Dubai. Hajia became the largest distributor in the region, where she's fondly known as Madame Silver. Hajia is currently the largest gold jewelry supplier in Nigeria. She has numerous awards and certifications in business and gold jewelry designs. She also has a reputable staff strength spanning her multiple centers in Dubai and Lagos in Nigeria. Hajia's staff strength reflects the vast employment opportunities that exist in the value chain. Hajia, it's such a pleasure for you to join us here today. Right.
So, good morning.
Thank you very much for joining us here today. I think I will start with you, Hajia, simply because we finally have you on, and then I'll carry on with Tekena. Right, Hajia, I have a few questions for you with regards to the market. You come from a dynasty. I believe your mother and you have been in the business from one generation to the other. I'd just like you to explain to us how you've seen the market for the past 20, 30 years, if there have been any changes. Yes, so Assalamu alaikum, Hajia. Yanda kuka gan kasuwan daga tun lokacin da maminki ta fara har yanzu kamar shekara 20 ko 30 ya kasuwar take kuma ya mutane suke gani cinikin da gwalagwalai.
Harkan gold take ba harkan gold shekara 20 da ya wuce muna harkan gold an samu canji da dama yadda yadda ake tsammani alhamdulillah.
Since you're here at the studio with us, it's quite interesting for us that you're actually starting from the banking sector. I think here at Gold West Africa, there's been a lot of focus on female entrepreneurship and how women have been the focal point and the custodians of gold across West Africa. So you can just shed a bit of light for us on how you sort of move from the banking sector into the gold business.
I grew up with a mother who loved to buy gold jewelry. And as she purchased her gold jewelry, I saw her go to local goldsmiths to get them fixed when they were damaged. And I also saw her remodel some of her jewelries locally. Right then, I realized there was a gap because those pieces were not the finishing that I saw produced were not like the international standards. So right there, I knew there was a problem there which needed to be fixed. Secondly, in the banking sector, I interacted with quite a number of female entrepreneurs. They had difficulty getting bankable collaterals. But I knew that these women had quite a number of gold jewelry, which they probably didn't even know what it was worth. So I realized then that gold is as good as cash. And so if you have gold, that's like having cash. And so you should have access to loans using your gold jewelry as collateral. But that wasn't done in the banks at that time because there was nobody to properly value the gold jewelry, and it just wasn't properly understood. And so I saw that need as well. When I left the bank, one of the things I wanted to do was merge these two opportunities together. We did a market survey and found out that, yes, people want to borrow money, especially the females, but there was also like some forbidden thing, you know, that you shouldn't use your gold as, you shouldn't pawn your gold for cash because it was seen like a taboo. But there was the need for short-term funding for their businesses. So what we did to bring the customers in-store was to provide the repair, cleaning services. And from there, we were able to cross-sell and make these clients know that it was okay if you needed cash to use your gold jewelry as collateral. So basically, those were the two gaps that I noticed that made me go into the business.
Right. That's extremely impressive. You touched on a lot of valid things that will be discussed later, and I think have been discussed in the sessions that have already occurred. There's a lot of technical focus on trying to beat the customs and the norms that inhibit business, and of course discussing that need for short-term funding. And it leads me to the next question, which I'd also ask Hajia as well, because there's a perception of actually going into the market and high-level entry for such a business that's very capital intensive. So how did you sort of make that transition not in too many words, but in detail, just to shed more light on the entry into that kind of business, because there's always the passion, which a lot of people have, but how do you make that progression from there on into starting it up as a business once you've identified the gaps?
Yes, funding was a problem at the beginning because I didn't have all the funds to acquire the machines and everything required to start the business. So I had to collaborate with 2 other people who actually provided the funding for us to start. It wasn't easy getting anything from the banks at that time because it wasn't a business that had been tried. It wasn't something that they knew about. So I had to take on that risk myself and source the funding through family and friends to be able to start up to buy the machinery that we required at that time.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go over to Hajia and then just sort of put the same question to her. Hajia Sanu. Da ta tattara ta samu lokaci ko ya ta je banki ne ta dan samu kuɗi ta tattara ta fara cinikin ko ya aka yi, saboda mutane da yawa za su so su shiga kasuwancin amma ba izini ko ba yanda za su iya su fara don ba su da kuɗin. Ta ya kika ce to za ki bar business da ake yi a family in ki zo ki fara wannan? What's quite interesting with what Hajia has said now is really showing you the differences in, or how diverse Nigeria is with culture. Hajia had a mother who was steeped in the culture of gold, that was well educated enough to inform her on the value of the gold in terms of the rings, the necklaces, and they were able through family heirlooms to sell, to identify and to sell and to raise the funding to go into the business. So Hajia is touching on a northern custom and a culture where from a young age women are exposed to gold as not just an accessory but a business opportunity, which it sounds like you, Tekena, here had to do a bit of educating people around you to go about starting this business. Okay, interesting. So I'll break it up a little bit and let's go into the fun stuff, because in Nigeria here, having 2 people from 2 different regions with different markets, it would be exciting to know what the trends are, what people like to buy. For example, Hajia, yanzu zaki ce gwalagwalan da ake sawa yanzu, kuma zanen da ake yanzu tun yaushe aka fara ita. Ana yi ne yanzu ko tun ɗazu ne, kaman a ce wai yanzu gwalagwalan da ake sawa akwai bambanci? Kamar da lokacin da mamanki take siyowa ko sayarwa?
Banci sosai kuwa. Tunda kin san da ba a san gold na Dubai ba, Saudi gold aka sani local gold na Saudi din nan wanda ake shi manya-manyan set da 'yan kunne haka, tun muna yara irin shi ake aiki da shi. To yanzu kuma an samu ci gaba, akwai su sisin gold da su ake aiki da su, yanzu an samu ci gaba, akwai gold din Italy, akwai Turkish, akwai Dubai. Akwai bambanci sosai. Gold din da ake aiki da shi da ba shi ake aiki da shi yanzu ba. Kuma idan mutum yana siyan gold yana nan, in mutum yana siyan shi haka yana ajiyewa, by the time duk abin da ya tashi zai iya hada shi wuri daya ya je sai da samu babban kuɗi ya yi abin da yake so.
talks about a very interesting view on saying over the past 20, 30 years, people were not really knowledgeable about the different styles of gold. People, particularly in the northern part, stuck to the tradition of Saudi gold and big pendants, just a classic Arabian style with very limited options. But education and exposure has allowed people to go into not just the Saudi bright 22 karat yellow gold, but more into 18 karat, and looking at customs from other countries, Italian gold, and just having a mix. And of course, people also being aware now that gold isn't just just for jewelry, but is also an asset. So people creating the custom of actually wearing gold and keeping it as an investment, saving up to buy gold as well, that custom. Tekena, do you find that to be the case here? What's the market like down south? What's your clientele? But mind you, I apologize not to segment, because you both have clients all across Nigeria, but there might just be a particular focus. So maybe you can shed light on the type of designs that you sell and the type of designs your clients actually look for.
Here, what the clients really like are the 18 karat Italian designs. There's also a lot of demand for jewelry that are set in diamonds and other precious stones, sapphires, rubies, different color stones that clients look out for. So basically the designs here that they like and they are willing to buy are mainly the 18 carats Italian designs, you know, with a lot of bling, with a lot of diamonds, with a lot of colored stones.
Right.
Yeah, that's what is mostly appealing here.
Okay, Hajia. Okay, same question, since we're discussing style. You've just expressed about how their stones, people like their stones over here. Hajia, the dutsunan kaman diamond da irin sapphire da wasu dutsuna da ake sa a kwan zinari da gwalagwalai, kina gani ana amfani da shi, ko mutane suna so su saya ne a arewa, ko sun fi son gwal zalla?
Gaskiya mutanen arewa ba sa gane wannan diamond da sapphire din, sun fi son su ga gold zalla. Dan ba masu bani kaina har yanzu ba ni da ra'ayin diamond, wani stone da sauransu ba gold zalla ba, saboda matsalan da ake samu ko da an sayar musu gold wanda yake da diamond, in sun zo sayarwa ba za a gaya musu ba, sai dai a cire kawai ya zama asaransu. Shi yasa ba su da ra'ayin wannan gold and diamond din, sun fi son su ga zallan gold, ko stone ba sa so su gani.
It's interesting because I'll bring back her statement to you. So she talks about that generally there isn't that appetite for stones, and that in the northern part that people generally like their gold, just plain raw gold, and that not only is it a custom, there's an issue of mistrust because people don't understand the value and have no way of measuring or appreciating the value of what is sold, and so people cannot they can't balance the cost versus what they're being given, and that because there's that mistrust, people, if they have to wear stones, they go for costume pieces. But so it sounds like you're dealing with a very high-powered clientele, Tekena, who can actually differentiate and have a taste and an acquired taste for this. Maybe you can shed more light. And perhaps this leads to a lot of things that you've alluded to in the past few minutes, just talking about taste and being quite informed, because it sounds like even Hajia had to admit that even her herself she doesn't have a keen interest or hasn't picked up that desire for colored stones. You know, the word zalla in Hausa means flat out gold, nothing. So just pure gold as it is. So tell us.
Well, yeah, I understand what Hajia is saying completely. And yes, it has to do a lot with trust. And the clients trusting that what you say that jewelry is what it actually is. Because when you value those kinds of jewelry after they've been bought, the value of those jewelries are far less than the cost price. So, for example, diamonds, let's take diamonds for instance. You know, they say diamonds are forever, and they really are forever because there's no second-hand value for them. So whoever that is going to buy them is buying them because, okay, this I want to keep forever. There's nothing else I can do with it. I'm just buying it for the beauty of it. And absolutely, it just has a lot to do with the trust, because there's really no way they can tell whether what they're buying are real. And it comes to a challenge that we have, because in other parts of the world, they have assaying and hallmark agencies that actually certify what the jewelers make, and kind of authenticates that, okay, this is actually 18 karat gold, this is sapphire, this is the whatever quality of diamonds that they have, you know. So it also gives consumers that comfort and trust that what you say you're selling is what it is. Unfortunately, we don't have that here at all, which means the buyer is just completely dependent on what the seller says that it is. And yes, down here as well, a lot of people are also open to wearing costume jewelry. So they kind of mix and match, as long as it's as beautiful or has the colored stones all around it, because colored stones are very appealing. They look beautiful when they're adorned. So they're also ready to mix and match both gold and costume jewelry, just to have that for that effect.
Right. That's a wonderful, wonderful answer. And you've touched on something very important that I think we'll definitely discuss as we go along the way, about some of the challenges and the policies that we feel need to be in place to ensure that it's a smoother transition for your business. But more importantly, I think you touched on this mistrust and this uncertainty in the market. That leads me to the next question for both of you. Understanding what it's like actually selling gold in a country where there's that level of mistrust. A lot of people a lot of your clients are able to actually hop on a plane and go and buy their pieces of gold. What's that like in terms of business? Has that been a challenge? Are you luring more people into buying gold and buying jewelry in Nigeria? Because there's been a movement over the past couple of years to buy Nigerian, and I think particularly more so in the lockdown, in every industry there has been a move to go local. How do you think that has impacted your business, and how do you even sustain your clients?
That's an excellent question. Nigeria, we actually do have a huge potential, and that has even become much more obvious with the lockdown. We are capable of being the Dubai of Africa because we have the gold. With the lockdown, what I saw a lot of influx for repairs, remodeling, and actually making pieces, because no one could. It was difficult for anyone to travel. So we saw a huge surge in that aspect. Yes, a lot of people travel to go buy their pieces. There are also jewelers that travel to buy pieces and come back to resell. I tried to do that actually in the course of the business, bought some pieces and brought back to resell. This was maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But by the time I paid the duty on that jewelry, it was not, I couldn't compete because the duty was so high up, which one of the major reasons I decided we can do this here. We can make these things here. As long as we have the enabling environment, these things can actually be done here. So there's a huge demand for made in Nigeria stuff right now. And I think we can also do that in the jewelry industry.
All right. Thank you. I'll go over to Hajra and extend the same question to her. Hajra, being your level of influence and your titan status in the sector, both in Nigeria and in Dubai, dan Allah ki faɗi mana yanda ake da kasuwanci, saboda mutane da yawa muna gani suna da kuɗin za su iya su je Dubai ko su je Saudiya su saya gwalagwalai, amma dai ya ake yi da kasuwanci a nan. Ana sayarwa da yawa a nan ne don saboda kin san kina kawo su daga Dubai. Mutane sun fi so su je Dubai su saya a kasuwarki ne, ko akwai mutanen da suke siyowa a nan. Kuma mun san ke ma saboda yanda kike yi da cinikin, kina da an mutanen da suke saya daga hannunki su ma su je su sayar da shi a kasuwa. To ya kike gani kasuwan yake, kuma ya za a yi a ƙara mutane suna tarowa a Nigeria su saya daga hannunki kuma a ci gaba da cinikin?
Wato matsalar da mutane suke samu inda mutum zai siya gold 1, 2, 3 haka, da ya je Dubai ya siyo shi gara ya siya shi a Nigeria. Saboda in sun je Dubai za su siya gold, suna zuwa wajen 'yan retail ne su siya gold da tsada, wanda in kamar za a sai maka da gold 30,000 a Nigeria, to in ka je wajen wayan mutane za su sai maka 32,000 naira. Dalilin da yasa sun kama wuri mai tsada, suna biyan gwamnati komai da komai. Mu kuma wurin da muke zuwa muna saro shi daban ne, ba wurin da suke siya ba ne. Sometimes za mu iya ba da order kawo mana daga Indian, daga Italy, daga Turkish. Za mu kawo shi Nigeria, za mu sai musu da shi da sauki, tunda wanda zai siya kaya kamar 5 kilo 10 kilo ba daidai ne da wanda zai siya ko da 1 kilo ba. To ina ba mutanenmu da suke zuwa Dubai shawara, duk sanda suka je Dubai za su sayi kaya su rinka nema asalin da ake wholesale, ba wai su tsaya gefen hanya su siya gold ba. Kuma alhamdulillah muna samun ciniki yadda ya kamata. Matsalan ɗaya shine idan mutum yana son ya yi harkan gold, ya kamata ce yana da shop, ba wai ya saya ajiya a gida yana sayarwa kaɗan ba zai gane wannan ba. Amma ka saya da yawa ka sa a shop, duk wanda ya zo zai siya, mai siyan gram 1, mai siyan gram 2, mai siyan gram 3. In wannan ya zo ya ga shop ɗinka zai kawo wasu, wani ma zai kawo wani, wani ma zai kawo wani, a hankali sai ki ga ciniki ya taru mai yawa.
Hajra breaks down the market from the wholesale perspective and the retail. She says from the wholesale aspect that it is better to actually buy the gold from a wholesaler in Nigeria because it comes up cheaper. So if you're buying 3 pieces and above, it automatically becomes more expensive buying it in another country because they're paying for rent, and there are a lot of stringent price things that affect prices in a place like Dubai. But when you're buying from a wholesaler such as herself, they're sourcing from various markets, not just from Dubai, meaning that they're able to negotiate a price that is conducive for a wholesaler to buy. And the more volume you can ascertain from her, the cheaper it would be. Now, she talks about it from the retail perspective and saying that retail is really about being established, having a store that is known and verified and recognized, and that there's an interesting culture of word of mouth, and by association, people are introduced to the business from a retail end. So that allows, because of that, they're able to sell in Nigeria, even retail as well. And Tekken, I'll just go over to you. What's that like? Because it seems in the north there's more of a maybe large gatherings, the culture of people using gold as family heirlooms. You go for an event and then someone says they've bought some gold from Hajia Hafsat, and then everyone from that wedding party goes on there to buy for the next wedding. So that oral tradition of trust is passed on. What's it like for you here for the local market?
It's pretty much the same. It's not as huge as a family heirloom like it is in the north, but most people buy based on referrals and word of mouth. So you will find that your clients will actually do the advertising for you and tell family and friends about your business. But in terms of the family heirloom, it's not as huge as it is in the north.
Okay, right. Wow, this has been really exciting. I haven't even glanced at the time till here, but we have some questions online that I think that our viewers would like you to answer for us. And one of them is quite pertinent, just discussing the resale of gold jewelry in Nigeria without losing its value. I think it touches on some of the discussions you were having on assay and actually verifying the value in Nigeria. So what's it like here? This is a British pawnbroker talking about reselling value, resale value, and the perception that it might actually be lower. So can you touch on that for us, please?
Yes. It's known that when jewelry is being resold, especially if it has been bought quite recently, it will definitely be lower. I say that because at the point of buying your jewelry, in addition to the cost of the gold, you're also paying for the manufacturing costs. So, for example, if the gold price for that day, I'm just using hypothetical figures now, if the gold price for that day is $40, and then the cost of manufacturing is $10, you're going to pay $50 for that piece of jewelry. Now, at the point of resale, if the gold price at that time is still $40, you're probably going to sell that. You're going to get the resale value for that piece at that point in time will just be the $40. So you've lost $10.
Wow.
However, if you are selling and the cost of the raw gold at that time is say $60, you bought at $40, the manufacturing cost was $10, so overall you bought the jewelry at $50. You are now reselling at $60, so you have a gain of $10. So it really depends on what the shift has been for the period between when you bought the jewelry and when you're trying to sell that piece of jewelry.
Oh wow, that is your client base seem quite educated and quite open to how markets work, and it sounds like you actually tutor on that as well.
I had to because most people don't quite understand that.
Okay. And Hajia, let's take the same question to Hajia as well. Hajia? Right. Right. Hajia Sonnu? Okay, muna da tambayoyi daga internet. Mutane suna tambaya akan gwalagwalai. Wai in suna da shi kuma suna so su sadda gwalagwalan, za a iya a sadda shi, suna samun kuɗin da ya kamata a lokacin da suka sadda da gwalagwalan, lokacin da suka saya, kuma yanzu za su sadda shi. Akwai riba akan kuɗin, ana duba internet, ana duba kuɗin zinari a ranar da za a saya, ya mutane suke yi da ke idan suna so su jo su sayar.
Matsalan da ake samu, mutane suna siyan gold ɗinsu high price. In mutum ya shiga kasuwa lokacin za su mai da kaya da tsada sosai. To idan ka siya wannan kaya da tsada sosai, in ba ajiwa kai ya daɗe ba, in kaman ka siya wata ɗaya wata biyu ka ce za ka siyar, kuɗinka ba zai dawo ba, za ka yi siyan gwal ɗin 100,000 naira, to in bai daɗe sosai ba, bai fuka sayar da shi kaman 80,000, 90,000 ba. Amma in ya daɗe sosai za ka yi ka samu riba. Dan yanzu kin gani nan ni ina da gold ɗin da na siya yana 5,400 naira per gram. To yanzu yau muna sayar da shi 30,000, 32,000 naira. Kin ga samu riba. Gold in har za ka siye shi yanzu ka ce za ka siyar kwana kaɗan ba za ka mayar da kuɗinsa ba. Shi dai amfaninsa ya fi a ce ka siya zani ko ka siya wani costumes ko ka siya wani abu ko property ma tunda kin ga yanzu kamar property ka siya in kana son kuɗinsa sai an tara mutane an daɗe tukuna kafin ka samu kuɗin shi, amma shi gold kana kai shi kasuwa a yau za ka siya ka karɓi kuɗinsa. Matsalan kenan.
Gane maganan nan da kika yi min, yawancin mutanen da suke zuwa su saya daga hannunki sun gane wai akwai kasuwan gwal da duk wace rana price in yana canzawa, sun gane ko kawai dai za su je su saya sai su zo wurinki idan lokaci yayi su ce to suna so su sayar da shi to nawa ne?
Faruwa ba a Najeriya gaskiya ba amfani da international market. Amma a Dubai in za mu sayar da gold ko za mu siya muna amfani da international market rate din da yake a ranar a lokacin shi za a baka. Amma a Najeriya ba a yin wannan.
Tekena and in the audience, Hajia just expressed that there isn't a general understanding of the daily cost of gold versus the jewelry. There is more of a mindset of gold that was bought ages ago. If you've kept it for a considerable amount of time, you can get a higher value for it. And so people that are starting to buy gold in the more recent times will find it to be a bit of a challenge, and they're more inclined to go into other types of investments. However, she expresses that in other markets, in Dubai, there's a conscious awareness. So clients in Dubai will often buy based on weight, but in a place like Nigeria, it's more focused on the design and perhaps the time to which it was bought. So I think I will just ask, because it's almost time to round up. I will just ask maybe just if you can just shed a bit of light, just really quickly, on some of the policies that you think that mention one or two that you think that the government or the market space in Africa needs to take into consideration to improve, ease of business in your sector.
Right now, I believe there are lots more buyers of jewelry from outside the country to the manufacturers. So one of the things I think the government can do is actually reduce the taxes on jewelries brought in, because there's a lot of undocumented import. We don't know what actually comes in, and I believe that's because of the taxation. So if the tax is significantly reduced, then encourage people to bring in this jewelry for resale. A second policy too, it will be to encourage manufacturing. I don't know how that will work. Maybe incentives for the machines that are being brought in to actually aid the manufacturing process or whatever it is, just also to help the local producers. Because I see most people, as long as there's access to the gold, that's another thing, giving people access to the golds that are mined here, I believe that there's a whole lot that we can do here in terms of manufacturing. So access to raw gold, and then incentives for these machines coming in. The third thing I can think about right now is actually the assaying and hallmarking agency. The same way we have the Standard Organization of Nigeria, we have the NAFDAC, so they regulate drugs and all of that in the country. There should be an independent body that actually checks what is being produced. Because right now, it's based on trust, and it shouldn't just be based on trust. It shouldn't just be what I say it is. There should be some agency, maybe under the Standard Organizations of Nigeria, that can actually authenticate and say, yes, this jewelry that has been produced by Goldtrex is 75% gold, which is 18-karat jewelry, and then there should be a hallmark stamp on it. That way, you're protecting the consumers here, and you're also able to compete globally, because, I mean, those pieces of jewelry can actually be sold internationally.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Tekena. You've concluded for me. I don't think I need to do any more. We've run out of time. I'm afraid we could have had this discussion forever. On behalf of the team, I would like to thank you, Tekena, for coming here today and being with us. And Hajia, we are extremely grateful for you taking out the time. It was as if you were right here with us. And of course, Tekena and Hajia Hafsat have jewelry stands here at Gold West Africa. Please feel free to stop by here during the Gold West Africa week, and please do stop by and see what you can pick up. Our very own authentic pieces made in Nigeria. Thank you very much on behalf of the team. This is good morning.
Thank you.
of jewelry in Africa, where we'll be exploring the jewelry fashion, the jewelry value chain on the continent. First to kick us off is Bumba Akapo. She's the managing director of Akapo Jewelry in South Africa, and she'll be delivering a presentation titled "What It Takes to Build the Jewelry Business in Africa." Welcome, Bumba.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
To thank the program directors for inviting me to be part of this prestigious event and for me to speak on this subject. So thank you very much for that. Before I start my presentation, I would like to give a small background in terms of how I got involved in the jewelry industry. I grew up in England, and I had friends that were already jewelry manufacturing and had retail stores in London, in the jewelry hub of London called Hatton Gardens. This is also where I met my husband, Mr. Labi Kapo, who was already 17 years a diamond mounter in the industry. So this is my journey. When I got involved in the industry in London, I educated myself to understand jewelry manufacturing, whether it's high-end or bespoke jewelry. And then from there, I went on to study diamonds as well as gemstones and the quality and standards of the different type of gemstones and diamonds. At that time, we were very much passionate about having some kind of an industry in Africa because we knew most of the raw materials are coming from Africa itself. And so we had an opportunity to go to Ghana and do small prospecting so that we can understand where the commodities are coming, how it comes from the ground. As I was experiencing, watching them doing the mining of the raw materials, it was so interesting because of the knowledge that the people within the rural areas had, not just of the mining process, but of the whole maths and science that goes with it. At that time, we were deeply in the interior, and the nearest big town that there was, it was called Asamankasi. So we learned a great deal in terms of the mining side. And then we went over to Nigeria, being that Nigeria's own, because I'm a Niger wife, and we knew about the many commodities that were based in Nigeria. When we went to Nigeria and was doing our research, we spoke to the people on the ground, mainly goldsmiths, and they told us of their many challenges, which one of the major ones was couldn't find refined metals like your gold, etc. Also, we tried to have discussions with our government officials, as well as the people, the few that understood mining at that time. I'm talking about 25 to 30 years ago. In that process, we were told by a few that we should go away and come back with Oyibos. Now, Oyibos mean go away and come back with a white man. This was the mentality of some of our people at that time. Then a few years later, we were invited to have a look at the jewelry industry in South Africa. And then when we got to South Africa, we loved what we saw in terms of the infrastructure. I could go into a refinery there, to buy my gold, whether I wanted it at 18 karat, 22 karat, whether it be white gold or silver or platinum. And then also they had in place tool shops. These tool shops where we can buy our tools for manufacturing of the jewelry. And also the important thing is the perishables that the diamond mounters, quote, goldsmith, needs to use every day, like your saw blades, your burrs, as well as your your saw blades, your burrs, as well as your other everyday perishables that they need to use, which is quite important. What I also liked about in South Africa, that the South African government was also really encouraging African people to be involved in the jewelry industry, the whole value chain, and not only to be involved in the manufacturing, but we were already passionate about passing on skills, and they were very much involved and looking at the education side of this and the certification of goldsmiths and diamond cutters. And so this gave us as a company in South Africa to grow and develop ourselves and then become the accredited body that we are to date. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, today my presentation would be on creation of West African gold and jewelry markets. ECOWAS region must reinforce its trade relations, especially when coming to trading with precious commodities, example, your gold coins and jewelry from the region. Since its earliest attempt, ECOWAS in the 1960s, spearheaded by Yakuba Gowon and of Nigeria and Nasegbe Iyabadema of Togo. Please forgive my pronunciation on that. It's now time to go. It's now time to go vigorously in trading with each other in gold coins and jewelry products. The reason for this is inspired by Mansa Musa, gold trading, making him the richest man of his time, and his worth is estimated at $400 billion in today's value. But not only was he trading in not only was Mansa Musa was trading in gold, he was wearing gold jewelry, and even his horses wore gold jewelry. So that tells you from 700 years ago, as African people, we were already refining, we were already cutting and polishing, and we were already manufacturing jewelry for ourselves before any interruptions. Next slide, please. Markets that needs to be created. We need to have walk-in jewelry and watch retail outlets in malls as well as busy streets in all major cities across ECOWAS. We need to have walk-in coin retail outlets in malls as well as busy streets in all major cities across ECOWAS, and not just across ECOWAS, I believe, but across the whole of Africa. This is very important. Next slide, please. Target markets. High-end jewelry and coins for millionaires, high-position politicians, professionals, example, doctors, engineers, architects, etc., religious leaders, businessmen, ambassadors, international tourists, middle and mass production jewelry and coins, middle workforce, middle and lower management politicians, general workers, religious congregations, continental tourists, sporting codes, example, soccer medals, trophies, etc. The Knight Frank, in collaboration with Bloomberg Professional Service, estimated that the number of African millionaires will rise 58% to 258,000 people by the year 2024, the highest growth rate of all regional globally. So you can clearly see the vast market that we can create in this area. This is me looking across beautiful West Africa, ECOWAS countries, with the landmass of 5.1 million square kilometers, which is 1.9 million square miles, with a population of 349 million people and growing. So this gives us the opportunity to open ourselves, to create industries within Africa here, and also for all of us collectively to look at the development of the whole value chain within ECOWAS. Next slide, please. Collective unity and the value chain. Mining and engineering, to gold refining and gemstone processing, to manufacturing and fabrication, marketing, sales, and export. Collective unity is very important. As African people, we need to believe in ourselves and understand the whole value chain. So if you're involved in mining, you should be understanding the gold refining, just like the gold refining should have a little understanding of the mining. The gold refining should be understanding the manufacturing. The manufacturing should be understanding the marketing and sales and export. Working as that unity is very important. I would also say we should be, as African female and male, looking at how we work together collectively, supporting each other in the industry, that equal opportunity for male and female, which is very important. Next slide, please. Youth involvement in mining and jewelry industries. Our youth needs high quality training and support from Black engineers and goldsmiths. The youth needs financing to establish their jewelry, gemstones, diamond and processing workshops. The youth needs markets, example, retail outlets, market, and sell their products, jewelry products, polished gemstones and diamonds. The youth of Africa is the future, and we need to invest heavily in them for the continuity of the development and growth within our sector. Gem diamonds and jewelry sector. This is very important when I talk about Black engineers and goldsmiths, because there's many times on our continent, we all seem to believe that anything that comes from outside of Africa is better, when we should be looking within Africa first for our own professionals as engineers and goldsmiths. Not disregarding our international colleagues who do come with experiences and skills in terms of assisting us, but we do have a history of goldsmith and engineers going back in time. So we should be looking within Africa first before we decide to look outside of ourselves. When I talk about financing, I'm not just talking about capital financing, I'm also talking about finance for infrastructure and equipment. What happens when our youth and our entrepreneurs have skilled themselves and are coming into themselves as small businesses? They need that infrastructure with security for them to be able to manufacture their products going forward. This is very crucial. Next slide, please. Adapting to change. We must embrace the 4.0 industrial revolution to acquire the latest technology that is available to manufacturers of jewelry and processed gems, etc. To increase our revenue, we need to expand our operations globally. We need tax relief programs from our African governments to help us export our products globally. We need to cater for the change that is brought to us by the global pandemic. The collective must continue to take precautionary measurements for health and safety. We are looking for private-public partnerships and investment into the gems, diamond, and precious metal industry to realize our collective goals. Next slide, please. Diversified investment. With the GDP per capita of around 4 trillion per annum from 2013 to 2020, ECOWAS member countries must look into investing at least 20% of these funds into local small-scale mining and local manufacturing of jewelry and related artifacts, etc. If you see the graph to my left or to my right, wherever you're sitting, you can clearly see from 1990 how it's risen up until today's date. So can you imagine if you see 20% of 4 trillion US dollars comes to $800 billion to be heavily invested in small-scale business and mining, as well as precious mineral beneficiation, is crucial. Next slide, please. I would like to now take questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wumba, for that insightful and extremely colorful presentation. I think there were so many call to actions there, and it really gave us a holistic view on the value chain at large in Africa. So thank you very, very much. The floor is open for questions at this time, if we have any, from the audience. But I was particularly interested in your focus on, and I had to write this down because it was such a wonderful phrase of collective unity. And I was hoping you could actually shed a bit more light on that concept and why it is so important, you know, for players in this market to start embodying that ideal of collective unity.
It's very important for collaboration between us as Africans because we have to believe in ourselves. Too many times that when we think of business in any form, not just jewelry, we always think of looking outside for that example. Looking outside to come and bring our way of doing things to us, when we already have an history from in the past where we were collaborating together at that time. So collaboration for me is very crucial in all forms, but mainly for us as African people, because sometimes you find we don't believe in ourselves. I can use myself, our company as an example. We are jewelry manufacturers, and there are diamond companies here who are black diamond companies. However, what we find is they don't come to us to manufacture for them. They will go to others who don't look like us to do the manufacturing for them. So I think maybe sometimes it's a mental thing where we're just thinking that only other nations can do things better than ourselves when we are the first in doing jewelry manufacturing in the planet.
And to piggyback on that, how would you say we can begin to reorient that mindset? I know it's quite a systemic question, but if one were to begin tackling that, how would you say we can go about actually, perhaps it's remarketing ourselves to one another, or whatever, whatever form that may take?
Exactly. First of all, I think education plays a part. We have to educate ourselves right through the value chain. And education is important because when we have a understanding of the jewelry manufacturing and the whole value chain, it can help. Also, we should start with our children in schools when they're leaving the high schools. For instance, when I was in high school and leaving, we had something like a careers officer who we would see before we left high school to talk about the careers that we had interest in. So that is a huge platform that I believe as governments and ourselves can start to introduce our industry to the high school level as well. It's not taught, our industry is not talked about much. And within our industry, it's made up dominantly of small businesses, not always the big companies, and also very family orientated. So it's very important, the education side of this.
Extremely practical. So thank you so much for that in terms of shedding light on the importance of looking at the education system and what role that can play. I just want to also introduce some speakers that will be joining us shortly for the next session, which will be discussions. And I'm very excited because we will be joined by 2 other powerhouse women. But before I go into that, to introduce our speakers, perhaps we could speak a little bit more about your emphasis on also trade as well and the importance of trade. I was hoping you could just speak a bit to that as well.
Yeah, obviously trade is important because this is where we talk about, how would I say, trade is important because this is where we talk about the global international markets as well as looking at markets within Africa. We need to also create our own markets between ourselves in Africa as well. Not just always look at a market in America, a market in China. We've got to look in Africa. Remember what I said about the growth of young people within the African continent, and that means a growth of professionals in all different areas of business, and so that means a huge market within Africa as well. So we do need assistance, and this is where we also education come in to understand that we can trade amongst each other, and I believe in our ancient time that's what we were doing, like I said, before any interruptions. Trading between ourselves, we can trade with internationals as well. But I think also our internationals need to understand that Africa is an opportunity for them to look at creating and buying jewelry from in Africa. Our overheads, we much talk about beaded jewelry when you mention Africa, but we make quality jewelry with gold and diamonds, just like the internationals outside.
I think definitely highlighting the importance of the youth bulge and the role that can essentially play long-term in the market is huge. It's a huge opportunity there. I was hoping you could also tell us a bit about your experience with Akapo as well, and perhaps how, if at all, you've been able to kind of market to the youth segment as well, or if it's something that you are working on strategies for in the future.
We're always working, we're always learning ourselves, no matter the age of us, we're always working and learning and developing. And for Akapo Jewels, we've been very much, even though we're manufacturers, we've been very much involved in working with entrepreneurs. It's quite interesting because, you know, they're young people and they're hungry. They're hungry for business, they're hungry for learning. And we must remember, in terms of jewelry manufacturing, it's really a specialist area. I remember the days in London many years ago when you're looking for a goldsmith job, you're looking on the same page as a professional like a doctor or a professor. You know, it's a very specialist. And so what we have found as Akapo Jewels here, that you need at least 5 years to 6 years on the bench for you to become into becoming that diamond mounter and to understand and to be certified as that diamond mounter. Here in South Africa, what they found, there was many African people working within the industries here who came with a lot of experience, whether it's polishing, etc. But the problem that they had is they had no certificate to say they were experienced jewelers or they were experienced diamond cutters. And so that stifled them, where they couldn't really move on and be paid the kind of wages that they should be paid. You would have some companies that would exploit that and only want to keep them on that low level. So certification for our people is also very important.
That, or the interest in that, grow quite largely over time, especially in the case of South Africa, for example?
Definitely. Even involved with women designers and women manufacturing here. I believe South Africa was ahead of their time because they had policies and things in place. So when the changes were happening in South Africa, they made sure that the African people got involved in the whole value chain of the jewelry industry. So yes, that is very important. And you can see behind me at the moment, I don't know if you can see, that is an old plan and an infrastructure that's been built here in South Africa. This is the new reconstructed new jewelry precinct. And I believe these kind of precincts should be all across ECOWAS as well. So yeah. When we talk about jewelry and jewelry of all level, not just high-end jewelry, because we have talent in all different level. And there's people in the world that want different type of jewelry. And Africa has that experience. We just have to believe in ourselves and look at ourselves and find where that experience is, because it's there. It's never gone away. It's just that we've had the interference that has happened, but it's still within us and we can come back to that.
I think I was wondering what that image was behind you, and it's nice that you've given us that background. And you know, your conversation is extremely inspirational, and I think if we can pull from some of the case studies you've mentioned, I'm just curious to know if there are any other territories where you feel like there's some case studies there where other Africans, you know, can pull some inspiration from as well when we look at the development of the jewelry industry.
We're developing ourselves. What we're noticing as well is as African people, we seem to be like, if I'm a designer, I'm over here, and I keep myself to myself. If I'm a stone dealer, I'm over here, I'm keeping myself to myself, when we should be coming together and talking to each other and supporting each other in the industry. And I think this kind of separation comes from the interference that we've had as African people of this divide and ruling. And even after that is not there mentally, it's still there. So that's one thing I believe that we should be coming together and having that understanding to trade with each other, to buy from each other. and not just always think about everything being better outside of Africa.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. And again, that phrase of collective unity is just ringing a bell in my head, really. I really want to go back into how trade and policy can help promote exactly what you are talking about. And I would love for you to shed a bit of light on that in terms of trade relations and perhaps looking at our regional collaboration and what can be done better there.
It's now Africa's opened up its trade markets for us to trade between ourselves. Not going into the history of trade and what's taken place with us as Africans, we know there's been stifled for our governments for them to even come together to trade with each other, because it's always interruptions being there to believe and being told that we can only trade internationally, and then they become the middleman for us to trade between ourselves. It shouldn't be like that. We don't need that. We can do this between ourselves. I think our governments do have policies in place. There is other countries that have policies in place, like South Africa, but they have a problem with the implementation of those policies. And so this is why I believe our governments need to understand what needs to be done on the ground level with us who are manufacturing, with us who are mining, so that once they have an understanding, they can assist us on the ground going forward. And it benefits all of us as a continent. And when we get it right, the amount of growth and money that it brings into all our economies can be tremendous.
Thank you. And lastly, I would just like to ask, looking forward now into the future, are there any trends that you're particularly excited about that you would perhaps egg on businesses in the sector to look out for, whether that's globally or regionally as well?
I would say to us as Africans, we have talent. We are very creative people. And so don't stop your creativity because you're looking at how other people do things. No, go with what's around you. Go with what's around you and what you find interesting, because we're always developing. There's always changes in terms of that. Exciting things. We are also looking at kinetic jewelry, because we believe in the past when our people were wearing jewelry, it wasn't just about the beauty of the jewelry, it was also to do with spirituality, because we must remember our gold, our diamonds, our gemstones are alive. And I was once told by a jeweler who does jewelry very detailed, and he said to me when he was working at the bench, it's as if the metals and the diamonds and gems are actually talking to him. And I'm wearing a pendant here, which we are looking into those kind of kinetic jewelry. I don't know if you can see it, but it has movements going around. It's made with mineral glass, and also inside of it you can put what you like. But I've got magnets there, and I've got pieces of gold and pieces of platinum, and my name Wumba in there as well. So, and diamonds. So it's just looking at all different angles of how we can we look at the next way of our creativity, I would say.
Lee, that's gorgeous. That is absolutely gorgeous. Thank you, and very, very unique piece. I think at this juncture, it would be my pleasure to bring in two other powerhouse women who are joining us for this discussion. So enough of me firing questions at you, Wumba. I'd like to introduce here with us Monica Gichuhi, apologies if I pronounce that incorrectly, of Virtue Gems in Kenya, who is joining us online. Welcome, Monica.
Thank you. Good to be here.
So here in the studio, we have Neri Emiko, who is the chairman of Kian Smith Refinery here in Nigeria. Welcome, Neri. Thank you so much. So I'd like to start with Monica, if I may. I would love to hear from you in terms of looking at your work with Virtue Gems. We were talking about trends and future trends looking forward. I know there's a lot of talk right now of a post-COVID world. And I believe Virtue Gems, in terms of the way it's leveraged technology, has really encapsulated the promise of technology. So it's a bit of a wildcard question, but I would love to hear from you in terms of the role and place of technology in the industry, both present and in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Glad to be here and to talk about Virtue Gem. So Virtue Gem actually essentially started during COVID, where we realized if people can't meet, then we must leverage on the advantages of technology to keep the supply chain running in the gemstone sector, right? You'll appreciate that the source of gemstones mainly tends to be artisanal miners. At least 80% of gemstones that come from Africa are sourced from artisanal miners, if not globally. And when the pandemic happened and there was no physical interaction anymore, it meant disruption to the supply chain. And these are already very vulnerable groups. So if you mean trade cannot happen, essentially we're making them more vulnerable and affecting livelihoods of very many people. So what we did is leverage on the opportunities that technology was availing, which is ability to connect without really meeting, and to keep the supply chain going, which at that point OECD actually had issued a call and said, anyone who is working with artisans, please keep the supply chain going, be creative around it. And that's the opportunity technology availed for us. And we quickly got together with different players in the value chain and said, how do we do this? We are all seated in different continents, but technology can enable us to all link and continue the business. So what we did is create a platform that could bring everybody together, and would appreciate the people we are dealing with, especially artisanal miners. Some of them, this is so new. The most they do with their phone is receive a call and send a message to a loved one. And now we're trying to tell them that you can actually trade from the village with the comfort of your phone. And just that mindset of when we say technology as an enabler of social economic development, I think we use it in fancy policy statements and we never really put it to work. And this was an opportunity to really see how does technology support and enable economic development by bringing in that lady at the village to use her phone for something different. And when we talk about technology making a world a global village, what does that mean? To that everyday use of technology. And it's been quite an interesting journey, trying to show people the capabilities of technology, how disruption, when we talk about disruption, how can disruption happen, and to different categories of people. So telling artisanal miners to use their phones, to take good photos, link up with each other, be able to showcase what they have at village level to an international jeweler seated somewhere in the US or in Europe, or actually somewhere else in Africa. I like what Wumba said, that a buyer is not necessarily that European or that an American. We've seen other Africans buying from other Africans, right? So we've seen a Kenyan who ideally we don't mind emeralds, wanting to buy emeralds from Zambia, or somebody else seated in West Africa, a jeweler wanting to access tourmalines or amethysts from Zambia, or rhodolites from Malawi, right? And this is what technology has actually brought about, not only just the connectivity, but giving us the infrastructure to keep the supply chain going, to empower youth and women who otherwise would have been very vulnerable because of the pandemic. Now they're seeing the opportunity to trade And I like the fact that some of these traders now tell us, we don't want aid. You bring the traders, let's trade. And if I can sell my gemstones, then I can buy the food I need and I can keep my family running through the pandemic. So not only has it facilitated trade, it has also empowered these communities. It has empowered the women and the youth, because over and above just sourcing rough gemstones from Africa, which has been the traditional norm, we are now encouraging cut at source, where we are telling jewelers, buy cut gemstones from source countries. So if you go to Nigeria and you want to buy a tourmaline, let it be cut in Nigeria. And if possible, if there's a jeweler, let the jeweler also mine it into jewelry. Don't trade in rough anymore, you know. And it's been quite a challenge, but technology has really, by harnessing technology, we've been able to make some great strides. It's still a learning lesson, still a very steep learning curve, but we're hoping to get there. Getting a jeweler used to certain kind of cuts, having it cut at a village level, and they want it at that exact precision, and you can appreciate the kind of machinery at that level. Maybe is not what cuts at the level that they mount it at, but that, I think it's also been very exciting, that connectivity, where people who ideally would never have met or would never have been able to talk directly to each other are now able to do that. An international jeweler is talking to this, you know, at country level sort of cutter and trying to explain to them what it means to mount a certain piece of gemstone on this value of jewelry, and being able to have that conversation. It's been an interesting journey. We are not yet there. There's much more to be done. We are hoping to continue to learn the power of technology. We plugged in different things like blockchain to assist with safeguarding provenance of these gemstones and to carry the story of the stones. And we've plugged in different other things, the payment systems, the shipping system, where everything can actually come together virtually, and we can complete the supply chain with everybody seated from the comforts of their homes, the village where they are at, and still trading. So yeah, and we hope to continue to explore more of what technology can do into the future.
So much for that. It's lovely to see how the practical application of technology can have that snowball effect, you know, to essentially uplift the livelihoods of those who during this difficult time has been affected. I'd like on that note to turn to our guest here also, Nere Emiko, to hear from you in terms of your experience here in Nigeria and looking perhaps at Kian Smith or outside of that, looking at entrepreneurialism and some interesting and exciting things you've seen there, perhaps during this time as well.
Thank you. I actually just, I can't help listening to everything Wumba was saying and Monica. And I don't really want to speak so much. We're in the value chain of providing the gold that goes into the jewelry. But one thing I feel like we see is, honestly, every woman, well, not every woman, but every woman who wanted or who wants to design jewelry now can. What used to be like a dream maybe 10 years ago with technology and just so many services is now an opportunity. So I actually see now, if a woman wanted to design jewelry, we're in the value chain, she could buy gold, she could get the gemstones, and with her design, she could get someone starting out to make her designs. That opportunity is there now. Before, she would have to go far looking for a source, but a lot now is available for well, I say women, for anyone who wants to start. So that's the way I look at that opportunity. And I was very excited to hear what Monica was saying about the digital platform, the network. There's just so much opportunities that technology has brought about. And more and more we're seeing how unique women are. And more, you're finding that, I guess I'm running ahead of myself, you're finding that women are a lot more individual in terms of their expression. Before you'd see people wearing more mainstream styles, but now every woman wants to stand out. And if you have every woman wanting to stand out, that means there's now a market and opportunity for every woman who wants to design. So I honestly think the sky is the limit for opportunities for those who want to go into the business of jewelry. You can sell it from your home now. You've heard Monica. I mean, if all you're doing is supply chain with the gemstones, you could sell it from the mine. if you're a designer, there's just so much opportunity.
No, that's lovely. And it's interesting that you're also emphasizing that need to have that flexible thinking and to be somewhat adaptable. I'd like to bring Mwumba back in the market, and we're trying to pick out perhaps the defining characteristics that allow businesses to not just survive right now during COVID, but also to thrive. What are some of the characteristics that would come to mind for you?
Okay. First of all, the characteristics that will come to mind to me would be the love for the industries that you're in, and not just the love for the industry that you're in, but to be able to express yourself how you want to within jewelry design. It was mentioned just now how women can be individual, which is true. We all like to say we have a unique piece. And so therefore, going forward, we do need some of the education side and for certain, how would I say this? Certain policies, certain things to be in place for us to be creative. Monica talked about the internet service and things like that. Yes, that can work. However, when you actually go into very high-end jewelry, it doesn't always work in the same way. So as people, we still need to see each other and come together. And you can have, even when you have shops, it could be visionary jewelry that are visionary work, going around, moving, so you can see the design of the piece. You can even see the color of the stones you want and everything without even the stones and the gold being there. These are some of the things I believe that we can look into as well.
Thank you so much for that. I'd also like to circle back to the points you raised in your amazing presentation, and that was again touching on collaboration and working together. I'd like to put a question to Monica. Through your work and experience managing various stakeholders and bringing together different bodies, perhaps through the case of Virtue Gems, what would you say are the challenges and advantages that you've seen in terms of promoting a culture of openness and collaboration?
Okay. Thanks for that. I think I've always worked in a space where it takes bringing together different entities for things to work. And I'm a strong believer in partnerships and collaborations. Bringing everybody who's required at the table and letting people who are already good at doing something continue to do it and leverage on everybody's competitive and advantage along the way. So working together and collaborating is also for me the look of sustainability. Being able to bring together the various stakeholders to collaborate and do their work. That's what we are doing with AWIMA, for instance. That's the Association of Women in Mining in Africa, telling a story of the potential of what Africa can showcase through a project and bringing together the different stakeholders to do it. Bringing together different entities through Virtue Gem, seated in different continents, each with very different needs, establishing collaborations and partnerships, right? And it's the same spirit we are seeing even in Africa right now through the AFTAC, where we are saying we all need to work together and collaborate as countries to build a credible free trade zone. So I'm a strong believer in map out the stakeholders when you want, whatever you want to achieve, map out who are the stakeholders, who are already involved, who needs to be brought on board, and how will that be done in a most effective and efficient manner and towards what objective. I think the one thing that people lose sight about most of the time in this spirit of collaborations and partnership is the objective, because you're also bringing together different people with very different perspectives and ways of doing things from very different cultural background and different socialization, challenges of diversity in collaboration and partnership. So that becomes the challenge in being able to manage the different people from different diverse backgrounds that you're bringing together into a project, and ensuring that the desired end objectives are still achieved and the common goal is actually common to everyone, despite where they're coming from. So it's a challenge, but if well managed, I think it's the best way to actually work together through collaborations and partnership and leveraging on everybody's advantages. Just as Nere has said, even seated here, Nere is in the gold supply chain. Monica works in the gemstone supply chain. Wumba works in the jewelry sector. Ability for all of us to collaborate as stakeholders with our different backgrounds and work means that there's greater output. We can do more seated in different countries, right? We can be able to, I can supply Wumba and say, Wumba, listen, why don't we do gemstones jewelry for a change and promote miners? And tell Nere, listen, you're seated on too much gold in West Africa. How do we get that gold to where we want this done? Right? We're creating employment through working together through this collaboration. We're supporting each other's businesses, and really adding more value in the supply chain. So for me, the best way to work and even to actually ingrain sustainability is through collaborations and partnership to achieve the desired objectives.
Yeah, I think succinctly put, really, if we can develop that goal, that common goal together and communicate it effectively to encourage buy-in all around, it can go a long way. And I'd like to bring that notion to Nere now and say collaborating to overcome, it can be done. If we look practically at what collaboration can solve perhaps in the industry, what are some things that come to mind, some unique challenges that we can overcome with collaboration?
Wumba and I actually had a very candid conversation about 2 weeks ago, sort of touching on this. I didn't have this discussion with Monica, but I'm going to connect it all in answering, but also telling you the real challenges. What I love is I only met Monica a few months ago, but when I met her, what was interesting is Monica was pushing and advocating and saying, we need a network. Let's create a network. All us jewelers or people involved in the jewelry value chain, we met ourselves at a panel. I forget if it was the RJC panel. Either way, we met ourselves for a panel. And Wumba was like, look, not Wumba, Monica, let's do this. Let's create this network. And you know what happened? There was such, I think the best way to say it is distrust. We didn't know ourselves. And everyone found a reason why it shouldn't go, why it shouldn't start, how it shouldn't be. And I remember looking at that and thinking, Monica was brave, but she was serious. Like, this is what needs to be done. And I understood it, and I agreed with her. But I also saw the hindrances as to why a lot of things don't get traction. And coming back to the discussion Wumba and I had. So many people in business have been burnt, especially in small business in Africa. We were candid, saying, you share your designs, they get stolen. Someone says they want to collaborate, they steal your clients, they steal your customers. And you're dealing with we're small businesses, we're already struggling with infrastructure, so that's there. So you want to collaborate, but there's just so much, should I say, history of distrust. Now, what I love, coming back to Monica, is I'm here grinning, because then everyone told Monica reasons why not. But Monica's like, this needs to be done. And you're hearing her saying it, it's happening. And what I love about this as well is she's found ways to overcome all that. Enable collaboration through trade. If you're afraid or you don't trust someone, well, this is business. Do you want to buy or do you not want to buy? So I feel like a very, very big should I say, key for collaboration is trade. I think if people find that they're doing business with you and there's trust and someone's paying well, I mean, just in service, I buy gemstones from her, I buy gold from her, and you have the opportunity in interaction to grow trust. So I do think that that's one of the things that's enabling, that could enable collaboration, which really is trade. The other thing I feel about collaboration here is education. I think, sorry, for anyone who's missed the earlier panels, I'm just going to reference. Earlier, Tekena and Haja Hafsat were speaking. And what was, you should have seen the barrage of people sending in so many questions. And what unlocked them was just a simple conversation, the education. The way Tekena took her time just to explain little things. And I think the barrier of distrust would come down if people were more educated. If you really understood that it's not really as easy as you think to disrespect someone's intellectual property and steal their idea. It's not just about the idea. It's also about respecting someone's knowledge, experience, and also understanding what you can do and can't do. And so that's, I'm saying this, I'm answering your question, but I really wanted to bring up some of the meaty issues that I know Monica, Wumba, and I have faced. We talked about this and we said, look, this is the issue with collaboration. We want to collaborate. We need to collaborate. This is an industry of a lot of SMEs. Wumba said that. You have a lot of small businesses. You have a lot of women that want to design, that are designing, that are creating jewelry, working in silos. You find, I'm going to tell you my experience. Look, I'm in refining. Yes, but I'm in the gold industry. However, I can't help. I am creative. I am creative. I've designed clothes in my past. I've designed jewelry in my past, and my present, maybe in my future. But you just find that there's just such fear that someone meets another person, and your initial fear is thinking this person is going to steal my design or steal my idea or something. And you find that at the end, for me, sometimes I'm a little sad because I'm looking and thinking, if only you know. I mean, I'm a connector. The last thing in my head is to steal your design. Like, if only you knew that I could give you ideas. If only you knew that I could connect. So, but it's real. I understand that there are so many fears and bad experiences, I should say, that people have had. But I'm using this also to encourage that despite these things, we need to collaborate. But collaborate with respect. You just really need to be respectful in collaborating. So that's my response.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. And I see so many strong linkages, again, to what both Monica and Wumba were saying. And I would love for Wumba to kind of perhaps speak on that. You know, Neri mentioned collaboration, trade, education. And Wumba, I would love for you to just sound off that and maybe share some perspectives, again, in terms of the importance of collaboration and perhaps some of the attitudinal mind shifts that we need, you know, to unlock what collaboration has in store for us.
Well, I'm passionate about collaboration. It's very important. Even if that collaboration wasn't with us as African people, I've always been passionate about just collaboration with the whole industry. But for us as African people, we need to get this fear out of our minds of trading and doing business with each other. And also there's within our industry, there's ethicals behavior that it is important, especially within the jewelry industry. The reason for that is because sometimes you do business, when the trust is there, you're doing business, and most time it will be on a handshake, nothing written on paper. So the ethical side of things is so crucial, and that maybe need to be taught, I'm afraid to say, in all ways. So like I said, we're all learning, and that's important. Collaboration between governments, between diamond and gemstone producers and manufacturers is also very crucial to come together, because government has its part to play as well. I know we're private sector, but they must remember that our industry brings in a lot of money to the economy, as much as we see as nice things, but it's commodity and gold is money. So for me, one of the things we should understand and learn about within the industry working together is the ethical behavior. It's in the trade anyway internationally, because sometimes we work with products that cost so much money, but it's done on a handshake. It's not done where it's written down. But once you break that ethical behavior and it gets round, then you can never get back into the industry again. It's kind of a silent behavior.
Business ethics, definitely, and shifting that culture is so key. I'd like to get into the meat of the value chain, and I would like to actually now explore a bit about the importance of sustainability. And I wanted to ask Monica to speak on that and perhaps tell us why sustainability is so key and it's so important, and how businesses and stakeholders can better enshrine that.
I think we cannot speak about any sector anymore without talking about sustainability. It's a key issue. And for me, we're looking at both the gemstone supply chain and the jewelry supply chain. We must enshrine sustainability into every aspect in the supply chain. And for me, why this is important is because of the who, the how, and the what, right? And in answering that, it actually also maps out the supply chain players. So when I say the who, is who mines your gold? Who is mining your gemstones? Are you buying gold from LSM, large scale or medium scale miner? Are you buying your gold or gemstones from an artisan miner? What does that look like? What are their ESG guidelines, environmental and social governance guidelines? Are they safeguarding the environment? What are they doing in terms of occupational health and safety? How are they working at community level? What's their social license to operate? The who part of it is a great component to sustainability. Your source of the gold is determined by the who. Continuity of that source being able to produce now and in the future is based on answering these ESG guideline sort of questions and ensuring the who mines your gold, and wanting to go as close as possible to answering where is my gold coming from, is a key component. The next players, when we talk about sustainability, would go to the how. How does the gold move from where it's been mined? Where is it getting smelted? Where is it getting processed? What are the traceability mechanisms of that gold as it's moving to the medium stream players? How is it getting there? Are taxes being paid for it? Is there value to the source country as it's going to the midstream players? What is their responsibility as well, both to the miners and to the end market? So the medium stream answers the how, that this must also be very sustainable. And this is where issues of, you've seen countries wanting to do refineries at regional levels, wanting to amalgamate the refining together to answer the how. How best can it be done? What is a more sustainable model of doing this together in the refining bit? And if it's in the gemstones, if it's in the processing part. Then the other part is the downstream players. That's the market now. How cautious are you? How woke are you as a consumer to ask the right questions about where did my gemstones come from? Where did my gold and silver come from as I wear it on my earrings? What does it mean? How did it get here? Who did it impact? And how are we going to ensure I will continue to wear my beautiful pieces, not now, but also in the future, because I'm conscious as to how it has been sourced, from whom it was sourced, and am I also consuming it in a responsible manner, right? So for me, that's the cycle of what sustainability looks like in our industry, and mapping it along the sort of supply chain, and knowing that everybody has a responsibility to the next entity. And everyone, including the consumer, must ask the right questions to ensure that we are actually enshrining sustainability into the supply chain of all the minerals to speak, about it.
Definitely, I think asking those right questions so key. I would like to turn to Neri and ask you, in terms of looking at and listening to what Monica has said, how have you essentially integrated that thinking around sustainability into your own example at Kian Smith Refinery as well?
Okay. So for us, what's very good is where we are. I'll talk about our experience in Osun State where we're mining. And what's great about that is we have a Kian Smith gold sourcing program. I'm smiling because I hadn't planned on talking about this. So we have a gold sourcing program which integrates the artisanal miners as well. We allow them work on our licenses. We buy from them. We formalize them. And the way this really took off actually was during COVID, the lockdown, where the supply chain was disrupted with funding. So we came in and were able to just, should I say, keep the business going so that sustainability in terms of supply wasn't lost. So that's what we do. And we have a whole ESG, I don't want to go into it so much. We have a whole ESG thing built there. You could go to our website and see this. Hadn't planned on talking about it.
Of course, we won't force you to give us your secrets.
Yes, well, it's not secret. I just hadn't planned on, I thought we were going to talk jewelry. So in terms of the supply chain, for us, definitely sustainability is something we care about. We have the Kian Smith Gold Sourcing Program, and you can see it on our website.
Amazing, thank you, thank you. I'd like to follow up from that and turn to Wumba. And I was particularly interested and excited to read about your involvement and initiatives, and you touched on this in your presentation, around training graduates and also developing artisans. And I wanted to ask you how important is investing in and also developing the talent pipeline?
That is very important, and we have a passion for assisting in skilling and educating our youth and the entrepreneurs because of the continuity we need with that growth in the continent. It's very important going forward to even show the entrepreneurs ourselves the ethical side of things and the accountability that is needed in the industry going forward. So for us, when it comes to skills development, we need to do it at our best ability and at the highest level of the technology that we know ourselves. So I talked about the hand skills, which is very special because once again, once you understand making the pieces of jewelry from the raw material to the finished product, then it gives you an understanding of different parts of the value chain, how you talk about the jewelry to your clients. And even at times we find not just education in terms of the entrepreneurs and jewelers, but we're also educating the public that is buying the jewelry as well, to explain to them the reason why you're buying this jewelry and it's costing you this much compared to when you buy this jewelry that's costing that. Because we've come across many clients, and these are not just African people, but all people who really appreciate that kind of understanding and that kind of a few minutes out when they come to you for you to just educate them a bit in terms of what they should look out for in buying jewelry and how to address looking at gold, etc. When the people walk into a jewelry shop, most times they're not told how that jewelry is made and what it is. They're just saying, this is the price and this is what you're going to buy. But we really do need to educate the public as well. It's very important.
Thank you so much, Wumba. So we have just a few more minutes before we have to close. And I think just to close us off, I would love to hear from each one of our ladies here in terms of their hopes and aspirations for the jewelry business in Africa. Perhaps I can start with you, Wumba, just to close us off.
Yes, I am excited about the opportunities and the future of Africa. I do believe in these times we are coming together, we're talking to each other, just like how Monica and Nerea ourselves met. And that was because we were standing still. Everyone was standing still. The politicians were standing still. Government was standing still. So I'm hoping through that, it gives us food for thought as African people in terms of coming together. I'm a proud person as an African person, and I do respect other nations as well, because there's great experiences that I've had and coming together with other nations. But we must be able to focus on ourselves within Africa and believe in ourselves and trade with each other, which is crucial. Like I said, too many times, and we've had that experience where we are good goldsmiths here. We are good engineers here, but we always first look for those people outside of ourselves. So let's look within ourselves before we always start going outside. So that's what I would end with. And there is such great opportunities and development growing in Africa here.
Thank you so much, Mumba. Monica and Nere, unfortunately, we've run out of time, but I just want to thank you ladies so much for joining us today, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of the entire audience and guests joining online that we have been extremely inspired. So thank you so much, and thank you for watching.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
screen's okay.
Good afternoon and welcome to Gold West Africa. My name is Mazi Odu. I am a writer and editor of Magnus Oculus and I'm based out here in Lagos. And for this afternoon session, we have a really exciting panel. We will be looking at reimagining the West African gold jewelry market. Because, gold is not only present in West Africa, but across Africa, and it's so much more important that we now look on continent-wide and diasporan voices to contribute to this. We have compiled a panel that features people from West, East, Southern Africa, as well as individuals based out in the diaspora. So you're in for a real treat. We'll be talking to this topic along 4 themes. And so the first we're going to be talking about is around the area of the informed consumer. Increasingly now, we have consumers who are seeking to know where their gold has come from, where their gemstones have come from. The Kimberley Agreement, and even in popular culture with films like Black Diamond, have indicated that people aren't just happy with their bling, for want of a better word, coming from unethical or conflict-driven sources. So we'll be talking to participants in this who are really opening up the area of ethically sourced and more considered sourcing of mining of gold. And also we will be talking to jewelers who are working in that space. And we will also be talking to the importance of sourcing, also touching into your story and relating your story to consumers. Speaking to these topics will be Lola Adunjoye, who is the founder and creative director of Lola Fenhurst. She is a Nigerian based in Paris, and she has had many accolades, including being featured twice in British Vogue. We will also have Inonge Mwene, who is based in Denmark, but originally from Zambia, and she is the founder director of Inonge Zita, which is a jewelry company that also has a very strong social enterprise angle to it. And she will be speaking next. And then thirdly, in this section, we'll have Jala Rosenkrantz. Jala is the creative director of Rosenkrantz Africa, based out in Kenya and Tanzania, and also a co-founder of Zimbabwe Mines. Zimbabwe is the first female-only mine for aquamarines based out in Zimbabwe. And finally, in this section, we shall have Boichoko Kebakile. Boichoko is both a jewelry designer based out in Botswana with the House of Divinity, but she is also the marketing and communications coordinator for AWIMA's annual jewelry design competition. AWIMA, as I'm sure for those who've been at earlier panels will know, is the African Women's Association of Miners. So over to the participants, and thank you for listening so far.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Lola.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, it's very nice to have this gathering of people, and thank you, Mazi, for pulling everyone together, and particularly for inviting me to be here.
Greetings, everybody. I don't pick that one. I don't pick one up.
Okay, good.
Great. Hi, guys. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Buitsoko, as Mazi told you, and I play two hats today, which is Creative Director of House of Divinity, as well as Marketing and Communications Coordinator of the AWIMA, which stands for Association of Women in Mining in Africa Jewelry Design Competition. It's a pleasure to be here.
Hi guys, I'm Gillette Rosenkrantz. I'm the Creative Director of Rosenkrantz Africa. I also work with Zambakwa Mines, which is owned by my husband, and that is the first all-women workforce mine in the world. Yeah, and we mine aquamarine. Yeah.
Wonderful. Pleased to meet you.
Likewise.
Are there any further introductions?
Hi. I am Patricia Inonge Mwene, and I'm the founder and creative director of Inonge Zita Jewelry in Copenhagen, Denmark. Yeah, and I'm originally from Zambia, but I split my time between Zambia and Denmark. Nice to meet you all.
Likewise.
So, without further ado, we will have our first presentation, and that is by Lola Adunjoye of Lola Fenhurst.
Well, hello again. I'm really excited to be here and have an opportunity to speak about what's going on in the space, how I got involved in creating a line of fine jewelry. So I think because one of the topics that we're discussing today is sustainability and ethical production, I think I'll first focus on something I did recently with De Beers Group, which was a project called 1010 Botswana. And this was a project that I was invited to participate in by De Beers in the midst of the pandemic late last summer. And the idea that they had was to find a way to continue to stimulate interest in business for the stones that come from the Gaborone mine, which is one of the, I think, 6 that De Beers owns worldwide. So De Beers has, I think, 6 mines. 4 of them are in Southern Africa. 1 is in Canada, and maybe they have 5, but they're predominantly in Southern Africa. And the one that they have in Gaborone is a real focal point for them because it is part of a project called Debswana, which means that it's owned 50% by De Beers and 50% by the Botswanan government. And it's a joint venture that's been going on for, I think, about 50 years now. And through this joint venture, there has been an economic transformation in Botswana. De Beers is very proud of that. Through the economic transformation, one of the things that happens is that women have been playing a really strong part in the industry and at all different levels. So from the actual activities in the mine themselves, to the sorting process, to the marketing. And so what they had in mind was, let's put together a project where we invite 10 emerging independent designers to create an engagement ring. Again, transformational because it's an engagement ring that is currently retailing from between $3,500 to $5,000 in the US market. So it's geared towards millennials. The terms of the project were that each one of the designers would be given 10 stones directly from Gaborone, Blue Nile. And what I really appreciated about this opportunity was it gave me this, and to work with a transnational mining company, which is a really interesting experience. So I went in with an open mind, and I was really pleasantly surprised to find that the practices throughout De Beers, but especially in Botswana, are really best of breed when it comes to ethical sourcing, sustainable mining, and economic development. So without mining, they predict when they're going to have sort of exhausted what's in the mine. And from that point on, there's an economic development plan to what to do with the space. They're doing a lot in terms of education and healthcare, but fundamentally have changed the economic outlook of the citizenship of Botswana, and especially when it comes to women. So there's a middle class that's emerged, and it's focused around sort of women-led enterprises, and all of this comes from the output of the mine. So I was excited, and when we first got the brief and we agreed to do it, eventually there were 10 designers pulled together. And to me, what I found impressive was that there was representation. There are at least 2 of us in the group who are women of color. And I found that impressive because oftentimes we have come to accept that we are not going to be included in certain opportunities. And for me, what was important here was that if the product is coming from Africa, by most of the gold in the world, as we know, is produced in Africa. If all of this is happening from Africa, where is the revenue going? How much of it is actually finding its way back to the continent? And so being able to be represented in this group of designers, I think was transformational. For me, it was a really great experience. And to see the stones as they came out of the earth, as they were being sorted, as they were being polished, and to see that a large preponderance of the employees at Gaborone are Botswanan citizens, because it's partly owned by the Botswana government, was really good for me because I felt that it was an incredibly strong economic model that I would really love to see replicated elsewhere on the continent. So being here today and seeing what's going on in West Africa, to me, is very encouraging, because even in my mindset at the moment, when I think of gold production, when I think of mineral production, when I think of transnational mining companies, I do tend to think of Southern and Central Africa. So I think this is a great development. What you have on the screen is, it shows the 10 rings all together. And then this was from InStyle, I think from 2 months ago. And then this little ring called the Union that's done in rose gold was my contribution. So it was great exposure for me, but for me, more than anything, I was excited to be able to represent an African designer's perspective. I felt that if the product was coming from Africa, I think that the know-how and the knowledge should come from Africa, at least somewhere to be represented. And I felt that this was a good way to shine a spotlight on Africa's resources. It's more than just mineral resources, it's human resources too. But we have so much to offer in this regard. So I think this was a great opportunity. And I've really enjoyed where it's taken me. Mazi, if you could take us to the next slide. Yeah, so the program launched in January, so it wasn't long ago at all, and it gave me a really good opportunity to get some visibility, because I think that there is, I think that when you think about fine jewelry and the people who are creating it, I think your mind automatically goes to the West. It goes to Place Vendôme, it goes to Imperial Russia. You don't necessarily, I can't myself personally think of a woman of color or an African woman, be she of color or not, who is heading up a major house. And so I think that there are steps to be taken to get to getting there. And I think this kind of inclusion is one of those steps, hopefully. So I really enjoyed being able to be seen in the company of designers who are emerging, who are doing really well, that I had previously only sort of read their names, but now I get to work with them in a collaborative fashion. So that's been really great. But then the question becomes, the question that I've received a lot recently is, how did I get here? Why am I doing this? And what has been my trajectory? So I'll get into that a little bit more in a minute. But one of the things that I think is important to being a creative is staying true to who you really are. One of the reasons why I'm designing in the first place is because I wanted to create something that specifically reflects my culture, my background, my experiences. And when I was out there looking for pieces of jewelry to wear, there are many things that I liked, but nothing that I felt fully reflected sort of my diversity of background. And by diversity, I mean, I have come from a background where I was born and raised in England, did a lot of my education, most of my education in Nigeria in terms of my university education. So I'm from a Nigerian background, and then practiced law in the United States for a long time before moving to Europe. So it's a diverse background that really interweaves sort of European influences with my core identity as a Yoruba woman from West Africa. I always want to be able to speak on things that matter to me. And so last year I got an opportunity to actually raise my voice a couple of times and have that voice be sort of heard in the media. One time I published a piece on Vogue.com about the experience of living in Europe in the middle of a pandemic, at the time when the Black Lives Matter movement suddenly became known to the wider world. It was a really interesting experience because if you are a Black person who's lived in the United States, Black Lives Matter has been a daily experience. It's not something you can put down and put in a corner. It's been the daily experience since the movement was founded 10 years ago. The movement wasn't founded 3 or 4 months ago. So it's just been really interesting to be able to expound on that. Then also a few months later, I got to write about my roots and my inspirations, the things that I pour into the work that I do. So I got to write about growing up in a family that really wearing jewelry is an intrinsic part of day-to-day life. And I think the influences and seeing my family, especially the older members of my family wear, and not just men and not just women, men and women, really influenced the way that I think my design aesthetic. So I think it's important to always be able to stay true to who you are. And I wanted to be able to fully be able to reflect my full background in the work that I put out. So maybe we can see some of that work. Et voila. So I put together, I think my first big series is called Sibyl. It's called Sibyl because I named it after the Greek Sibyls of mythical Greek history, who were prophetesses who delivered their prophecies in riddles. So it was sometimes a little bit hard to understand them, and in a form they were mysterious. And so I wanted to create something that had a little bit of a sort of a mysterious edge to it that was also a contrast. So the theme behind this particular design is that the framework, the outer frame is a very solid fixed piece, even though it has undulations and curves. But then there's a thin filament, which is also of gold, that is wrapped around it. So a couple of things, each of these pieces is going to be handmade because you have to wrap the fine gold by hand. So they're always going to be different and have a real sort of essence to them, because it's almost like a hand knitted sweater in a sense. And I really do believe in craftsmanship. So that was one of the themes that is reflected in this collection. And I look at the contrast between heft and airiness and movement and stillness. I look at those contrasts as contrasts between actually the two continents of Africa and Europe. I look at them as, I see them as being inextricably interwoven at this point. So that's sort of one of the themes I was trying to express with this design. And if you go to the next slide, just shows a few more pieces within the design. I did it also in an earring form. Then there are some pieces that are more of the beaded concept, which again is an ancient African motif. So I wanted to bring all these things together because I feel that when I look at the work, this particular body of work, I think of it as there's something Victorian about it, in a sense, to me. There's something heavy, because, you know, the Victorian lifestyle and Victorian morals and jewelry was always very heavy, but then there's also another element to it, which is in opposition to that, which is the thin piece of it. So I just wanted to explore all of those themes and bring them together in this one series. Another reason, okay, so I'll go back a little bit now and just talk about my background. I started my company in 2015. I started studying jewelry making in 2009. And I had, for about 18 years prior to that, been practicing intellectual property law in the Silicon Valley in California. And I really felt that that kind of intellectual work is really, it's fun and rewarding, but I think it develops your personality in one direction only. And I wanted to do something to counterbalance that. I wanted to do something creative. So I started looking into different creative ventures. I took a class in metalsmithing and I was hooked. That was that. I liken it to going through a one-way door. Once I'd taken that class, I just got more and more interested, and particularly interested in minerals and stones, but also just in metals and working with gold. It's an incredibly fascinating process. So I started making, the reason I started making jewelry and pieces is because I couldn't find, this is something that you'll hear lots of entrepreneurs say. And I always think, you know, when I hear someone on Oprah saying, yeah, I couldn't find the kind of pajamas I wanted, so I started my own pajama line, you think, But it's actually, it actually turns out to be true for me too. I couldn't find the pieces of jewelry that I wanted to wear. I wanted something that was a medium between sort of like chunky, earthy flea market pieces that were made by artisans and craftsmen, and something that would be a medium between that and sort of a beautiful piece that you might find at Van Cleef & Arpels and Cartier. I needed to be somewhere in the middle of that, if I could. And I also noted, I was living in California at the time, that I was really drawn to using, you know, high carat, like 18, 22, sometimes even 24 carat gold, and using pink gold more than anything else. I wasn't really drawn to using platinum or even white gold. I use white gold as a bit of an accent, but I like the richness of those alloys. And some of the pieces, sometimes you'd find a design that you like, but it wouldn't be done in rose gold, or it wouldn't be done in yellow gold. I think European designers tend to think of that as somehow less sophisticated. And for me, that exuberance, that color, it works well with my skin color. It also works well with my aesthetic and my point of view. So I didn't shy away from making pieces in rose gold and pink gold. And Mazi, if you could take us to, I think I have another slide. And then in addition to really loving to work with metal, I also love stones. I mean, with working with stones and minerals, you get, I think one's appreciation, one's eye develops over time, but it's a love story. You just get deeper and deeper into it. So I've done a lot of custom pieces where I will just do one piece, because if you're working with particularly precious stones, they don't come in abundance. You find a little cash here, a little cash there, and sometimes you don't even have enough to make a pair of earrings. So this pair, for example, that's set in white gold with the big blue stones, those are Yemeni opals. And I tried several times to get more. Impossible to get more because it's a conflict zone, but that's opal. It's really hard to, it's extremely rare. And then the black it's black tourmaline, but it's cat's eye tourmaline, which again makes it more rare. And so I like to play with stones. I like to do unusual pairings. And what I like about this particular design is the fact that it's kind of a classic, it's a classic design. The design is not new. What I think might be a little new is the use of unusual stone pairings. And then, of course, I've done a classic halo in white diamond. The other pair of earrings are also quite, it's fully diamond. It's set in white gold. These are opaque or rustic diamonds. for the most part, you know, the two anchor diamonds. There's little opposition in the sense that the 1, 2, 3 links of diamonds are all, they're different. They're not matched pairs. And I like to do that kind of offset where everything is not quite uniform. It gives, I think, it gives pieces a certain light. It gives an interesting aspect and point of view. So I love working with stones, but in everything that I've ever done, it's really important for me to know the source of the stones. I don't work with heat-treated stones. And then when it comes to gold, I've worked thus far exclusively with recycled gold. So I think sustainability, ethical sourcing, responsible sourcing, and being able to point to the provenance of the materials that you're working with it's not just a trend. It's on trend right now, but I think it's here to stay because it's been growing and growing. And so I'm really excited to be working in this space.
Thank you, Lola. That was absolutely thrilling and such an amazing, amazing talk. There's so many different themes there. We have personal biography etched in with sort of ethical sourcing and also reimagining and positing our own aesthetics that we have here in the Global South with techniques from the Global North. So that was really thrilling. We're on to our next speaker, and that is Inonge Mwene. Inonge, as she already told us in her introduction, is based out in Copenhagen, but is originally from Zambia. I will let her speak more. Thank you, Inonge.
Hi, everyone, again. And thank you for the presentation, Lola. That was very interesting. Could I have the first slide up, Mazzy? Yeah, so as Mazzy mentioned, yeah, I'm originally from Zambia, but I've been living in Denmark now for, yeah, nearly 30 years. So a bit background about me. I call myself an accidental jeweler, basically because that's not the career path that I had, you know, set out on when I was studying. I've got a very heavy business and economics background. So, but back in 2008, I was making jewelry as a hobby. And then a year later, when I went to study in the UK, I was lucky enough that there was a friend in London that used to make jewelry, and she started taking me along with her to Hatton Gardens to buy supplies. And then from there on, I got hooked. So when I went back to school to study for my master's degree in project management, I decided to use my jewelry hobby as a case study for building a sustainable jewelry supply chain from Zambia. Reason being, at the time, when I was making jewelry, I wanted to make the jewelry with gemstones from Zambia. And I had a hard time finding the gemstones cut and polished from Zambia. But I was also new to the industry. I needed to understand how to run a jewelry business, so it just seemed like the perfect fit. So I've been learning ever since then. And I'm very lucky that Denmark has a very big established jewelry industry, and I'm surrounded by some really brilliant people that I work with. So I established my brand Inonge Zitha back in 2006. And it's been quite a journey on one hand, I established it because I wanted to make jewelry, but on the other hand, I wanted to help gem cutters and jewelers in Zambia get a foothold on the market. But predominantly, the gem cutters. Zambia is one of the biggest, producers of emeralds in the world, and we've got some of the finest amethyst. I grew up in a town called Ndola, and that's where it's very close to the emerald fields, and we also have the only gem cutting school in the country. What I didn't know, or I knew this when I was making jewelry. That's why I was trying to source gemstones from Zambia. But what I also knew is that there was quite a number of gem cutters, and hence the reason for wanting to work with Zambian gemstones. But as in most African countries, there are some infrastructure challenges and policy challenges which have made it very difficult for Zambian gem cutters and jewelers to get a foothold, in the market. So I started my own workshop in Ndola, where I get the gemstones cut that I use in my jewelry, and in that way I'm able to actually, I don't like to use, there's a lot of when it comes to ethical sourcing or responsible sourcing, but that's my way of actually giving back to the communities where these gemstones come from. So could I have the next slide, Mazi? Yeah. So basically, Inongizita is a for-profit, social jewelry, as a for-profit social enterprise jewelry brand, that is committed to contributing to the development of the lapidary and jewelry industry in Zambia. Again, Zambia is one of the countries in Africa which is known for mining. We're the biggest exporter of copper. Gold is a byproduct of copper mining. We've got lots of gemstones. So with all those resources in place, I feel very strongly that one way of actually creating employment in extractive communities is by actually adding value at the source, And again, in my hometown alone of Ndola, currently there's like over 150 unemployed trained female gem cutters, unlike Botswana, which has I would probably say a very good profit sharing mechanism with De Beers, which actually benefits the citizens. We still have a long way to go, but hopefully, this is a start. Could I have the next slide, Mazi? Yeah. So one of the questions, I think the topic, for our conversation is how to respond, to informed consumers, Again, especially the last 10 years, there's been a lot of focus on responsible sourcing. We have fair trade, we have fair trade and fair mine gold. And the question is, how are mining companies and jewelry designers responding to consumers' increasing demand for jewelry that has come from responsibly sourced metals, and gemstones? I can only speak for myself, for me, basically, at the heart of every supply chain or value chain is actually human rights. There are many models, responsible sourcing models in place, but I follow, or rather I use the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights. I try to implement that in my supply chain. Reason being, first of all, if you compare to for example, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which are also very important, but have sort of like an expiration date of 2030. Human rights do not expire, you know, so I prefer to work with the challenges with the, you know, in the supply chain on a long-term basis. You know, I don't want to set myself some unrealistic goals which I cannot meet. And that being said, you know, what's important for me is that the people that I work with, you know, in Zambia understand what we're trying to do. With all the talk that happens in the industry as relates to ethical sourcing of gemstones or, you know, sustainable jewelry or, you know, whatever you want to call it, I find that while I'm and this is another reason actually for working very closely with people in Zambia. While we might be having this conversation here about what it means to be sustainable, you know, what ethical jewelry is, that conversation is not being, you know, people are not having the same conversation in Africa. So I prefer to simplify things as much as possible. So for me, the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights form the foundation on which my responsible sourcing, ethical sourcing, jewelry making practices is actually in which they you know, they what do you call this? That is the foundation, you know. I think human rights should be at the core of every, you know, in every link of the supply chain. And that being said, you know, because one of the challenges we have in Zambia, is not just in Zambia, but all over Africa, is that we do, you know, you have the resources from there, but most, you know, most of the citizens do not participate in the trade, you know, of those resources. So when it comes to ethical sourcing, there is a responsibility which actually needs to be borne by the government, the corporate world, as well as the citizens, you know. Within jewelry, it's very, you know, as jewelers, you know, one can influence, you know, the discussion, but there are some policies which can only be made by the government, you know. So it's very important, obviously, to have this dialogue across, across different parties. And what I basically believe is that, you know, in order to be sustainable or ethical, for me, the design process should start at the source. And my design process starts with engaging with the gem cutters, you know, involving them in, you know, the design of the jewelry. So, yeah, and right now, the gemstones that we use, you know, they're cut and polished in Zambia, and but the jewelry is made in Denmark, and reason being, you know, the reason why it's made in Denmark is that I also want to facilitate a design skills exchange between Zambia and Denmark. Denmark has got a very strong design culture, which is woven in almost everything. Yeah, and yeah, if one is interested in buying, you know, Inongiziti jewelry, you know, it's available online. It's also available via on the Jewelry Editors website. We've got one of the pieces there on sale. So yeah, that's all about me.
so much, Inonge. I really enjoyed your seminar and your sort of presentation so much, particularly how you're fusing your two locations, being currently in Denmark, but also not forgetting that you literally come from the hometown and, you know, Africa's main source of emeralds and dollar. So I think it's really superb to bring that to life. We're now on to our next participant speaking to informed sourcing and informed consumers, and that is Jala Rosenkrantz. So without further ado, Jala, we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, that was very much in line with what we do at Rosenkrantz as well as in Bakwa. Yeah. So, Mazi, if you don't mind putting up a slide. So, Zimbabwe Mines was co-founded by Rosenkrantz, which I am the creative director and co-founder of, along with my husband, Ivor Rosenkrantz. He was sourcing stones there about 3 years ago, and noticed that there was a serious need for jobs within the local community, especially with the women in the local community. And decided that because it was very rich in minerals, specifically aquamarine, we would start a mine there, which would then empower the local women in the force. Sorry guys, I don't really speak publicly very often, so I'm quite nervous. Yeah. Anyway, the local community at the Zimbabwe mine, sorry, I'm very nervous. The local community at Zimbabwe mine was basically, it's very rich in tobacco farming, so they do have the skill for farming. It's all hard labor regardless, but just farm labor. And the women didn't necessarily have jobs within the community because the men would go and farm the tobacco, spend it however they wish, and the women would then stay, you know, without any food or anything for a while, depending on the husbands. Zimbabwe decided to empower the women, and we have now started the first all-women mine with a workforce purely run by women. All the managerial positions and everything is done by women as well. Yeah, we just promote basically ethical, fairly mined and fairly sourced stones with equal and right pay, and just bringing that across the board. Rosenkrantz then designs pieces with the gemstones found at the mine, as well as at other mines. So we're very focused on sustainable gems from Africa. So yeah, I'm personally Tanzanian. I'm fourth generation Tanzanian with Iranian origin, and I started designing with Rosenkrantz about 4 years ago when I met Ivor. Together we brought up the whole Rosenkrantz brand and built from there on. Ivor started sourcing stones from the source for about 14 years now. He's been sourcing stones. And yeah, I thought that was incredibly admirable and decided to get on board with the brand. The Rosenkrantz logo is from the family crest, which is a Rosenkrantz family crest, which dates back to around 900 years back. Yeah. Sorry, can I just, sorry. Right. This necklace we made in 2019 was the biggest tanzanite necklace to date, consisting of about 600 carats of tanzanite and 100 carats of diamonds, designed by myself for the brand. All the tanzanite is also ethically sourced with trusted miners within Tanzania, my home country. So that was quite a project. Consisted of about 6 months of sourcing and cutting. The Saverites we source from Kenya primarily, and we work with artisanal miners within the country. We've actually just launched a program with artisanal miners in Kenya to help them bring their product in from the mine to market. So we collaborate with artisanal miners and then price their products accordingly and give them wholesale prices, as opposed to them being ripped off by a lot of unnecessary middlemen, basically. So we've really been working on that recently. Another one of my tanzanite and diamond pieces. We primarily work with tanzanite and Savarite and aquamarine because tanzanite and Savarite specifically is very native to Eastern Africa and a very beautiful, very, very beautiful rare stone. And because we can truly trace it and really say where it's from, it's become quite a staple in our brand. Aquamarine, again, because of Zimbabwe, has also been quite significant in what we do. I personally love anything Art Deco. I actually love Danish design as well. So anything clean lines, I'm there. Classic designs are also key, especially when you're doing more high jewelry pieces, just to keep it very, classic, not outdated.
So much. Thank you so much, Jala. And just obviously you're not here in the studio with us, but your jewelry actually got a collective gasp, not once, not twice, but thrice. First for the tanzanite and diamond necklace, and then again for the Zavarite cufflinks, and then the final sort of punch to our stomachs and just visual delight was the beautiful Art Deco inspired tanzanite and diamond bracelet. So thank you so much for not just sharing the pulchritude of your gems, but also the beauty of your story of empowering women in mining and sort of giving people economic emancipatory routes via skills being upgraded and changed, sort of moving on from, say, farming to mining, as you so eloquently expounded upon. So we're now into our final speaker on this theme of informed sourcing, and that is Bwitshoko. Bwitshoko Kebakile is from Botswana. She's speaking to us with two hats today. First of all, as Creative Director of House of Divinity, and also as Marketing and Communications Coordinator for AWIMA's annual prize for jewelry design. Thank you, Bwitshoko.
Thank you so much, Mazi. And you took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say exactly that today I'm wearing two hats, one of Creative Director of House of Divinity, as well as Marketing and Communications Coordinator of AWIMA's Jewelry Design Competition. But kindly allow me to just backtrack a tad and give you just my genesis story into the jewelry industry. If you could kindly go to the first slide. So like I said, the name of my brand is House of Divinity. We make ethically made semi-precious stone jewelry. Our genesis, however, is in beaded jewelry. We're currently manufacturing from my home-based atelier. In fact, I'm in what I call Studio One, which is where I sort all of my stones. Right from the beginning of House of Divinity, during the beaded in phase of the business. I made a commitment to embed firm foundations of sustainability. At the time, I would really just soak up any and all information I could get about concepts such as slow fashion, as well as fair trade. Could you kindly go to the next slide? Hello? Mazi, can you hear me? Yeah, and so what you see on the screen is depictions of some of the pieces that I made during my beaded phase, as I like to call it. On the left is a lady wearing a piece from my African print neck piece range with a beaded fringe. She's a Motswana who's a double Emmy award-winning reporter based in America. And the lady on the right is a really well-known stylist in the country. Her name is Balesa Kasali, and she's wearing our African trade bead fabric neck piece and our beaded earrings. Please go on to the next slide. And this is still a bit more imagery from my beaded phase of House of Divinity. It was really at this time that I started making forays and rather plans into what I plan to be the second phase of House of Divinity that we're currently in, which is making semi-precious stone jewelry. Around this time, I had the incredible honor of being inducted in the first alumni of the Okavango Diamond Company Youth Entrepreneurship Program, where they made a call out to entrepreneurs who had interests in the diamond industry and really just teaching them the ropes about the diamond industry. That was quite the eye-opener for me, and it really prepared me to then take the next step into the next phase. Around the same time, I got the amazing blessing, I think the stars were aligned at the time, because I got the great blessing of securing angel investment to the tune of, I think, about $50,000 US to date, which I then invested in training in the basics of goldsmithing, set up my home-based atelier, kitted it out with the equipment that was necessary. Kindly move on to the next slide. And I currently find myself now in the second phase of House of Divinity, where we make semi-precious stone jewelry. What you see on the screen are 2 crowns that I created over the past year. The crown on the left is adorned, is a lady called Mposibina, who we have a brand ambassadorship with. She's an amazing continental songstress. And what she's wearing is what we call the sun crown. It is a brass crown, which has a beaded fringe, a center stone of tiger's eye, and about 67 set cubic zirconia that have radiating different sizes. And then on the right, this is the image that landed on British Vogue. And what she's wearing is what I call third eye crown. It's made of silver. It has a center stone of AAA grade Botswana agate, and I threw a bit of aquamarine on Reddit supporting it over there. So this is really where we find ourselves as House of Divinity. Naturally, the next phase of our evolution is going to be making forays into fine jewelry. Our latest collection, however, is called An Ode to the Originals, and it is based on original rock art from a sacred site, which also happens to be a United Nations World Heritage Site here in Botswana. It's called Tsodilo Hills. And what you see is our brand ambassador / muse, Mposibina, wearing our collection. It is brass, which is engraved with the motifs that I speak of, and dotted, just drizzles of cubic zirconia and a centerpiece of rose quartz. So this is our latest offering, and this is what we intend to then develop into our first fine jewelry range, inshallah. And please go on to the next slide. This is one of our watershed moments as far as branding is concerned that we had the pleasure of experiencing last year, where we adorned Miss Viola Davis, who, as you know, is a everything award winner and hopefully Golden Globes this year. And what's really special for us at House of Divinity with this picture is the entire family is literally adorned in the story of House of Divinity, with her daughter Genesis dressed in the Genesis of House of Divinity, as you wish, with a fabric and beaded jewelry. Her husband is adorned in an African trade bead neck piece, which is made of ethically sourced and ethically made handmade beads from Ghana, with some cubic zirconia as well as lapis lazuli beads. And naturally, Miss Viola is dressed in our Ode to the Originals and a cuff bracelet, which is made of Botswana agate. It was during this time, which was 2018, 2019, where I decided to really throw myself further into the world of sustainability and really analyze this complex, multifaceted concept called sustainability and how it, the things that I needed to appreciate to firmly build further firm foundations for House of Divinity. I then crossed paths with AWIMA, the Association of Women in Mining in Africa, which is an army of women who are committed to breathing the spirit of sustainability within the mining operations. If I may talk just very briefly about the AWIMA mandate, we seek to promote women-led supply chains in the mining, gem and jewelry industry. However, when it was formed, it is essentially the mother body of associations across the continent that strive towards meaningful inclusion of women within the mining, gas, and oil industries, which, as you know, are predominantly male-dominated. Kindly move on to the next slide. So as AWIMA, it's been an honor learning from the women that populate and make AWIMA, particularly the miners. And what I've realized is everybody is working towards the eradication of the usage of mercury in their gold mining operations. And all of them differ as far as their journeys towards this ultimate goal. And you can move on to the next slide, please, Mazi. And as we know, there are a myriad of challenges that female miners, particularly gold miners on the continent, are faced with. I had an amazing chat with one of our gold miners based in Zimbabwe, and these are just some of the challenges that she brought my way to articulate to our audience here today. And these include the fact that mercury, unfortunately, is readily available and at an affordable cost, even though we know of the detrimental effects that mercury has to not only the female physiology, but just anybody who comes into contact with it. And unfortunately, alternatives to it, such as shaking tables and borax, are uber expensive, which eats away at profit margins. And the list goes on with some of the really profound and heart-wrenching challenges that these women are faced with, particularly those in the artisanal small-scale mines. Kindly move on to the next slide, Mazi. And so this brings me to the AWIMA Jewelry Design Competition. With all of these challenges in mind, we as AWIMA have sought to find solutions that could really address the challenges of women in artisanal small-scale mine communities, especially because these are people that have been hardest hit during the COVID pandemic. And the aim and the mission that we are on with the jewelry design competition is to unearth the vast design talent on the African continent and its diaspora. And everybody, we had about 70, I believe, 70 or 80 amazing submissions from throughout the continent and the diaspora. And we all asked them to design a brooch under the theme, unifying and, give me a second. I just want to read to you the specific theme. So the theme that we came up with was unifying, a symbol of solidarity that unifies and honors women in mining in Africa, to try and address the plights that we are also aware that these women have. This competition that we're running is our maiden competition. It is only the first domino to fall in AWIMA's grander strategy of the project, as well as supporting these women in the artisanal small-scale mine communities. In this year's leg of the competition, we have partnered up with Levin Sources, which, as you know, is an authority in sustainability on the international gem and jewelry trade stage. And it's also funded through the EGPS World Bank program. And what is really exciting for me today is that we will be announcing the winner of the design competition, which I will be switching to just after this webinar. You can go on to the next slide, beloved. Please continue. And so where we find ourselves as whether they're players of in all kinds of demographics, whether you're a jeweler, whether you're a miner, whether you're a gem trader, is that we cannot afford, quite literally, to continue lamenting on the challenges that we speak of, that we also know are quite prevalent. what we need to do now is focus on challenges. And I implore, everybody that is following us, whether it's the international community, as well as the people here present on the panel, we are looking to, make alliances with people who are passionate about issues of sustainability and really positioning Africa where it deserves to be on the international trade stage through these key industries of gem trading and jewelry design and manufacturing. Just a little bit more about the jewelry design competition. The manufacturing of the actual winning brooch will be sourced continentally. So the raw materials will be sourced from continental sources. Therefore, all of our raw materials will have an African provenance. The high-end brooch will be sold, and the proceeds of which, I think I'm reiterating this, will be sent to support the women and artisanal small-scale mines that we, as we know, again, have been hardest hit. Kindly continue to the next slide. Yeah, I think that's about the end. So before I continue, I really just wanted to touch on a lot of the things that Patricia spoke about that became fires up my foot, and I really resonated with when she spoke about how government has the responsibility to co-create conditions that are mandatory or that are necessary for the development of the jewelry industry and the gem industry. Coming from a country which is essentially considered the home of ethical mining, I can certainly attest to this. I think Lola touched on the amazing work that De Beers has been doing in the country, but I also want to try and say that as somebody who's on the ground, there is so much work that needs to be done from a beneficiation perspective to really drive home and nurture jewelers who are evolving, such as myself, from the beaded segment of the market, identifying their skills, whether it's in jewelry design, whether it's in metal smithing, and really honing in on what their potential mastery can be, such that they can also evolve into fine jewelry, which I'm hoping to do as well. And I think in a nutshell, that's all I have to say, Mazi.
Thank you so much, Boishuko. That was a fantastic presentation and very, very ably switched between your own creative practice and your work for AWIMA. I think we've had a lot of food for thought on our first theme. And before I introduce our next speaker, I'll also introduce the theme that she'll be speaking to. And that is basically, how do we here in Africa turn our creative craft heritage, and it's not just in West Africa but across Africa where there are gold deposits. There's an incredible rich heritage in terms of skills, in terms of artisanship, in crafting items of gold, be they jewelry or other forms of adornment or even furniture. So in this next segment we are speaking to Emefa Cole. Emefa will tell us a little bit more about herself. She was born in Ghana. She's now based in the United Kingdom. But she is pretty much making herself, pardon the pun, the gold standard in this area. She has a piece that was acquired by London's Victoria Albert Museum. She has done some amazing work both at home and abroad. She continues to also offer advocacy to young people entering into the industry. So I won't speak anymore other than to introduce Emefa. Emefa, thank you so much.
Hi everyone. It's lovely to be a part of this panel, and so interested in listening to all of you. So just very briefly, I am a jewelry artist, as Mazi said, based in London. I graduated from university in 2011 and set up my my brand in 2012 and have been doing this since. Mazi, may I have the first slide, please? Okay, so I've decided to start with this because for me, it's an ongoing process of learning, and I believe that for all of us, this is life, and so I particularly like this Adinkra symbol. And yeah, next slide, please, Mazi. All right, so my work is currently created using lost wax casting. Now, as we all know, lost wax casting is extremely, it has deep roots in Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, just in general. And this is something that's often downplayed, but throughout my research into the technique, I've really realized how much it's a part of our society in West Africa. And it's something that we should celebrate, because the way that we work with it in Africa is the way that isn't worked with in other parts of the world. When you go from the knock, if you know, the knock, the Ilefe Kingdom, the Oyo Kingdom, Benin, just the most amazing pieces created using that technique currently in the British Museum. And so that basically left me thinking, well, I need to go back home to learn a bit more about this. And it started off as a dream. I wrote it down as part of a 5-year plan that I wanted to go back and learn the Ashanti, particularly the Ashanti casting technique. I had no idea at the time when I wrote it that I will indeed end up in Ghana working with a goldsmith, particularly the goldsmith of the Ashanti-Hini. So that's just been absolutely amazing. And that was an eye-opener, because in research, in the books that we have in the Western world, when they speak about Ashanti casting and West African casting, they often use the word primitive. There's nothing primitive about anything that we have on the continent. In fact, this is craftsmanship of excellence. The way that they work is truly something that should be celebrated. We should be speaking a lot more about this, and the people of our countries should be extremely proud of this, and we should be teaching this in schools. It's absolutely amazing and just exquisite. And so I'm learning a lot more by going back to Ghana with my master goldsmith and trying to fuse the way that I've been taught, which is very much the European/British way, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But I see a rich fusion of the two methods, which is what the avenue that I'm exploring with my own work right now. But I really feel that these beautiful pieces of art should be brought to a much wider audience, and not just sort of sitting in a museum, but people should know about it. When they buy books on jewelry, there should be huge chapters on West African art in general, because this is art. And as we know, our artworks are functional as well. They're not just to be admired, we use them. And so this is why this sort of collage of the plaques and the combs and the bowls and the masks is just such a rich culture. And when I think of gold in Africa, I sort of automatically think of Mali, of Senegal, of Ivory Coast, of Ghana, and many other places, but those four in particular. And as I said, it's something that we have such a wealth of amazing craftsmen, hopefully women too, to be added to that. And it needs to be celebrated. We just need to do more to bring this to light, for people to see. Sorry, I'm starting to get a bit nervous here. So basically, what I learned about in Ghana this time also was the importance of recycling the materials that we use. And that's where my thoughts are sort of leaning towards, well, actually, do we really need to mine more gold? Because I believe that we have a lot of gold in the world. So recycling, although the original source of the very first mined gold might be completely dodgy, what we could be doing by recycling gold that we have right now is actually saving the environment from further damage. If you guys are aware of the Galamsey mines in Ghana, for instance, it just causes so much destruction and pollution to the soil, the waters, even people, their livelihoods, the cocoa farms being uprooted just to find gold. It's not necessary. And what I really liked about my goldsmith was the fact that he recycled his metals. People came in with things that they wanted to transform into new pieces. And that's an approach that I believe that we can all really learn from and try to use recycled metals as much as possible. And I truly don't understand why so very little is shared about the craftsmen that we have on the continent, and the craftswomen that we have on the continent. And we need to change this narrative that we have basically a primitive art form. We don't have this history. We don't have a history of goldsmithing and metalsmithing in general. You know, it really we need to do something to change it. And I wanted to also add, sugar, I've lost my, this is the most important thing for me, where, as you've all mentioned, that a majority of the gold and the gemstones are coming from Ghana, from Zambia, from just all over Africa. Why is it that throughout the whole chain, the people who make the least money from all of this are the Africans? So we need to teach the value of the materials that they're actually mining, at the value of gold. If we're buying it at the sort of the world, the set price, but we transform them into artworks and then we sell them and make so much profit from it, why can't countries like Ghana and Botswana and all of the countries that were mentioned previously, if we were training people to sell finished pieces, that's the way that we actually change the lives of people, and they begin to actually acquire wealth for themselves and selling it at the same rate that we would sell it at in the Western world. I think that's something that we really ought to do, to export finished pieces rather than exporting the raw gold and then going into places like Dubai to buy back cheaply made chains. It makes no sense to me. I'm completely baffled by the whole thing. And I think that it's where we can all help, is to sort of re-establish what was once there and has been completely dismantled, where we are mining, refining, and actually producing finished pieces and exporting it to the rest of the world. Because I really see no reason why these exquisite pieces should be just kept on the continent. And, you know, it makes no sense. And so, yeah, this is all I wanted to say. There's such a huge talent in Africa right now. And we need to get to a stage where the whole world knows about them.
Emefa, thank you so much. Thank you. You've got a round of applause in our audience. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for, you know, taking people on a journey, because like you rightly said, a lot of our artifacts end up in a museum, which means younger generations don't know about them, don't take pride in them. And secondly, the techniques that we have here are anything but primitive. And finally, the work that you're doing, which is, you know, sort of learning from master goldsmiths like the goldsmith of Santehene and bringing it to, you know, and fusing it rather, is really taps into a lot of what Amefa just closed on, which is tapping into the diaspora opportunity. So seeking to engage with to the and Kristen Essel. They are co-founders of Third Crown, which is a jewelry brand based out in New York City. They will speak more to their provenance, inspirations. Kofi is originally from Ghana, Kristen's originally from Jamaica, and together they have come to create this brand that has had phenomenal success in a very short space of time, but that is also seeking to build stronger links with the continent. So without further ado, Kofi and Kristen, thank you so much.
Hello. Hey, everybody. Thank you for having us.
Hi.
So like she said, you know, I'm Kofi and this is Kristen, and we're a husband and wife design team. A few years back, we decided to get into jewelry because Kristen had a wealth of experience in working in the jewelry industry in New York.
I interned at David Yurman in his design studio, and after that I worked at Reed Krakoff doing product development for his jewelry, and then at Eddie Borgo doing product development for his jewelry. And after that, one Christmas I made Kofi a rosary from scratch, just wire wrapping it with lapis jewels, and he wore it everywhere and got a lot of compliments on it. And one day he came home and said, we have to start selling this. People are asking us about this. So from there, we decided to really figure out, not just to just put out jewelry, but just to figure out what our brand would be, our company, get it set up in New York. And we decided to come up with Third Crown because it means two creatives coming together to form a third entity. So that's why we named it Third Crown. And from there, we've just started designing our jewelry. We have about 3 collections right now that we've been working on, or that we have out, and we're sold mostly on our website and in a couple of stores in America.
Yeah, so, you know, initially when we started, we were trying to figure out what part of the industry we wanted to kind of get into. Fine jewelry seemed a bit of a reach for us at the time, and it didn't really fit the aesthetic that we were going after. A lot of the jewelry pieces that we saw were, you know, kind of more traditional and small and dainty, but we wanted something that was more bold and dynamic. So that's kind of why we decided to fill that gap in the industry of coming up with architecturally inspired pieces and geometric detailing. And that's really what spoke to our aesthetic and our fashion sense. So everything is brass with 18 and 14K gold plating, and rhodium plating as well for our silver pieces. We do sometimes incorporate other forms of finishings, like some matte gold finishing and antique silver finishing as well, and some rose gold as well. But yeah, our brand is kind of ingrained in partnership and coupling together, because, you know, that's kind of where we join forces on. So we make sure that is translated in our pieces and in our brand. A lot of our collections complement one another, and we make sure everything is kind of seamless from collection to collection. Every collection is kind of based off of the previous, like chapters in a book. And everything kind of works back to our original collection, kind of showing the unity and power of pairing things together. Go to the next slide. Oh, that's so, you know, we've had some success being pulled by various stylists to be, you know, worn by, you know, people like Beyonce, Solange, even Iman on the cover of Essence. She wore a lot of different Black designers, including our pieces. So that was a very interesting moment in time. She was very, that styling was very African influenced, even like the prints and dresses that she wore were by African designers that used African prints. So the jewelry worked well going back to all of that. Even though we are here in the West, a lot of our pieces, because they're bolder, they kind of speak to that essence of the Ashanti and the chiefs in Ghana. So that's kind of our way of making an ode to our heritage, is that our jewelry isn't small, it's bold and impactful. Same way, you know, when the chiefs wear theirs, you kind of know, you can see the regalia in them, and you can feel proud about what you have on. So that's kind of where we take inspiration from our homeland and infuse it into our pieces. And that's kind of the whole gist of our brand.
Much. Thank you so much, Kofi. Thank you so much, Kristen. And thank you for being up so early, because obviously you're several hours, a good 6 hours or so behind us. Well, you know, that probably tells more about me and my late timekeeping than you. But thank you so much. And it's also really inspiring, I think, as well, because people often hear narratives of people from African descent not necessarily thriving, having step backs once they go to these new territories, whether they're living in America or the UK, and just seeing how Third Crown has effectively blown up, to use the parlance, and really already got a huge space in the aesthetic narrative within New York and with beyond, is really, really inspiring. So we are on to our final segment, our final theme of our, a bit of an odyssey really, on reimagining jewelry and jewelry design, and we are coming to education. So we thought it was very important that if we're going to speak to how one invigorates, how one revives, how one restores, how one, you know, even upholds jewelry, not just as a cultural, historical importance, but also make it more commercially viable and future-proofing it for the future, we had to speak to education. So we have two speakers in the education space that we will be talking to today. One is Nima Oduni, and she is based out here in Lagos. She is the founder of Lagos Jewelry School. She's also the creative director of her own brand, Iron Jewelry, and she will be speaking to us about the genesis of both her brand and also what inspired her to launch with incredible success and impact already here in Nigeria, Lagos Jewelry School. And we will also be speaking to Melanie Eddy. Melanie is based out in the United Kingdom. She's originally from Bermuda, but she is a senior lecturer at the world-renowned Central St. Martin's School of Art and Design, and she lectures on the MA of Jewelry. So she will be speaking to us, as she's also a jewelry maker. So I believe we have Nima in the building.
Hi, Mazi.
Oh, hello, hello. So thank you so much, Nima. So enough about me, and over to you.
Thank you, Mazi. It's a pleasure having me over here. I'm kind of nervous right now, but yes, I'll get down to the business. My name is Nima Oduni, and I'm the founder and creative director of Iron Jewelry, and also the founder and lead facilitator at Lagos Jewelry School. I went into Goldsmithing back in 2010 when I actually attended Central St. Martin's College of Arts, University of Arts, London. And, but I still had to come back home to come and learn how it's done the local way in Nigeria. I started Iron Jewelry back in 2010. I didn't actually basically go into the training bit until 2012. my whole goal when I went into goldsmithing was to create my own jewelry line, iron jewelry. I wanted to redefine the way we saw jewelry pieces in Nigeria. Most of us, when we think about jewelry makers in Nigeria, we're thinking about the beaded jewelry makers. A little background on beaded jewelry in Nigeria, especially for the elites. We work with a lot with coral jewelry, the beaded bit of it. But there are other ways that you could also create these pieces without stringing the beads. That was what my own crux was. And I needed to know how it was done. And I'd searched everywhere in Nigeria. I didn't have that facility that offered that kind of training, which is why I went out of the country to go and take the training. So on the screen right now, these are two of my pieces, me redefining jewelry, coral beaded jewelry, using Swarovski pieces, and we also have amethyst. One of the sliders are Nigerian amethyst and Swarovski, and they're all with coral beaded jewelry. Next slide, please. So the next slide also shows, in the process of going into goldsmithing, I had no idea when I went into this that we actually mined our own gemstones in Nigeria. So in the process, I discovered that we had our own gemstones. So I felt the need for us to articulate and make an awareness of our gemstones here in Nigeria. So I started to work with the Nigerian gemstones. So in the first slide, we have a pendant, a set of earrings and a ring that has Nigerian peridots and amethyst, whilst the second one has a set that comprises of the peridots, topaz, aquamarine, and amethyst, all mined gemstones in Nigeria. What I'm trying to do here is to, like, everything from mines to market. The silver is from Nigeria, the gemstones are from Nigeria, the maker is Nigeria, basically. So that's the whole essence of this particular collection. Next slide, please. Okay, so when, like I said earlier on, I didn't go into this business to teach, so to speak, or train, but in my course of coming back to Nigeria to set up my jewelry line, I realized that there was a gap. I knew there was a gap, but to be honest, I wasn't bothered about the gap. I just wanted to go on with my own jewelry line. But every time I went for an exhibition or people saw my jewelry pieces, I kept getting the question of requests for training, and I decided to take on the challenge, and I set up my own training school. It was set up as Iron Jewelry Design School initially, before we started the Lagos Jewelry School. And the whole essence of Lagos Jewelry School is to bridge the gap between our old goldsmiths and the new generation. I consider myself the new generation goldsmith because the type of tools and materials we use are modern. The techniques we use are upgraded, while our local goldsmiths or the old goldsmiths still work with old techniques. They are backed up with, in terms of delivery of quality pieces, so to speak. They have great techniques, but it needs to be upgraded. So I felt it was time for also, most Nigerians didn't know that we Nigerians could actually make our own pieces ourselves. They felt it was a foreign thing, that when you see a jewelry piece, it had to be from a foreign land. Most people, when they see my jewelry piece, they assume that it was ordered from abroad and I was just basically putting my name to it. And the whole essence of jewelry education or Lagos Jewelry School is to bring to your awareness the fact that, yes, we can do this in Nigeria. Quality pieces can come out from Nigeria. To start with, most Nigerians are very fashionable, if not all of us. Even the simple Nigerian wants to adorn herself with jewelry, at least a stud earring, and most of these pieces are imported from the foreign country. But here in Nigeria, Lagos Jewelry School is trying to bridge that gap, put it out there that yes, we can. And thankfully, since 2012, I can boast of 50 graduates from our school doing well. We have a couple of them that are doing very well in the industry and spreading the word of what Nigerians can do. And our future goal is to incorporate, to be able to collaborate with higher institutions, the universities, where we can introduce the curriculum of goldsmithing into their syllabuses. People can go into unis to have a degree, a BSc in goldsmithing and create jewelry pieces, beautiful jewelry pieces. And also the school, what the school also is trying to do is, because the more the word is out there, the more students are training or learning the skill, the more the demand for Nigerian jewelry pieces, not only in Nigeria, but globally. We do not want to restrict this to Nigeria. We want our own global share of what the jewelry making industry is worldwide right now. And this also creates job. It's a form of job creation, because when we have the demand, we need more hands, and the education will provide the means for the passing of the knowledge from one person to another. I think that's all. I think that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Nima, thank you so much. I mean, I think that was such a very, very insightful presentation. I think, as you rightly said, we need to sort of think quite deeply about there being an availability of degree courses that students can take, so they can actually and professionalize the industry more, so that people can see the value add, and the work you're doing at Lagos Jewelry School is really adding to that. So very quickly, because we now have to move now to Melanie Eddy. Melanie, thank you so much for joining us. Melanie is also an educator, but she's based out in the UK, and I will let her do the rest. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you, Mazi. So some of the things I'm going to talk about, I think, have been covered very amazingly and eloquently by all of the speakers on this webinar today. And I'm delighted to join you all to discuss these topics. A little bit about myself first. So Mazi, actually, if you could put the slide number 2 on, and then we'll come back to slide 1 a bit later. So my jewelry career began in Bermuda in a small but well-equipped and highly sought-after local jewelers called Gem Seller, under the tutelage of a very talented Black jeweler and business owner called Chet Trott. Chet was my route into this trade, and I can't say for any certainty that I would have entered the trade had it not been for his support, and also for his kind of guidance of my kind of tentative, fledgling dreams, of jewelry. Chet trained locally in Bermuda, and he was apprenticed at another shop there called Trimmingham's, and he trained and increased the mastery of his trade until he was able to purchase the Gem Seller business from an individual called Brian Shabald, who was from the UK originally and who then returned to the UK. I later went on to work at one of Bermuda's largest jewelry firms called Christen's, and I was one of 2 jewelers servicing 12 stores in my time with them. At times being the only jeweler on site. So, and it's interesting, actually, I say this because, when I first arrived in London from Bermuda, there were some perceptions that I kind of hailed from some parochial outpost. And I was arriving in what I saw then as the kind of mecca of jewelry craftsmanship. However, I had underestimated my own abilities. In fact, the technical skills and the practical jewelry knowledge that I had acquired without formal training in the industry actually outstripped many of my counterparts when I first was there. So for me, I think the core of my practice, I'm first and foremost a craftsperson. Much of my career has developed from this core of my jewelry practice. This may seem like a humble pursuit, But I think the thing that's interesting about jewelry and about making jewelry is once you're confident and practiced at creating something tangible, you know, a tangible piece of jewelry from a spark of an idea or an intention through to an object that people wear and that they can view and they can engage with, it's a pretty powerful skill set. And so you become somebody who makes things, but then you become someone who makes things happen. And then all kinds of opportunities, you know, arise from that. My wider work in this area in jewelry has taken me into education. As Mazi mentioned, my work with Central St. Martin's on the MA Jewelry MA Design program, with, you know, focusing on the jewelry pathway, but also into sector development, working, you know, lots of places in the world, including Afghanistan and Pakistan and South Asia. And curation and writing, and you know, this work's taken me, you know, far further afield than I anticipated. You know, and it's led to me being featured, you know, in articles and magazines that I used to pore over when I was a teenage girl in Bermuda, with no concept or idea that I would be anywhere close to those spaces. So I think, you know, some of the things that we've been talking about today have been about exemplars and about kind of having you know, more representation so that people see what's possible. But I think also what we need to be doing is championing our existing excellence in this field and inspiring others to engage and find their own success in this arena. And then I think when I talk about education, we can really look at it from two perspectives. The first is the purchasing power of Africans and Black consumers of the diaspora. I have an image here of a pair of earrings by Satuma Turi that are worn by Rihanna from her kind of totem collection. And, you know, this purchasing power, you know, we have a long-lasting love and passion for jewelry and for gold. And the second is the potential, which has been discussed by many of you in the seminar, the potential of a region in regards to gemstone and minerals, much of which is not fully realized, with many of the resources leaving the region with limited amounts of in-country processing and development. And many of you spoke to that and what should be done to help address that. But I think much of this purchasing power, as I mentioned, doesn't contribute currently to the growth and development of jewelry sectors, you know, in countries within Africa or of Black-owned businesses of the diaspora. In Africa and the Caribbean, much of the high-quality luxury goods sought are imported. And so with limited representation and a limited number of businesses in a position to meet this demand, though that's beginning to change, we're not really tapping into the opportunities that there are to service this demand within our own communities. And so obviously this is part of why we're all here today. If you can put slide 3 up, Mazi. Sorry. While it's true that it's not essential to follow traditional routes through education to succeed within the jewelry sector, I for sure didn't, as mentioned, but we need to look at how we can support increasing numbers of individuals to engage and excel in all aspects of this sector, and to increase access to education in jewelry and the allied chain, increasing access to education in jewelry, and also allied trades like gem cutting and lapidary and other things that feed into that, you know, is really the key to growth. And this leads us to the second part of the question, which I mentioned before, which is the potential of this region in regards to the gems and minerals used within the jewelry sector. As we've seen from discussions earlier on, we know that the more expertise and skill that is developed in country, the larger the percentage of the income generated from these resources remains in the country and contributes to that, you know, that country. And this not only does this facilitate sector growth, but it creates agency. So some of the things that have been discussed have been talking about, you know, taking things all the way through to finished products in country, and that's a really, really important part of this discussion and in initiatives. And not just, and we're looking at all aspects of the jewelry value chain. So not just individuals who are making and designing jewelry, but other aspects of those sectors. But these are all facts, but facts are not necessarily enough to engage individuals in becoming involved in the sector. You know, they have to be inspired by the possibilities, mostly through exemplars that resonate with them and through glimpsing the potential kind of beyond the sector. So one of the things that's happening at the moment in the UK, Europe, and the US is at higher education level is that we're now engaged in decolonizing the curriculum at higher education level. Many of us were doing this as we were able to, but like in a formal sense, the canon is being challenged and exemplars are being diversified, definitions of success are being reframed, Western and Eurocentric ideals of beauty and design within all subject areas are being challenged, as well as a narrowness of how artistic merit has been defined. This is really, really important thing that needs to happen in addition to some of the other efforts and initiatives that are underway. So the challenges are not homogenous. So the strategy will be very different for initiatives, say within West Africa and other parts of the continent, and those of us operating in the diaspora, and then again, dependent upon location. So there'd be variations on this. When it comes to countries with inherent resources, much of which has been discussed today, as much as possible, obviously, you'll be looking to build capacity for sector growth in countries, but in other countries without these inherent resources, for example, within certain countries in the Caribbean, there will be limited demand for higher education programs or courses. But what we can look at is how individuals are supported to engage with the industry at a young age or at later stages in life with career changes so that they can see a career in jewelry as a viable option. One of the slides I mentioned, I had earlier was Harwell Godfrey, and she came to jewelry from later on in life. So I think, so that's also important for us to look at that as well as a route into the industry. And then once people are in this industry or they're engaged in this industry, we need to look at how they are supported to further their skill base and their knowledge and expertise in this area, whether it's through job experiences, higher educational vocational training. One of the things about job experiences and internships is often they're unpaid, and this is something we need to look at so that they're subsidized, so that not only people who can afford to do unpaid work are able to access those opportunities. And then also so that individuals are encouraged to grow and develop and kind of start their own businesses in this area. So, and within countries where those of us that are Black and of African heritage or in the minority, energy should be focused on how we diversify this industry and examining the barriers to entry that are existing for those of us from what we would call BAME backgrounds in the UK or BIPOC communities in the US, and we're currently underrepresented in these jewelries, in these industries, and in aspects of the jewelry industry. So one of the things that was brought up for me as a question was to think about how we could look at international collaboration for education and educational opportunities and through establishments. There's lots of possibilities. I mean, there's possibilities for research placements, for student exchangements, for secondments of teaching staff. But I think one tangible thing that would be really beneficial would be scholarship programs to support higher education for those from the continent and also for those of the diaspora. I'm currently part of a number of initiatives looking at supporting students of Black heritage into higher education in this sector, both in the UK and the US. The Jewelry Futures Fund, which I think some of you will be hearing more about, is one of those, as well as the Black in Jewelry Coalition. And I'm saying this because I benefited from art grant, from a Bermuda-based arts grant, and also from a scholarship that allowed me to complete my training in the UK. And I'm aware of what this opportunity meant for me, and that it might have been difficult for me to access otherwise. So that's why it's for me that this is a really key thing that I'm kind of supporting of and kind of putting energy behind, trying to see come to fruition. And I think another thing that often people don't think about, but that's really important, is advocacy on the behalf of governments to encourage relevant institutions to include Africa and the Caribbean in their recruitment drives. So we are attracting students from these regions onto programs. So this can happen kind of at the same time as local kind of higher education and local school and vocational training initiatives are increasing and are growing. I think this could be something that could be done. There's something that is done oftentimes in sector development where you're looking at a training of trainers or master training so that those who are already within the industry are skilled to then go into roles in education and then kind of support others to come and follow them essentially. So I think the final slide is also kind of Mateo New York and Matthew Harris, but I just wanted to show like a kind of few different people from different aspects. So you have individuals from all across the diaspora who are kind of now kind of rising to prominence, as it were. We have third round here who are indicative of that for sure. So one of the things I just want to kind of end on, I'm being very quick and brief because I want us to get to have some time for some questions and discussions. But so, why should a career in jewelry or, a business in jewelry not be an option for us? We're beginning to see what is possible when a country is able to mobilize and develop its resources to the benefit of its population. You had Botshoko talking about Botswana earlier, but the social impact of Botswana being able to keep more than 80% of the profit of its diamond industry and country is indicative of what's possible. And I think collectively, we have a long history of craftsmanship and design. We have the aptitude, we have the resources, we have the market. Why not us? I think it's time for us to take ownership of the mechanisms to support our rightful position in this industry and to build capacity so that our legacies in this arena are secure. Thank you for having me.
Melanie, thank you so much. You've gotten a round of applause from all of us here in the studio. And I think it was such a pertinent point that you closed on, this sort of expanding ways, different ways of expanding the industry, different ways of keeping income and value within countries. For example, Botswana has successfully been able to do, and also institutions in the West, both decolonizing their curriculum and also attracting more participants, more students who wish to come from different parts of Africa to think that this is a place for them, this is a space for them. So as you rightly said, we have lots of questions. We'll start from some from the floor. And so this one is, I think, directed to Emefa. So Emefa, if you're still with us, the question is, lost wax casting really is a dying technique that needs to be revived here in West Africa. How can those interested in learning connect with you? Have you considered doing a learning tour? So that's to you, Emefa.
So I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a dying technique. There are masters currently working with lost wax casting, but from my discussions with my master goldsmith, one of the things that came up was that because it isn't a quick process, and you need a lot of patience to work in the way that they work. A lot of younger people, should we say the youth, they don't have that patience. It needs to be nurtured and taught in some way, because they're so used to this current way of living, which is fast. The internet, everything is very quick, and they just lack that patience that, in fact, most of us jewelers, designers and makers, artists have. And so that's the problem, just being able to make it attractive to younger people. So with regards to me, personally, I would absolutely love to at some point, but not alone. I think that this is something that we need. We need a group of us to do it together, because, for instance, the way that I use wax is perhaps not the same way that Melanie would use wax, but our pieces are both created. Well, some of them, not all of them, through Lost Wax Casting. So it would be helpful to have Melanie's point of view, my point of view, the traditional goldsmith's point of view, Third Crown's point of view. So I think if we have, the more of us there are, we can actually definitely start a movement back home. So yes, I'm very open to teaching in that way.
Perhaps all of you could be part of a future Gold West Africa speaking tour, just throwing it out there to the organisers. So we have a second question, and this one is actually to all of you. So anyone who feels sort of called by the Spirit, so to speak, to answer it can, or many of you, because I think we can get a multiplicity of voices. How can we get more African storytelling in through jewellery? And they've also, the person who put that question in said, this has been a breathtaking and inspiring session. So I think any of you can answer to that, because you've all been part of the breathtaking and inspiration. So please.
I can go first. For example, like for me, you know, working with the non-gazetteer, it's one way for me to reclaim my heritage. So for the first collection that we made, which is also called the Heritage Collection, I used inspiration from my mother's tribe. She comes from the Lozi tribe in Zambia. And traditionally, when a woman gets married, among the Lozis, she used to get a basket called a Makenge basket. It's made from some reeds which grow along the Zambezi River. And this basket can be passed on from generation to generation and can last as long as 100 years, you know. The more it gets used, the more beautiful it becomes. So I think in terms of storytelling, it's important to weave those stories actually in our marketing and our branding. But then also to use, you know, our heritage, you know, our background, our culture, our traditions as sources of inspiration. So that's my answer.
Do we have anyone else in the panel that want to speak to storytelling?
I have a sort of a heritage series that I've been working on as well. And with that, I'm aware that the most authentic story I can tell is my story. But then what have I been influenced by? What do I remember about my childhood and growing up in Ghana, and the things that I sort of was and wasn't allowed to have, and things that I observed along the way. So that's how I'm sort of telling that story, and looking at, similar to the baskets that you've mentioned, I'm looking at the calabash, for instance, which is, as you all know, very, very much a part of life in Africa. But that is not just the form that I'm looking at other forms. So telling that story in a way that I think there has been, I particularly don't like the way that certain symbols, like Adinkra symbols, are used. They're everywhere. It's sort of, without cheapening our culture and making sort of caricatures out of them, I want to present it in a way that is very respectful to us as a people, and so I'm also sort of battling with that. How do I do it, and how do I do it so that it's respectful? It's not done to. Everybody's inspired by Africa lately. regardless of where they're from, but how do we do it properly? How do we respect our heritage and our history, you know? So just wanted to add that, yeah.
Thank you.
Touching on what Melanie mentioned about decolonizing the educational curriculum. Also decolonizing education in Africa. There's not enough of what we're talking about being taught. You know, the whole educational curriculum is still from the colonial times. So we're talking about jewelry today because it is not included in the curriculum, not in Zambia. I haven't seen it. So decolonizing the educational system on the continent is super important.
Definitely.
Thank you so much, and it's very true, Nonge. I wish I had more time. There was also a question from someone that was related to how they could get in touch with Awima. The tech support will capture your email and we will forward that on to the team at Awima. But I would like to thank everybody involved in this panel for really giving us so much food for thought. It was a veritable feast. I think we've had a lot of takeaways from what Third Crown were talking about regarding how to better engage. So, I mean, gold producing mining companies could engage with brands such as them to source their gold from them, through to this very rich discussion that Melanie pointed to of decolonizing the curriculum, and what MF is talking about of retaining craft and craft heritage and traditions and skills, but also fusing them with the new, and also what Inonge and Jarlath spoke about, which was very much about empowering people and empowering people in the supply chain so they get equitable pay for their work and also for the things that they are actually sourcing, which are precious metals and gemstones. And finally, not to forget how we kicked off with Lola, the importance of storytelling, the importance of fusing one's heritage and one's norms and one's different ideas and experiences and how they inform the jewelry you create. And finally, not to forget the importance of education back here in Africa with all the amazing work that is being done at Lagos Jewelry School. So thank you all for listening. Thank you for being such an attentive audience. It's been an absolute pleasure.
afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We are Gold Week Africa here, live in Lagos, and we've had a most fantastic day all about jewelry, African jewelers, African design, African resources, and taking that to the world and to each other. So, our last session for today, our last information session, I think after the previous one, it's a really perfect time to bring this content in and these speakers. It's golden design, utility, and luxury. And we start this session with a presentation from Labi Akapo, who is the CEO and diamond mounter of Akapo Jewels in South Africa. And Labi is going to give a presentation, which I'm really looking forward to as well. It's on looking back at our golden era to re-establish our golden future. And just quickly to introduce Labi, he was on a panel earlier today, in fact, kicked off the day on the first panel. But for those that maybe missed it, let me introduce Labi, and then I'll let him take the stand. Labi Kapo is a master goldsmith, diamond mounter, who learned his craft in London, one of the first Africans to work in the UK jewellery industry. He boasts 45 years' experience in the jewellery industry at bespoke level of manufacturing and clientele. The company that Labi heads, Akapo Jewels, is an accredited training and services provider for 11 years, as well as an ISO 9001 certified company that offers specialized training to the youth of the continent of Africa and internationally. A specialist in platinum techniques and antique jewelry, as well as rare artifacts. Labi, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you. You may begin.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Labi. Sorry, you may.
Hello, I'm still hearing another voice. Hello, can you hear me? Thank you. Good afternoon, and all protocols observed. As you know, as I said, I'm here to talk about looking back at our golden era to reestablish our golden future. It's I believe, quite a serious subject because it's the way forward, I believe, for us as African goldsmiths to know our great past in order to go forward to our great future that is yet to come. Hello?
Labi, we can hear you. Please go on.
Oh, sorry, I was hearing another voice. Yeah, thank you. As you can see my background there, I'm Labi Kapo. I have been, as you see, a goldsmith for the last 46 years.
Are you having a problem with sound?
Hello, hello. Okay. Hearing myself again, what I've just said 10 seconds ago.
Maybe having Labi.
Okay, as you can see, yeah, I'm hearing your voice echo twice, and I'm hearing my own voice echo twice as well.
Do you have a second device nearby, Labi, that may be creating some feedback? Can you hear me? You can unmute yourself, Labi.
I'm unmuted now. I'm trying to see if there's a second device nearby. There isn't one. I'm trying to see. Is that quite clear now? Because I'm going to hear myself in another 10 seconds again.
Side.
Well, this slide has been up for quite some time now. It was originally. Can you move to the next slide, please? This is a look back at our history as Kemetic, Black and Moorish people. I'm using the word Kemetic. I can hear you now, but I can go on speaking. I'm looking back at...
Keep going, Labi. We can hear you. It's all good. We can.
And I'm hearing myself again. I'm hearing myself say what I said 10 seconds ago.
The technical team have asked me if you can keep going. We can hear you fine on our side.
Hearing myself say what I just said, and it's interrupting me. Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can... Hello? Hello, 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 hello. It's interrupted. Okay. I'll try again, but I'm hearing myself about 10 to 15 seconds later, what I've just said. So I'm interrupting my own self, so I can't get where I'm speaking from. I'll try again. Look, I look back at our history as Kemetic, Black, Moorish people. I'm using the word Kemetic because this is one of the ancient words of what we called ourselves. Unfortunately, we seem to be using the word Egypt all the time. We seem to be using the word Egypt to Egyptians, being that it's on the continent of Africa and the northeast corner of Africa. But Egypt is what other people's called us. So can you go back a slide, please? Can you stay on this slide, please? Look back at our history. I'm hoping that I don't hear myself again. Hello, Nicole? Hello, Nicole? Hello, Nicole?
Hear you. We can hear you. You can keep going.
Okay, Can I speak again? I'm hearing about 3 or 4 voices now at the same time repeating everything I say to myself or what I'm saying to you.
Side, but the tech team here are trying to get to the root of it. Bear with us. We'll figure this out.
Can you make this a full screen, please? Okay, because really, Nicole, it's very difficult because I am actually hearing myself speak on top of myself about 10 to 15 seconds after I've spoken, and it's interrupting me to say my next sentence. So I don't know if I can wait a few minutes for the tech team to work it out.
They're asking me to ask you. We are hearing you, so they're asking you to continue. We're not getting that feedback on our side that you say you're hearing. They're just asking if perhaps you can carry on while they work on it. I know it's frustrating. I'm so sorry. Little technical glitch is due to happen. But please, we're here. We're not going anywhere. We've got time. Our moderator of the discussion is aware. Everyone's on standby, so we just keep going and we'll figure it out. So please stay with us. And they've just asked if you can carry on. They're working on trying to find a solution so that on your side you don't get that that feedback that is obviously disturbing for you to give the presentation.
Okay, can you put my second slide up, please?
You can maybe use your laptop without the earpiece. That may help a little bit.
I look back at our history as Kemetic black people, Moorish people, as we described ourselves in the past. What I would like to say is that jewelry making is not new in Africa. In fact, it began here. I put up on the screen some ancient artifacts. I put on the screen some artifacts of some pieces of jewelry that I personally witnessed, especially the top three. I personally witnessed seeing these. Okay. Our history as Kemetic black people, Moorish people, it's not the same. We described ourselves in the past. What I would like to say is that jewelry making is not new in Africa. In fact, it began here. I put up on the screen some ancient artifacts. I put on the screen some artifacts of some pieces of jewelry that I personally witnessed, especially the top three. I personally witnessed seeing these. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try to go on. I'm hearing myself, and now it's about the...
Labi, I understand. Just to make sure that all devices around you are maybe closed, YouTube is closed, the app is closed, just to make sure that there's no other potential to create that feedback loop that you're getting, or the delay that you're getting. That's just something the tech team have asked, just to make sure if we can... It seems as if there's sort of another device perhaps that's interfering with the sound.
I've closed everything down now. I'm hoping I don't hear myself again. In the top left-hand corner, that the piece of jewelry you're looking at is a little vase that was made here in Africa 4,563 years ago. These are the sort of the designs that we were making here on the continent. If you see the symmetry and the balance of everything, and it's quite well made. Now, first of all, apart from making that, we can't make that without the tools. So blacksmiths will have to be involved in the manufacture of making like that. So obviously there was a whole industry that was existing here in Africa long before many of us believed that we made jewelry. Let's try this again. So it's quite an old piece. And now, obviously, while you're looking at that top piece, you can see that it's not being beaten out of one piece. Solder has been involved. So now we're bringing in alchemy because you now have to make your solders. Now, in order to make solder out of the gold, you also have to include zinc in order to lower the temperature so you can solder. So there's quite a lot of, it's quite a big industry, and it's not properly discussed to us as a people. We ourselves don't look at it like that. But let's not forget there's blacksmiths involved. And while the blacksmiths involved, he also needed to cut his solder with shears. So we would have had to have some type of scissors or some type of cutting mechanism in order to cut the solder, in order to start the solder and make the top part of that little vase thing, solder the top, and then obviously polish it all down and make it very unique and very one-sided and very balanced. Now, the piece next to it is I'm going to say it's a lost wax process. Now, I have heard people mention it earlier before. You can see, well, I'm going to say this is a lost wax casting of, at that time, it was a woman called Hathor in the ancient Egyptian or ancient African manufacture of the jewelry. As you can see, this piece is 2,863 years ago. But before I go on, I'd like to go on to say, here is the actual book. I saw it. I would just actually open up a second, so I think it's worth looking at. For those who are French speaking, it's La Femme au Temps des Pharaons, literally meaning women in the time of the pharaohs. So this is the actual book that I bought when I was in Brussels, because this exhibition was going around the world, which wasn't stopping in the UK. So a group of us then went on the ferry and traveled over to Brussels in order to see this jewelry that was being displayed in Brussels. So I was an eyewitness to all of this, and I was so amazed and shocked. At that time, I was 9 years a goldsmith, and just seeing these pieces alone inspired me. This lost wax process of the Hathor, the central one figure here, is something that I was taken aback. Moving to the right, where it says 3853, this is, once again, lost wax casting has been used again. And in between this, I know it's not the best picture, but in between this was these are amethyst beads, all fully drilled with silk thread going through them. And now this is described, because I said the book I went to is all in French, but it's all fully described as a waist chain. This is what our women wore around their waist 3,853 years ago, just to give you an idea. And you can't actually see it. Those leopard heads, their mouths actually open. And inside, you can see all their teeth are all nicely carved out and filed out nicely. And there's a stopper to stop the beads going all the way through the waist chain. So it's, once again, it's a design that's been well thought out. Coming down to the right-hand side, the bracelet. This is a bracelet. It's 3,443 years ago. Now, this is the bracelet that was worn and made by our women in Egypt. Well, I'd like to say, starting from the top of the bracelet, those light blue colors are turquoise little ringlets that have been drilled through. Coming down to the second, the darker blue is lapis lazuli, which has also been drilled through. And in the middle, that is the orangey colors are cornelian beads. And then obviously all the other parts are gold, which have been turned out into tiny little rings and slid onto a wire. But what I also want to point out is that lapis lazuli, the darker blue, only comes from Afghanistan. So trade was going on between Africa and the rest of the world. We'd have it believed that there was nothing really happening around the world other than what happened when Europe expanded themselves. But we were manufacturing and trading amongst ourselves quite comfortably and happily amongst ourselves for a number of years before the interruptions. This is all before the Greece and Rome era coming through. On the bottom left in the middle is Tutankhamun's death mask. Once again, those same orange stones have been used. It's a cornelian and a turquoise, and also enamel, which you can also see. And once again, this is not made out of one piece. It's a series of components which have been soldered together. So once again, we do have all these techniques. We've had them all the time in Africa. We've had interruptions, so we don't know about them so much. And apart from that, what I'm talking about, those cornelian turquoise little pieces that you see just below the Tutankhamun's beard, is all carved and cut. It's lapidary work, and it's been inserted. So we were cutting and polishing our gemstones that far back. By the way, his death mask weighed 11 kilos. On the bottom left-hand corner is the Tutankhamun's coffin, and you can see he's quite been very well made. The cornelian, the turquoise is all inlaid. Once again, it's lapidary work, and stone cutting is being employed to make this type of jewelry. Just the one other thing to add on is that coffin there is weighing 1 ton of gold. So just to give you an idea that once again, nothing under the sun is new. Next slide, please. There is big gaps, but I decided to bring this picture in. This is Mutata Empire, King Mutata. The Mutata Empire and King Monomotapa in the 1440, the Empire of Mutata was under the leadership of the King Monomotapa, or Monomotapa the Great. The Monomotapa Empire covered what is now known today as Zimbabwe, Namibia, Botswana, Mozambique, and South Africa. And what I've done, I've put a map on the side just to show you the size of his kingdom. And there, once again, you can see the king in his crown and his mace, or I'm going to call it his mace, or his scepter. And if you notice how straight his scepter has been made, now, once again, we would have had tools. You can't make this just by rolling the metal out on a piece of concrete. It's workmanship. We needed our blacksmiths to make the tools in for us to manufacture this type of jewelry. And just for the record, these paintings or these drawings, Monomotapa, his own physical picture that you're looking at, wasn't drawn by us. It was drawn by the Portuguese explorers. And if you just read the small print, it's all in Portuguese at the bottom, but you can Google this this actual image of King Monomotapa to see for yourself. And Portuguese didn't just come alone. Here on the right of that map that you're looking at, of the southern tip of Africa, it was his kingdom, and that map was drawn by Portuguese explorers. So they brought their own cartographers with them, just to give you an idea where we're going with this type of jewelry industry. So we were quite autonomous, and we're working quite happily by ourselves, and before different interruptions came through to us. Next slide, please. Here I put Queen Nzinga. So we put the king, we have to put the queen. She was born in 1583, died in 1633. She ruled what we call Monomotapa Kingdom, which is now known as Angola, and partly and across Africa towards Mozambique as well. She had quite a large kingdom. She ruled her people, I understand, for more than 40 years. And like many royals before her, during her era, Queen Nzinga was a courageous leader and a true chief of her people. She did quite a lot in order to try to stem the flow of the slave trade. So that's why she's quite famous. But I wanted to emphasize again, she's wearing a crown, and look at the brooch that she's had, her armband on, the brooch she's used to hold her cloths together, wrap her together, sorry. Next slide, please. The lost wax posted, Benin bronzes. I decided to put this up because it was, the artwork is so amazing. as you know, Nigeria's Benin City has a rich history of an African metal working technique called, once again, the lost wax casting process. This is, as you can see, is a huge statue of the king, and it's more than life size. In order to manufacture this, to make these type of pieces, because it is a lost wax process, so this could have just have been, apart from being made in bronze, it could have been made in gold. The technique of the lost wax process is to literally carve and make all this out of wax, and it'd be hollow inside as well, so it'd all be nicely done and finely done, and then through the process, a plaster Paris of different pieces are used in order to encase everything and heat it all up to burn out the wax. What I need to stress is this lost wax casting is not pour a little bit today and you pour a bit more tomorrow. It's a once-off cast. So you can imagine the size of the crucible that I needed to melt the copper, and I say copper and tin because bronze is made out of a mixture of 70 to 80% of copper and 10 to 12% tin in order to make your bronze. Now, the gentleman standing next to him is Mark Walker, the grandson of the British soldier who took part in the looting of the Benin City in 1897. He's now returning these items to make, experts say, opens up a debate about what could have happened to the hundreds of items that are in private collections. I've had to do my own research, and I found out that when they did remove many of these bronzes and took them back to England, they were auctioned off. So now you have these Benin bronzes around the world. I've heard it's from Norway to Australia to New Zealand to Canada, America, and other parts of Europe as well. So just to show you that our work is all around the world, and it wasn't taken there by ourselves, but it's something that we did, and we were quite capable of doing our own type of manufacture. On the bottom right-hand corner, you can see there's another very detailed bronze. It's so lifelike, you could probably know someone who looks like him even to this day. Next slide, please. Here, our golden future. We have, as I said, I've emphasized in the past, there's quite a few other things I'd like to say. Maybe I'll come back a bit later on. I'm also looking at time as well, but if I have an opportunity to come back, there is a lot more to say on that. This is ECOWAS as a member countries, and we must do an introspective realize a golden future of its citizens by addressing the following. You can see, by the way, just that middle picture, those three heads that you can see in the middle there, these are what they were called blackamoors. And this is the jewelry that was made in England by the European goldsmiths of the African people that they encountered when they came back, and ideas that they believed. And they were made in earrings and brooches and all different types of things. They are still quite relevant. They're quite antique-wise. And I have even myself decorated some of these in gold where I was training and learning in London over the years. Next slide, please. Challenges faced by the jewelry and diamond and gemstone industry in West Africa. Yes, that is very big. Because myself, I spent, I'm going to go back probably 25 years. I started coming home to Nigeria, trying to access and see what I could do with the jewelry industry. Access to metal, to me, in those days was very hard. At that time, most of our mindset was all about oil and gas. And I did travel around to a few places in Nigeria. I went to Ife, I went to Ogbomoso, I went to Kaduna, I went to Jos. I even went to one of the sapphire mines in Jos. I can't tell you the exact name. I know I came out of the airport in Jos and I turned right, and that was the direction I went, and suddenly we came across, we went some distance and we did go to the sapphire mines. But anyway, access to metal. I found it was very difficult, and I even, at that time, 25 years ago, I met other goldsmiths who also had a struggle in order to access metal in those days, but it sounds very different now. Now I've met Nira, and she's introduced me to Kyan Smith, her company, or whatever the structure of her company is, who she works with in her company, but there's silver on the right as well. And all these metals are there, and I also do know there is platinum in Nigeria. I saw it there 25 years ago, And but most of it was just leaving the country, all unprocessed. It was just leaving in bars, and there was no idea about manufacture, because most times when I was there, most people hadn't heard of an African goldsmith, or I'm going to say black goldsmith in those days. But here I am now. I'm 46 years later as a goldsmith, and I'm still striving to do something within Nigeria as well as other parts of Africa. And we need to really build up a school eventually in order to become our own goldsmiths on the continent. Access to infrastructure. Here on the left-hand side, there's what I would call it a master classroom bench, because I can see he's got all the drawers and he's got quite a few tools around him. But this is not the bench that we'd start our students on. We'd probably start them on a bit of a smaller bench, but very similar hand tools in order to manufacture. On the right of this access structure is a bigger workshop, just showing you the different types of tools we'd need. Once again, blacksmiths would be involved in our jewelry manufacture, so it's nothing is new under the sun. Government financing and support. Well, we do work with the government here in South Africa, because the government, because of their past history, they obviously found out there's quite a few people without a skill. So the government went out their way to enhance all the skills within I'm going to say the infrastructure of the country. I happen to be known on the gold side, so I came through 18 years ago in South Africa, where we felt that we could transfer more of our skills here, because I did look in Nigeria, I traveled to Sierra Leone, I traveled to Ghana, and many of these places I went to more than 2 to 3 times to have a look. But at that time, it was people ourselves, because we sometimes aren't the biggest supporter of ourselves, because we don't know that we were the beginnings and the founders of all what we're looking at, what we're discussing here. So I used to come through and try to talk to people, but it was, no, they just knew they were buying something overseas. And I first came across the buying overseas. I heard some ideas, because obviously I was working in London. I saw many of the companies I worked for, and I was in the companies, and obviously I know our people were coming to the UK, because when the job card came through the workshops, I would see our African names and Yoruba names on the worksheet. So, but when I did meet our own people at different occasions, they would more be interested in still going back to Europe. And even though I was making their jewelry, they didn't know. They just assumed it was Europeans who were always making everything, and they thought it was always better than anybody else. But it was just misguided and information that they had received. So I'm going to come back to the financing and government support. Yes, government are there, but at the same time, public-private partnerships work just as well. And I believe when the public-private partnerships work very well, government does come on board once they see good examples of its support. So it's all about giving each other the support and believing in ourselves, buying from ourselves, and that in a way would be the first thing. Instead of a gold bar leaving the continent, we really must finish it off as a finished product and sell the finished product. After all the raw materials are here. When I first came to Nigeria, I did a research in Jos. I found that we had emeralds, rubies, sapphires, aquamarine, tourmalines, amethysts, citrines. There was just abundance of stones. We were just blessed in Africa with all these raw materials. Unfortunately, they're leaving our continent unfinished. We need to emphasize, and we need to, and I believe Nigeria is on the right path, or ECOWAS is on the right path of restructuring, so that we can sell a finished product of gold rather than a bar of gold. Because here I am in South Africa doing the same trade, and it's reached a point now that I was shocked that to find out that the jewelry in South Africa is 80% imported. It was, I couldn't believe it. It's just, here it was, gold and diamonds were coming from South Africa, yet we had such a high imported gold and diamonds again. And it was basically, the jewelry was being sent out, finished abroad by somebody else, and coming back. So we're actually taking jobs out of our own mouths, literally, not even feeding ourselves. We'd rather feed somebody else abroad and then buy it from them. And it's not making sense. We need to emphasize that we have to buy from ourselves. We must structure ourselves so that we actually do get this off the ground. I think it's a great week, this Gold Week Africa, and I'm all for it. I have been here in South Africa 18 years, but I'm on the continent. That's the most important thing. So we are making, and I have been structuring. And as I teach the young people here in Johannesburg, I teach at the University of Johannesburg. I also teach at the Central University of Technology in the Free State. So it's all about transferring skills, and I'm more than happy to do it. And it's not about keeping it to myself and just I've got to make money for myself. It's about collaboration. I can't do all this alone, and we need to have our own people come on board, our governments and everybody else come on board, and let's get this business of the gold infrastructure off the ground and promote ourselves, that we're doing the best thing. I traveled to Dubai to have a look at the industry there. I was amazed again. I saw the place full up with Africans buying jewelry. They can buy jewelry, but they feel that they don't see what they want on the continent. It's because we don't advertise ourselves and know about ourselves to know that these things can be manufactured here. Next slide, please. Gold and gemstones forms two major segments of West African gems and jewelry market. Gems and jewelry. The diamonds are on the continent already. The color stones I've mentioned, what I saw in Nigeria, and I know there's diamonds in Ghana, because I saw them there myself, a place called Apra Mine. The pearls, I'm not sure they're around the Red Sea, they are here as well. Gold, platinum, jewelry, that's for us to manufacture. I know I put it there as gold, platinum jewelry, but it's for us, and the silver. And then once again, the gem set jewelry. Now, most people know us as a goldsmith, but my actual trade name in London, if you wanted to look for my industry, you would actually have to look for a diamond mounter, because what I actually do is I make the mount that's going to support the diamond. That's where I come in. And so I've always made at the very high end, and I was fortunate enough to just push myself to certain companies. Sometimes I went there for 1 or 2, 3 interviews until I got the job. It was all about getting in and learning more experience. I was so determined, I took cuts in pay just to get into certain companies so I could see what was going on and learn some more. So hence I've been I wouldn't say all around the world, but I have been working. I know my jewelry has gone all around the world, from Japan to China to America. And I've seen it being sold in the auction houses. I did commissions for Sotheby's, Christie's and Phillips. I've seen my work. I have the magazines to showcase my work, and I also have to keep putting my finger in some of my pictures so that I can show the before and after when it does reach the magazines, because people I found were always asking, did you make that yourself? Did you really make all by yourself? And I just got really tired of it. So hence I started taking pictures of most of my work just to promote that we are doing something. I then wrote articles when I came here for one of them was for the New African magazine. People said to me, oh, well, sometimes people pick it up, you might get more inquiries. Could you believe it? We received an email, and CNN said, well, they were so shocked at seeing the magazine in Atlanta, Georgia. The director wrote an email to us, said, look, we would like to make a documentary on what you're doing, because we don't know any other person who's come from the UK and is coming back to share their skills in Africa. And they did. The journalist who interviewed me said, well, we did do a research, but you're unique. We couldn't find another one of you. So I was even more amazed then. Not that I'm the first. I still believe others are there before me. I do know one elder goldsmith, Mr. Chief Ayo Adeniji, who was a goldsmith in London in 1957, 58. I believe he was a goldsmith, and he was one of the top goldsmiths. He was all by himself. No one knew about him. I didn't know about him. I heard a rumor, but I wasn't too sure. So years later, I'm going to say 25 years ago, I was introduced to him in London. I couldn't believe it. And when he started telling me who he worked for, so he told me all the things he was doing, and I went to his shop in Adeniro Agunshoyo shopping centre and spent time. He even opened his workshop for me to do some work. So I have made jewelry in Nigeria. It's not the first, and I'm glad. I just felt happy to make jewelry on my home soil, because it just meant something very special to me, and he gave me the opportunity. as we were talking, he said, well, I said, who did you work for? He started going through the different places he worked for. Then he mentioned the name Kaczynski. Those are people, you know, the very high end of the jury would know of that shop. They have shops in Bond Street and Knightsbridge and Mayfair in London. He told me who he worked for, and he said, oh, he was a foreman. And I said, well, with Kaczynski. And I was so shocked. I said, how come we've never heard of you? He said, well, he's a quiet man. He just likes to get on with what he likes to do. Anyway, coming back from Nigeria on one of these occasions, I ended up talking to my boss, who I believe I learned quite a lot with him, which was Barry Stern. He said, yes, he knows my boss's father. And I said, why do you know that? I was just amazed again. He said, well, he was a foreman. And then I came back, I spoke to my boss, Barry, who I'd been sitting next to for 8 years, but we'd never really talked about this. And I said, my chief identity knows, Mr. Ayo Identity knows you. He said, oh yes, Mr. Ayo, I know him. And I couldn't believe it. So there I was. He was the first Nigerian that I know of to work in London. And then I ended up working with his father, his son is a jeweler. So I picked up quite a lot from his father because I was fortunate to be trained by people whose father and grandfather was goldsmiths. So there was years of experience I was gaining while I was going around I call it the tour of the workshops, because I did pick up, I managed to go in different places, apply for jobs, and I just kept pushing to learn more, to learn more, to learn more. And that's where I reached this level now. And it's now, I can't sit on this information. And I believe I said the same in the CNN documentary, that I've now reached a time that I can't sit on all this information. I got emails all from around the world telling me, wow, because one of the things that I said was, if you come to me, I'm not going to teach you to be as good as me. I'm going to teach you to be better than me. So that way I know I've done my job well and I'm doing it right. Because if I don't do it, you to be better than me, there's no progress and there's nothing else is going to happen. We'll just be static. So we've got to keep moving to the next move, to the next move. So that's where I found that I still want to be in the jewelry industry, obviously, and I want to train a lot more people to do what I do and be better than me. I don't have a problem with anyone being better than me. It's all about transferring the skills and passing on. Then they should be. They should be better than me because there's progress. Otherwise, you're just standing still. I hope I've made that clear. I'd like the next slide, please. Cohesion to meet the developmental goals in West Africa. Yes, on the top left-hand corner here, as you can see, there's someone right at the pit. I know that experience. I've watched it because I spent a good, probably in total, 9 months in the interior in Garda. I didn't have a problem, no running water, pit toilet, no electricity, but it was all about knowledge and experience. It was just nice to see the gold coming out of the ground and see how it's worked and before, and then goes its process. As you see, as you go down the picture, you can see them panning the gold in the river there, and then you can see the melting of the gold and pouring of it, and then you can see obviously the gold bars. And the idea is that those gold bars shouldn't leave Africa like that. They're supposed to be made, leaving Africa in a finished product, and that's the direction we need to go. The ECOWAS West African governments must come together to form a regional gold assay office as a recognized body to regulate the licenses of manufactured jewelry and processed and gemstones and polished diamonds. That's the direction we need to go. And we're there, we just need to perfect ourselves now. And that's only going to happen when we believe in ourselves and we purchase them within ourselves. Next slide, please. Jewelry design element. Well, we do need our designers. They do play a great part, and people do have an eye and for the flair of jewelry design. They may not be manufacturers, but they can see certain things and contrast. And that I was fortunate with the school I went to in London, we had a tip-top workshop. So designs were what I was doing, and I was also able to pick up all my hand skills because I was winning awards when I was at school within the engineering side. So it's strange how I slowly found myself. I enjoy technical drawing because I believe geometry is all what the universe is about and what the designs are about. But we need a balance anyway. Jewelry piece must be symmetrical, asymmetric and radical. Contrast, color and rendering. We need to use all the different color golds. I'm aware that I've been using red gold, pink gold, white gold, and yellow gold. And with those colors, you can make beautiful jewelry. And the more to the point, when you make jewelry with different color golds, it's one proof that this piece has not been cast. It's a one-off piece and it's handmade. And while you're hand making, you're polishing the inside of the jewelry, because when you're working at the top end of the jewelry, people do look inside the jewelry. People are more educated in Europe about the jewelry. They want to see a solder joint. They don't want to see something inside that's not been polished. And when you start casting things, you don't get a polish on the inside. So that's the giveaway of cast jewelry and handmade jewelry. And obviously people, if they see it's cast, they think, oh, there's more than one, they're not interested. So there is the mass production not taken away, but there are people who love to specialize in their own handmade pieces. And they like to say, I've designed that piece and I watched the goldsmith make it. Like I do here, I've made jewelry for people from here to Nigeria, and I've sent it through to them. And I also send pictures and a little bio of me manufacturing and polishing. Sometimes I manage to send the moving pictures as well, depending on the data that they can receive in Nigeria as well. So I'd like to give you an update as to where and how I've manufactured your jewelry. And so as I'm doing it here in Nigeria, South Africa, I've been posting it to Nigeria and people receive their jewelry well. And they've been very happy, and I get lots of accolades from our people in Nigeria as well. Proportion, if the jewelry is off the design, it will be, if it's not in the right proportion, it's not right. But your eye can see if you can see a balance. If there's not a balance, the eye will pick it up. You don't have to be a manufacturer in order to see a balance. Your eye will tell that looks tilted, that looks slanted. So this is where we need to make sure our jewelers know the direction they're going. The presentation of a jewelry piece, it must be appealing to the eye, of course, and the jewelry must speak for itself. It's so that when people are proudly wearing something, it flows with their body and it just sits nicely and comfortably on themselves. Next slide, please. Look, I've just decided just to show you a little basic. I mean, first of all, there's the gold, the melting of the gold into a mold. The next is the rolling out with the rolling mills, where you can roll your square wire and your flat wire in order to start to manufacture what we call the form, because when you're assembling pieces, you make all the separate components. Once they've all been made, you then start putting them together and soldering them together as you go along. And there's someone there filing a bit at the bench. But just to show you a general picture of where it's going. The next slide, please. The jewelry manufacturing flow. Once again, the soldering, in the top left-hand corner, you see the soldering taking place. The gemstones and the diamond setting is on the right-hand side, and we'll just put something there just to really show you what actually is happening and how it's made, but obviously you can't see how they arrived at all those things. And then on the bottom side, you can see the buffing, and then eventually the buffing meaning you need to take off all the file scratches and all, make the gold as smooth as possible in order to go onto the polish machine so you get that high polish shine. Next slide, please. Question and answers. Before I go, just to show you again, I pointed out some pictures. These two pieces in the middle, these are made in London by European goldsmiths. Once again, they were making pictures and decorating pictures of ourselves of what they saw when they came to Africa as well. So they did come back, and they also made jewelry. You can see these are the pair of earrings that people have made. I tried to keep it as short as possible. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to your questions and answers. Your questions, please. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Lovey. That was really great, so educational. We've had comments coming in, people loving the presentation, finding it so informative. We may have struggled to hear you initially, but we heard you, and that was really interesting. And we do have a couple of questions for you, Lovey. So let me fire away, because I know we've still got a discussion to get into. So, Lovey, in Benin and Bida, there's still multi-generational artisans doing breathtaking work in casting and metal work. How can the art design, curators, museums, and galleries get involved with bringing this beautiful history and craftsmanship to prominence? You can respond to them both. What are the ways we can maximize advertising, promoting African craftsmanship in gold and precious metals?
Oh, sorry. There's an echo back again. Yeah, as I said, I can come home myself and make it myself and put it in the museum. I'm very keen to do that as well. But I would like to encourage the younger people to look back at our past, looking back at our past and doing research. Don't just take my word for it. Do research. Go and find out who made what. Look, I've put Tutankhamun's death mask up, but I don't know the goldsmith. They've never told us who the goldsmith is because the people who are around the area, well, they're not the original people who made those pieces of jewelry, so they're not bothered whether we know who the goldsmith is. But it's up to us to go out and find out who is the goldsmith. He would have hallmarked. He would have marked his name on it, because I do. I mean, I'm a member of the London Assay Office. I have been since 1980. So anything I made, once you register, my initials on it is TLK for Thomas Labby Capo in an oval disc, and anything I make in London or have made, or if I'm abroad and I send it there to be a hallmark, it will have my mark on it. Obviously, I'm not doing it at the moment. You just stamping my work with a capo in this side, but we need to mark our work and make the next generation proud of what our older generation have done.
And can you speak perhaps to the initial question of just how can the art and design curators, museums, also get involved in bringing this history forward and promoting all this craftsmanship and this tradition of craftsmanship?
The museums, their biggest start would be to ask for our artifacts back, wherever they are around the world. We know they were removed without being paid for. We know they're removed without us agreeing for them to take them. So we can start there by asking for artifacts back and then putting on display and say, this is the great work that XYZ did at that time in those years, and this is where we need to lead our people onto. And then we can start doing the manufacture, because as the great artists, you normally copy what someone else has done, and then you get better at it. And so that's the best way we're going to go forward, I believe.
Lovely, and I think that's a good point to bring in the next discussion that I know you'll be part of too, so much more to discuss. So without much further ado, I'm going to introduce Abiola Fashion, who's going to moderate this chat. Abby is she's passionate about strategy and sustainability within the jewelry and mining industries. With experience as varied as working as a strategist at a global luxury jewelry house to managing design and production of collections, as well as advising jewelry and mining startups, Abiola understands the business and creative sides of the jewelry industry. Let me introduce her now. Can you come on, Abby? And she will introduce the other panelists. Thanks, Labby.
Thank you, Nicole, for that great introduction.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everyone. Hello, esteemed panelists. Thank you for joining us today. Good morning, good afternoon, audience from wherever you are joining us from. As Nicole introduced me, I will be your moderator for what I hope will be an informative session on gold in design and utility. As we mentioned, we have such a great panel for you today. I'm joined by Labby Capo, the CEO and diamond mounter of Akapo Jewels based in South Africa, Moyo Olushayinde, director of Aga Concept based in Nigeria, and Umi Daya, art and luxury lifestyle specialist based in Senegal. Now, in just a moment, we are going to kick things off with introductions by the panelists themselves. But if you will please allow me to set the stage before we dive in. Those of you who are able to join Labby's session, you learned a little bit more, hopefully, about the history of gold in Africa. Now, with that grounding, what we hope to do for you during this session is to go beyond just gold. If gold can be viewed as one of Africa's original luxury markets, then how can we view the further development of Africa's luxury market? For some of our panelists, this futuristic lens will clearly involve gold and gold markets, while for others, this lens may go beyond gold. But all of our panelists share a focus on building the African luxury market. And we know this. It is estimated by the Brookings Institute that 1 in 5 of the world's consumers will live in Africa by the end of the next decade. With growing urbanization, increased consumption, improving business climates, a rise in individual wealth, and predictions such as 43% of Africans belonging to the middle or upper class in just a few years, not to mention countless articles from the likes of esteemed publications such as Vogue, using the global platform to shine the light on African designers and tastemakers. It could be stated that the African luxury market was, or has indeed, risen. Now, what do these figures I've shared with you not take into account? Most of these figures come from 2019, pre-COVID. For many sectors, not just luxury, COVID has created significant setbacks. It is estimated that COVID has slowed a decade of growth across luxury markets. Industry sales declined globally by about 20%, and it's estimated that it will take about 3 years to recover, obviously recognizing that recovery will be different from regional markets across countries, particularly as local economies recover. But the bright side, recovery will happen. It will happen gradually, but it will happen. And to help us explore the future of the luxury markets, we've established this amazing panel which span across design and lifestyle expertise. They are true tastemakers and visionaries. So to kick things off, the panelists will introduce themselves. We'll dive into 3 general topics, looking into how do we define luxury, especially in the African markets. We'll survey its challenges and also explore its opportunities. We will leave a few minutes at the end for questions, just as we've done with the previous panels, before giving our panelists the last word, and Nicole can close out our session for us. And they haven't asked me to do this, but they've built such an amazing platform with this Gold West Africa app. Use it, network, network, network. If we don't get to one of the questions you posed, find someone on this app that you can network with, pose the question, keep the conversation going, and the ideas, the insights flowing through the app. I've spoken enough. Without any further delay, panelists, if you could please give us intros about a minute or less, and then we'll get into questions. Lobby, since you're fresh off the heels of your great presentation, would you be able to please kick us off with introductions?
Introductions, sorry, introductions as in?
For those who might have joined the panel late, maybe they missed your session, just
okay.
So know who you are, where you come from, your amazing accolades.
Okay, once again, Labi Capo, Goldsmith for the last 46 years. Enjoy what I do, love what I do, and just dream about it, sleep about it, and continuously to encourage others to do what I do. And look, decided just to show you some of my work. This is a butterfly which I made, and I can show you a bit detail on it if we get another moment, but it's a butterfly I made, and it's what they call on the trembler. So it's like a butterfly's landed on you, and it's always continuously fluttering as you move around. Obviously, it's for the ladies, but I thought I'd just advertise what I do as well. So this is at the high end. I make them as a pair because that's how I used to be commissioned. Underneath is gold, and on the top it's silver, but I also specialize in antiques. So at the time they didn't have white gold in the 18th century, so I used to they would make something with silver on the top because to reflect the diamond, the white diamonds, and gold for the support underneath. So just 18 karat underneath. It's called papillon en trembler doublé. It literally means the butterfly on a trembler with a doublet because it's got 2 pieces of metal put together. But anyway, welcome everybody, and I'd like to hear from you as well because you're all goldsmiths, I believe, so, or in the art world anyway, and we all have something in common.
Thank you so much for that. Moyo, would you be able to go next, please?
Yes. Good evening, everyone, wherever you are, all over the world. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. My name is Moyo Ogunsende. I'm a creative director of a brand called Aga Concept. I'm originally a trained architect, so I am a designer. And for Aga Concept, we are passionate about taking African stories, African narratives, history, and bringing it into the modern context. And we use materials locally found, and we work in wood, in concrete, in clay, and in gold, in bronze, in metals. What has been really fascinating for us has been how, we use different materials that are around us, but I find that despite the fact these materials are around us, they're still not used in a modern way that fits our lifestyle. So we're having lots of designs of materials with gold and like metals that are still like, 50, hundreds of years old. And the idea is, look, how can we make these new products that fit our lives, the way we live as Africans? I was just really tired of living abroad and just not having things connected to me, and just wanting something that was edgy and gritty that just spoke to me, being African. So I'm really excited to talk about, the design process and using gold. So thank you.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, Umi, could you please go? Oops, if you can unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so bonjour à tous. I'm wishing you the best from Dakar. And just to talk a little bit about my story. It's, I started as a scientific background and then moved to the finance and ended up to be in the luxury world, living 15 years in Europe and 15 years in America. And working in the luxury world really was an open eye to what is luxury technically, because every culture around the world have its own luxury. But being an African, I was never really seeing luxury as something that is 100% Western. And the world, the way it's shaped, is really with an eye of a Western appreciation. So I'm sorry I was not able to watch all your the previous conferences, but from the few things I've seen, I still see that despite the fact there's jewelry making from African and diasporan people, they still have this heavy Western influence. And I think it's not just a gold issue. It's just like everything about where luxury can fit in. When it's about food, when it's about your fashion, when it's about your lifestyle, your hair, the way you wear it, etc., and contemporary art. So to me, working in the luxury world, I was working to rebrand companies, like Champagne in particular was my specialty in the United States especially. And it's interesting to see, to put the parallel between America and Africa. Champagne is very famous, very well known. Everybody associates it easily to luxury. But when you get to the US market, which is supposed to be the most extravagant country in the world, they don't buy champagne. They will have it for the name, but they will not buy it. And it's interesting because you're like, wow, America wants the flash, the fire, and the desire. Why Champagne is not giving that to America? And I've noticed that when you do work on the field in the United States, the Champagne category was suffering from a major issue: branding and lack of knowledge. And it's interesting because Africa is the same problem. We are not branded properly, and people don't know who we are. And we certainly don't know who we are ourselves, because if we did, maybe we'll be able to be more productive in the way we do business. Maybe we'll be more keen to promote who we are properly. And so I left the US in 2015, and try to think about how can I use the expertise that I developed to rebrand Champagne and try to adapt it to who we are. How do we rebrand ourselves? How do we rebrand our businesses? How do we even explore the legacy of our ancestors that has been buried, but it's still within us? It's just a matter of time for us to look deeply inside of us to get all the tools we need to create the most ultimate experience in the world. So this is my
I absolutely love that. You have led us perfectly into the first question, which is really looking at, thank you for that. The first question is really looking at the idea of who are we? right? We've talked about, we want to discuss the African luxury market, but who are we? How do we even start to define the African luxury market? Umi had talked about the influence of the West. And I think in other sessions, I've heard this too about, this conversation. And Labi, I know we've had this conversation about when we think of luxury, or when certain people think of luxury, they immediately go to the West. But what do we have here? How do we define what we have here? And so that's just the general question I'm going to pose. And you guys can feel free. I won't call on you, but whoever wants to take that question on first, feel free.
No.
Or maybe I will call on people. Okay, let me see.
I'm sure, look, so your first question was who or what has defined influence Germany? Okay.
Yeah, who are we? What is the African luxury market?
We are everything. We are everything. We are everything. We're an extremely complex continent. And I think we should stop digging to the horror that we went through. 500 years happened. But we cannot allow this to define who we are. So when you look at how Europe thrived from 500 years ago and today, look at the results. For the last 500 years, they took the gold of Africa. But 500 years before that, we were at the ultimate. We had gold like it was nothing for us somehow. It was just natural, almost like, I always associate gold as, when you talk about the skin, when you die, you go back to dust, your skin is like made of clay. And to me, gold is like that. Gold, African skin is made like it's gold. And therefore, there's no surprise that if you put any person from the world where gold looks better on us. Simple as that. So what do we need to know who we are? We have something that is very simple. This is a metal. Gold has defined for all the history of humanity, the ultimate. It's associated from death to birth, to life, to security, to splurging, but to wars also. And we need to also be honest with who we are individually. So how about we start having those personal conversations and not being afraid to admit that sometimes we're not happy, but it's okay not to be happy. It's just a matter of us to just say, let's move further and let's dig deeper, maybe did something else. Like, when you dig in the soil to get the gold. Gold is the ultimate. So we have it within us. Now it's time for us to know how we can explore who we are. And I think, to me, I'm in the contemporary art world now, even though I'm still involved in the luxury world. But contemporary art is a very good excuse to set the record straight, to express our matters, what we want people to see us. And there are certain artists that have been using gold to mention those issues or to sublime who we are, to sublime our history. And it's sometimes politically it's difficult to have certain conversation, but art is a perfect way to introduce. And I commend Gold West Africa for what they're doing, because they talked about gold and they incorporate contemporary art in there with a beautiful exhibition of paintings. And just that allow us to be gathering from around the world and to discuss the opportunities that we cannot miss. It's COVID-19. COVID-19 has reshuffled the cards. And we are the strongest people in the world. We went through so much, but we're still here, guys.
Right. I love that. And I love this idea of we are gold. We have the resources and tools, and these luxury companies, these luxury resources, they come from us. And I think Labi and Moyo, you both have companies that really speak towards this, right? Towards the creation of these luxury markets. So if you two could also please share your expertise in what you've seen and how it's defined.
Okay. If I may go, Labi, is that okay?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Ladies first.
I mean, I love the point that Umi made, where she talked about contemporary art and how, contemporary art as being a platform for a launch pad to have discussions about the use of gold in a way that is more accessible to more people. And I will talk from a point of view of design. You asked a question about who we are. And the problem is, as Africans, we don't know who we are. And I will talk about my example. It took me to school and live in this, abroad in the UK for me to realize that, what I had growing up in Nigeria was actually very strong. The history, the designs, everything, everything was so much stronger than in the UK. But I didn't grow up in Nigeria with the stories, with history. We didn't have history lessons, we didn't have a lot of information about things that about materials, about design, culture, even the art scene. By the time I left the UK in the 90s or in 80s, they weren't so strong. So, we need to go back. It's really strange, but when you talk about design, luxury, we need to go back to who we are, what's important to us, because design talks about, when we talk about design, we talk about bringing functionality to everyday things. And it could be in the basic utilitarian things to the luxury market. When we need to ensure that we design our lives in a way that matters to us as Africans, that gives dignity to us as Africans. Unfortunately, we didn't do that for a long time because of the history that we weren't acquainted with. But now that we are acquainted with it, it's important to harness those materials and use it. And what I love about the Gold Week is they connected, designers like me to artisans in Benin, artisans in in Ouagadougou, that can, take my designs and, and make them into these amazing objects. Apart from that, they can share, the problem was this is a huge gap. And they can share their history of how they make these things. And I can come up with prototypes and they can explain, oh, this is how we make it. I can educate them. I can show them how to read my drawings. I can show them how to, and they show me the limitations they have. And in so doing, we're able to grow together, and by practicing over and over, we're able to make some really interesting things. So I just think the future is really about us communicating more, knowing who we are, communicating with our artisans and the whole ecosystem to create things that are for our market, for us now, and not for the past.
I love that. That was great. Thank you. And Labi?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I put where are you at now? Sorry.
No worries. So Moyo also just shared something so great. So what she was talking about, Moyo, what I really loved about what you were saying was that, and you didn't necessarily mention COVID, but that's where my mind went to, was the opportunities that we have, right, to build on our markets locally, right? The localization of the African luxury markets, right? And also in a way, the democratization, right, potentially of these markets. So in defining who we are and what luxury means to us, right, what are the products that we want to see in the African luxury market? What are the products that we have the appetite for? And so maybe, Labi, this would be a good question for you. The next one, just thinking about how the African luxury market has changed. And what do we have the appetite for? If you feel like you can answer that question, just thinking about what the market was like pre-COVID, now with the lens of it being, during COVID, and then also looking to the future. I feel like Moyo set us up so well on that. So just thinking about the luxury market over the years and how has that changed in your experience with jewelry?
Wow, the luxury market. I really believe we just got to advertise ourselves and wear our own products. We have them. As I said, when I traveled around to Jos and Kaduna, I saw the amount of abundance of stones. But at that time, the luxury seemed to be made because everything seemed to be leaving the continent. It was all going to Thailand to be cut and polished. And I understand in the industry there was $10 billion US dollars, and we were just sending our jobs abroad when we could have done all this at home. So the luxury market, we need to look at ourselves and bring it on ourselves, basically, because we have it all here in the first place. God has truly blessed Africa. So we should be proud and, you know, be wearing our products, and whatever we make and manufacture, we should be blessed and proud and bigging up our chest as we walk along the road. Yes, we are the one, the beginnings.
And there really might be such an opportunity, right? Those we're talking about, if we look at the economy and everything that's happened, right, over the last few months, those luxury players that weren't in Africa, if they weren't in Africa pre-COVID, they're not coming anytime soon, right? And even if they were here pre-COVID, they might now have delays in terms of their growth, right? So what can we do here internally to grow our markets? And Labi, I remember, I didn't get to see your full presentation, but one of the slides you showed, I believe when you were spending time in Ghana, you had a picture of the gold bar that produced and then is gonna be sent somewhere, right? And we don't take that, the idea being that we have the opportunity to take that, we have the capabilities here. Why don't we see more jewelry design or more use of gold in other luxury sectors? And to piggyback off of that idea, thinking holistically about the African luxury market, and I know that it's a huge concept, right? Because countries are different, regions of Africa have different needs and different desires. But if you think about product categories, thinking about how you each represent different areas of the market, can you talk a little bit about some of the product categories that you think are on trend to really develop within the next few years, or some things that you've seen, some trends that maybe you have seen played out within the luxury market?
Well, for me, I've noticed there is more of a keen interest now to be hands-on and skills on towards the luxury market. Most of us were looking to buy our stuff, but there is more of an interest now. I'm going back from 25 years ago, where it wasn't even considered that we had a luxury market, that our luxury was overseas. And but we've got to bring this luxury market home and bring it to ourselves. I'll keep it short, otherwise I'm going to go on to another subject anyway, topics as well.
And so for product categories, are Umi or Moyo, are you seeing anything that you think is of interest that is maybe on trend? Something that comes to mind, again, if we are talking about redefining luxury and how we view luxury, maybe it's a certain type of article of clothing that maybe isn't popular in the West, but we wear it and we want to make that piece of clothing something that is now being produced at a higher end. So curious if you guys have seen any trends within luxury in terms of product categories.
You want to go, Moyo?
I mean, I play in the space where I make like furniture pieces, one-off pieces, and you call them furniture art. It has this place it sits in, and where furniture becomes a piece of art. And so that is a growing niche market where people take furniture pieces, and we have designs where we're working with to bring in gold platings, gold elements to our furniture pieces. So we also have we have a game board, which is the Ayo, the traditional Ayo board, where we looked at the essential material. Most of the material is wood. It's Iroko wood, but we also have Ankosum wood. But we also have the gold-plated seeds as well. So those kind of like pieces, you call them decorative pieces that are gold-plated. Those ones are really on trend. And as you know, with the African narrative and I wouldn't say it's not because it's rough that makes it African, but there's a kind of edginess about it that gives it that feel of almost like a rustic African feel. So those pieces are, one of furniture pieces and decorative pieces that have accents of gold are really, well, I call it trendy. I think it's not about trend. Gold doesn't trend, in my opinion. When you have classic art pieces, they last. I don't believe in trends of anything. I think it's, I believe this in pieces that last because of the amount of attention to detail, the craftsmanship, the design, and everything. So it makes them last. So I don't like trends.
I take it back. No trends.
Trendy things now. Umi.
I would say, what I've been observing since I've been back in Africa, I've been observing like a major upgrade in refining the work, whether you do fashion, the way you cook, like restaurants, and the lifestyle has been more refined. So we see that there's an improvement in terms of the artisan work, which is very good but we still have a long way to go, I think. Because luxury, we have to be careful with the way you use it, because let's say like we take luxury in terms of food. The luxury world in terms of food has suffered dramatically, in a sense that you can no longer go to a 3-star restaurant, a 3-star Michelin restaurant or a 4-star New York Times restaurant because of COVID. So what happened to that luxury lifestyle in restaurants? However, what is still consistent when it comes to luxury in food is the quality of the ingredient, the untouched. And we have so many of them in Africa because we cannot afford to have, Monsanto pesticides, or all those chemicals that we used to have as a major growth of our crops. So it's ironical because we ignore the fact that you have the finest food in Africa, because you can have your own fish fresh. You can have the freshest fish you can have. You can never have that in a 3-star Michelin. And I'm in this world. You can have the finest fresh fruits and vegetables coming from the best soil, the best earth that we have. That's luxury. So what has changed, I think, is the presentation. So this is what I see. I'm thinking what I see, for example, in fashion is that especially the younger generation are not afraid. The African and diaspora, they're not afraid to wear something has been done in the small atelier in the suburb of a city of Africa, and they can upgrade it. That's new. Same thing, new fashion designers, the young generations, they're not afraid to put $300 on just a scarf made in Africa. So we are seeing that the branding, the rebranding has started. We still have a long way to go. When it comes to product per se, I see that people are more and more in tune in terms of buying what is locally made, and that's a very good news. And the product's quality, it's much higher. So I think this is the direction where we're going when it comes to luxury. And there's a sense of also bringing something new, because overexposure kills a brand. And this is what happened with the Western world. We saw so much of them, so much of their stories. It's movies, everything, faits divers, all this. We've seen so much that there's nothing new anymore. We want something new. And Africa has a massive amount of content that will forever, continue to feed the lifestyle of the world. I mean, let's face it, look at Nigeria. I was very excited to see that, comment il s'appelle, Labi has shown, the Benin City bronze. Oh my God, if this is not ultimate luxury, I mean, what is it? So we have our ancestors that worked already. We have so much from them that we can explore and appropriate ourselves, those culture. Otherwise, if we don't do it, the Western world is going to do it again. They cannot use our body anymore because it's illegal, but they can use our property, our culture. So that the luxury for me, the way I see it is the taking ownership of what our ancestors have brought to us and revisit it, and also create new lifestyle experience. Nigeria, I think you have what, 250 tribes or ethnic groups?
Over 200.
That's a lot. That means I have 200 ways to eat. What? I have 200 ways of dressing.
Yeah.
I have 200 ways of marrying. Attendez. I have 200 ways of having a bath. Listen. No, mais attendez. We have 54 countries. We have to do that for every ethnic group and create so many lifestyles. So many. So to me, that would be the trend I want to see. Because when you go to Europe and America, you eat and drink, you have the finest nectar and everything. You know, I like, for example, part of my work as a champagne expert in the US was to create a protocol to know how to assess properly champagne, to explain to the American people how to drink champagne. And then I realized, wait a second, I'm doing this for champagne. We have to do it for all our beverage. How many beverage do we have per ethnic group in our continent? 200 at least for Nigeria? That's a lot. We have a lot of work to do, guys. We have a lot of work to do. So we need to recreate our luxury. Luxury means revisited who we are, and that starts with when we wake up, what type of water do we take to bath? What type of loofah or things that you put in your skin? What type of rituals? Because you have so many different baths in our cultures that, you know, when you see a Western person, he only has one bath, water and gel douche, and that's it. Come on. We have all those leaves and natural tools that we can use to create different baths. So already we can recreate a different way, even for us journalists, because I'm also a journalist, to talk about how we can really bring luxury at home, but we need to explore what we have at home.
Umi, I am here for your masterclass. You have given me already so many ideas, and I'm sure others as well. And so I'm going to go a little bit off script. I think we're going to get to all the topics we want to cover. And I know I said we do Q&A at the end, but I'm seeing a question here that reminds me of some of the themes that Umi, you've talked about, Moyo, you've talked about, and Labi, I know you definitely are thinking about and have talked about. One of the questions that was asked by the audience is, what's the appetite for luxury and sophisticated design in Africa? Is the African market ready to pay the premium for design and utility in precious metals? So they're talking about precious metals. We can expand that. We know we can expand that on this conversation. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because, Umi, you've really celebrated that in the everyday. There are these opportunities to create luxury that maybe we haven't seen before. And then I know in the West, there's been a major conversation, I'm sure it's happening all over the world, about who are the luxury players wanting to attract, right? Is luxury something that we want everyone to be able to attain? Or is it something that we want only a few people to be able to attain? Is it attainable? And so again, the question is, what's the appetite for luxury and sophisticated design in Africa? And the second part of that question is the African market ready to pay the premium for design and utility in precious metals or beyond?
Yeah, I believe they are, because already, if we're traveling overseas to buy our luxury overseas, I have to stress again that gold is the same price there as it is here. It's the same price all around the world at the same time. The difference is that our overheads in Africa are going to be reduced. So the luxury that they're buying abroad, we could just as well manufacture it here. And I'm emphasizing over and over that we should buy from ourselves. And we'd find we're cheaper because our overheads aren't the same price. Our rent space is not the same price as over in Europe. So the luxury is here. And just one of the other speakers said about when I came there, I left when I was 10 months old. When I came there, I was eating fruit I'd never tasted before because I'd never had fruit so naturally and so just a few days or few weeks old from the tree. I was just amazed. That was luxury to me. So, you know, I was eating fish within 3 hours of being caught. So that was luxury to me. So we have the luxury there already. We have it here in Africa.
I'm sorry, Abiola, thank you, Labi, you know, you mentioned something about, you know, the overheads are cheaper, and I mean, I just want to flip it a bit. I find that it is almost, our artisans are becoming more aware of their value. So the price, so those overheads, we think that, you know, could be cheaper, end up not being cheaper. I mean, they end up almost being, and almost the same price. You know, I'm working in wood and in metals, and you know, our artisans, they also realize their value, and you want to give them more value than what they could ordinarily have earned. So the prices end up being close to what people can get abroad. So I just wanted to clarify that us being luxury in making it from Africa does not mean cheaper, because also I'll call it the stress in working, the amount of resources and stress you need to put to educate, to support these artisans, just to produce that piece that is well thought of, is a lot of work. And unfortunately, the government is not supportive enough with resources that could help them, you know. So sometimes when you go to the artisans, I was joking with someone at the event the other day, and the person was like, you know, every time you go back to an artisan, they say, oh, the dollar has increased. And you're like, hello, none of your materials, none have anything to do with dollars. So why has your price increased? Well, it's because they don't know the next time they'll find designers and artists that will use them, that will work with them. So in one go, they want to, you know, price you out. And that's where the bottleneck is. So the next time you as a designer wants to go back and work with these artisans, your prices have to go up. So there's really no, you know, the stability is not there yet. But I believe that with opportunities like this, where, you know, you have more, they have more designers, more people in the ecosystem, the prices will normalize. But I just wanted to, not to throw I don't want to spoil everything and say, you know, luxury is not great, it's not happening. But I just want to say the reality of things is that the prices are not cheaper.
Well, look, you mentioned, is it the wood Iroko, the really heavy wood? Just the fact if you buy that overseas, there's already an export price from Africa to there, then it's an import price to bring it back. So, but our gold is one price, but it's already on our continent. So no one's exporting it yet. So if we go our route of manufacturing with the woods that you are using, and I remember that wood is very heavy wood, it can be done. Sometimes it's greed. We don't have to be that expensive. We might think, well, I've only got one customer, so I better get the best I can out of this customer. But just relax a bit, and people will price you. They can be priced properly and reasonably, because there's no export. The minute you export something and import it back, you have put the price up straight away, and you're exporting your own. I'm going to say your own skills abroad, or your own labor, because you're exporting a job overseas, a job away from you. And then if you did that job at home, you'd be at home, and they'd be paying taxes at home as well. So it's really up to us to decide on our pricing market. But I notice most people want to get the best they can. Look, when I travel around Africa, the taxis are the dearest price to me, because once I hear my accent, everything goes up. I get tired of it, so I normally have to ask local people, what's the price of this journey before I take it, so I can get within the right price. Otherwise, I just get taxed out, and, you know, people take advantage. You don't have to. And that's through greed. It's nothing to do with any skill or anything.
When it comes to it's like one of the issues that we're having, unfortunately, is like the country, the continent is really difficult to really produce. It's so much work, but at the same time, what should we do? We have to still continue to work with our own to be able to produce and also to be independent. And now more than ever, because the Western world is suffering seriously and for a long time. So what are we going to do? We have to work with each other. What I would say about gold, even though it's not a market that I know very well, I feel like gold business is very almost like sacred. It's not open at all. It's just, where do you buy gold? If you want to buy gold, to the jewelry maker, he's not going to sell it to you. He's not going to sell it to you. So do we have to go to Europe or to America to be able to buy gold? That's also the question. But there's also the problem of trust. Can you trust somebody that sells you gold locally? So we need also to better organize that industry for the public to buy directly gold. I would love to buy gold, at least to keep it. And I would love to buy it because I love to draw and do designs, and I want to have my own beautiful jewelry that you can really wear for yourself. So maybe that would be the thing. And again, I'm speaking as a total ignorant about that world. But what I've noticed is that people don't really talk about it. I don't know about Nigeria or the rest of the continent, but in Senegal, people will not tell you that they have gold. Oh, no. It's like they're afraid that they're going to get stolen, and they're afraid to be, that we cast them a spell. Because we have also a reality. People are afraid also to expose that they have wealth, because they're going to have some voodoo going on, or they're going to have people that are going to, wish them badly and so forth. So my wish would be like, there's a lot of money in Africa. There's no question about it. There's a lot of Africans that have serious money. But we need also to be able to have access to how can we easily get access to. I would love to get a stone. Like I heard that like Zambia, you had beautiful emeralds. My goodness, show them. And maybe we can have opportunities to even sell to clients that we have in contact with. Because at the end of the day, it's about identifying a product and a client and be the intermediary. And today we have no other options in this world we're in because of COVID. So I would really say that that industry has to be more available to do maybe shows, to maybe do things online, because it's dangerous, sometimes to have so much gold in a place. You're gonna get stormed by whoever. But the fact that we have the digital era, it would be good to have more sales going on within the African countries of gold and precious stone, and really make our own business, because it can happen.
Great, thank you so much for that. And you guys have really all touched upon one of the other themes that we wanted to get to, and I know we're running short on time, which is really the challenges, right? What are the challenges for designers, artists, artisans that want to establish themselves in the region? And Moyo, what I heard from you, we're talking about the cost of labor, production being an issue. There's maybe the issue of how can we use more digital, right, to sell. Someone, having more opportunities to create a platform for that exchange. Curious if you guys have any more challenges that you want to discuss, challenges for designers, artists, artisans, and also thinking about, I know one of the questions I sent you guys previously was about this idea of cultural appropriation, right? When we talk about the African market, we've talked a lot about growing the African market internally, right? At some point, others will look. Others have been looking, right? And oftentimes, ideas are stolen and we don't get credit for it. So looking at the idea of cultural appropriation as an issue, as a challenge, how do we face that? And then another question is also if you wanted to talk more about some of the challenges that designers, artisans might face in establishing themselves in the region.
Okay, maybe I'll start. I think storytelling is extremely important. I think as Africans, we don't tell enough of our stories, and when our stories, as Umi said, are so unique. So when we start to talk about these really unique stories, and we brand them, package them in a way that is accessible to anyone all over the world, the natural thing, globalization, it will fly, it will sell, it will move along. While you have this, issue with cultural misappropriation, is because Africans don't sell their culture. So someone else sees that opportunity because it's business, it's globalization, we see it, and they take that same content and they repurpose it. And, we've seen it in a lot of different luxury brands, the issues, and they take advantage of it. It's our responsibility, two responsibilities, a responsibility.
Moyo, your video froze for me. Does anyone else? Are you guys able to see her?
Internally, we share to people that don't know. Externally, we share to Africa and to, Europeans, whoever. But it's also there's also a responsibility. I don't know, Europeans and non-Africans, you can't, it's like racism, stop racism, you can't, people need to, you hope and pray that people understand that it's almost as bad as cultural misappropriation is almost as bad as racism. It really is, because you are stripping people of their dignity, of their history, of something that's so precious to them. And people should be embarrassed when they do it. I feel embarrassed when I take someone else's story, but because it's driven by money, it's driven by all sorts of things. So the most important thing is we need to tell our stories. Our government needs to support us to tell our stories so that, these sort of things don't happen.
I love that, especially the idea of the government playing a role, right? There's only so much that we can do, but it's also we need the support of people that have a bit more sway, a bit more power than we as individuals do, perhaps.
Yeah, it's just the same way like South Africa rebranded themselves, rebranding ourselves. Countries rebrand themselves. They sell that story, that narrative. So every industry, every African industry needs to rebrand itself and sell that story before someone else takes it.
Right. That's powerful. I love that. And Umi, did you have anything to add to that, or?
No, I think everything has been pretty well circled around. We just definitely need to take advantage of the COVID situation.
Yeah.
And also what I'm very impressed about how, some of the people react on social media. I see, for example, the women, they have their small little businesses, but they're champion in selling online, like by using Facebook and WhatsApp. I'm very shocked about how productive they are, in a sense that they will take ugly photos, but they sell, and they just use that tool. So this for us is a major opportunity for the continent. We may not have the super technology, but there's basic tools that has been given to us. So we need to really take advantage of that and promote as much as possible our product and create. The storyline is important. You need to be able to brand yourself properly and sell a great story, because at the end of the day, this is how you attract a client. What can I do for a client to buy my product? And think about the multiple selling tools to create the storyline that will make the sell. Because at the end of the day, it's about selling.
Right. And what I love here is you guys also talked about the opportunities within the challenges question. So what I heard from you guys is it's about the story. We have to be able to tell our story. We want government support or more organized support, right? Support from something that is larger than just individual designers or artisans. And since we're running low on time, I do want to give time for the questions that have come through, and then I'll let you guys take the floor in case there's anything else you wanted to talk about or add really quickly before we end, and then Nicole will end this segment for us. So let's see. Moyo, you have a question here. Someone has asked, how has the process been for you as a designer working with artisans in precious metals? Are they able to interpret or enrich your design?
I believe that like any other product, it was, let me be honest, it was hard. It was quite hard at the beginning because, you know, a lot of our artisans are used to working in a certain way. And, but to start off with, it was hard, but it's all part of the investment in creating something different and beautiful, is just, you know, finding out how you can communicate to them in a way they will understand. And the really easy way is prototyping. You make that item in another material you are familiar with, and you give it to them, and then you sit down with them as well. So prototyping and time. Sit down with them, you know, okay, let's make it this way, you know, talk to them, and then just having a relationship. It just breaks the ice and makes them go beyond in areas that they normally would not do. They will do it for you because they have a relationship with you. Yeah.
So maybe there's sometimes a little bit more hand-holding too. For example, right. if they're working on a project, you had mentioned like incorporating gold aspects into your wood, if they've never done something like that before, or if maybe you need the quality of your finished product to be maybe something different than what they're used to, for whatever reason. There are international standards, there's so many reasons, right? So yeah, there might be a little bit more hand-holding there.
A lot more time. You know, and you show them, once you show them the piece and you sit down with them, they can, you know, it's good. You can get the results you need. You just need to handhold, as you call it, you know, you can get the results you need for sure.
Right. And in the end, hopefully it's worth it too, because then you have an established relationship with a producer that you can feel like you can rely on and go back to. Umi, we have a question for you about how can Africa take ownership of gold in lifestyle expression? Oh, and Umi, if you could unmute yourself.
That's a major topic. Actually, it's worth even to do conference.
Yeah. Umi's master classes, like I said.
Yeah, honestly, I love what she said about the 200 ways. Awesome.
No, I think you know, I'm always curious about when I see people buying jewelry, gold jewelry in Europe or in America and in Africa. It's very different. I found that there's this sense of elegance and refinement when people are exposed to buying jewelry, gold jewelry in Africa. I mean, I'm speaking about what I've observed, especially in Senegal. So we need maybe to ask those questions to those that bought, the mothers, the grandmothers, and also revisit history before, I mean, just like not talking about the gold, I mean, the slavery time, just talking about how, and it's worth to work with the universities, the universities of the African universities and all the intellectuals that really studied the continent and, you know, and really gathered, because you will be surprised the amount of information that they have that they don't explore because they're only intellectuals, but that we could adapt to our everyday life and our lifestyle. Like, for example, there's a story, I forgot, I cannot say it, but I was told by this, there used to be this beautiful woman. Her husband was a king, and she needed to earn his, I mean, to make sure he earned her love. She asked to have her comb to be made out of gold. So it's just the symbolic of thinking that you want to get the love of a precious woman, she will have to have a gold comb to comb her nappy hair. That's a great story. Wow. And I'm calling Nigerian filmmakers. Come on, guys. Film makes people, films influence people. I'm a little bit frustrated about Nigerian Nollywood because you have the technology, you have everything to create films, but I feel like you're sitting on a gold mine of telling magnificent story using gold, just using gold. So I think we should start to incorporate gold in our what we see every day: films, advertisements, and work with the university to create content, because you need to create content. You just don't want to just talk about, oh, the jury and things like that. You want to create a great story and content and incorporate gold. And that's where I think you can really influence the new generation, but also give a sense of hope of the current and the previous generation. They're like not seeing beautiful, bright future. So, and the best way to do that is to explore culture, contemporary art, exhibitions, films, even if it's short films, create stories, we need to work more with our media, because our media, sometimes they don't have the inspiration. They have the platforms, but they may not have the inspiration. So I think it would be a good start. And ultimately, people will start asking, oh, I saw that on TV. How about I can try that in my home? And create new opportunities for business, for work, you know, and I think that would be a good start. But I think Red has a very good, a very major card to play when it comes to that, to rebrand ourselves. You cannot rebrand yourself if people don't see you. Mm-hmm. And the only way people see you is watching TV and look at the screen.
The conversation is really coming full circle, thinking about what Moya was talking about before, about get the governments involved, get bigger players involved to help us rebrand, retell our story. She gave an example of South Africa, how they were able to do this. Ladies, this conversation has been amazing. We lost Labi. It's okay. We're holding down the fort. We've gone over time. I feel like Gold West Africa, take note, we could have used more time. We could have a series off of this. I feel like we just kind of scratched the surface on things. We didn't really even dig as deeply as we could. But we're so grateful for the time that you were able to spend with us today, ladies. Just parting words, is there anything else you wanted to share, or has it all been said? Where can people find you? You are both amazing creatives. Where can we find you? How can we follow you? How can we stay in touch?
Well, social media is the best way. I have too many accounts, but you can find me on Facebook, Borom Dakar. So it's BORROM Dakar, the city of fabulousness. Or you can follow me on Instagram. It's very complicated. Maybe I should just write it down. God.
Or we might be able to share it too. That's possibly an opportunity.
So my Instagram account is umidiao.official in English. You know. So
okay.
Yeah. So other than that, hey, if you come to Dakar, come. We'll take care of you. We'll show you how to live in Dakar.
So for me, you can, on Instagram, we have at the AGA concept, you know, THE AGA, AGA. AGA is chair in Yoruba. So at the AGA concept, and then I'm Moyo_Gusende. So parting words, I'm really excited about the future for like gold and metals in design, in luxury, in utilitarian objects as well across the board. And I'm excited about storytelling about Africa.
Yes.
So Umi, I'll hit you up in Dakar.
Yay.
And Labi, I see you're in, you're out. If you want to give us your handles where we can find you, if not, we might find another way to share it. We will find another way to share it. Is he here?
Yes. Abby? Hi. Thanks, ladies. And Labi, please come back, because we really want to just ask a question about your training. I shared those questions. I know we've run out of time, but I think it's quite important. There's been a lot of interest on that as well. I don't know if you can hear us, and I know, Abby, you've got the questions there as well. We sent that through, that came in. Let me see if I can get that for you. Well, unless, Abby, you've got that in front of you as well.
I'm not sure if he's able to answer, but sure, I can ask. Labi, the question was, you seem to see yourself as a master craftsman and educator, but but all your work is exquisite art and considered luxurious because of its value. How do you handle this tension as someone who just wants to create things of high value with a desire to focus on education? You know what? I don't even think I asked the right question. Nicole, was that the right question?
It was, it was Labi, you mentioned training and teachings. How can goldsmiths in Nigeria attend your training in South Africa? What is the minimum time frame for courses for working goldsmiths that can't be away from work for too long?
Yeah, I think we keep losing him, Nicole, unfortunately.
We'll get that question to him and he can let us know, and we can share that on all our platforms as well, so no problem. Thank you for this rich and lively, fantastic discussion from our creatives. I think there are a lot of gems shared there, excuse the pun, or pun intended. And thank you, Abby, for moderating that discussion, and we look forward to hearing more, keeping engaged with you all. Thank you so much, and thanks again to our audience for tuning in. It's been a fantastic day, all things jewelry, design, art, luxury, jewelry markets, and Africa. So we're wrapping up our second day of Gold Week Africa. And then just to let you know the program for tomorrow so that you can be ready to be tuned in tomorrow. We kick off at 10 o'clock West Africa time, that's 10 o'clock Nigeria time. And we're taking it back to the source tomorrow. We start looking at gold mining and gold exploration projects, opportunities and updates, so make sure you get in there at 10 o'clock. And that will go on until about midday, just after midday, and then we'll start again our next session in the afternoon, starting 2 o'clock West Africa time. This is going to be very exciting. We're talking about gold as money and investment, and here we're going to have part 2 of Chris Powell's presentation on gold price manipulation. And then we're going to have an expert on silver, Chris Marcus, and then we will also have a Nigerian speaker talking about gold, silver, and fiat. So it's everything connected to investment, finance, and money tomorrow, and how gold links into that. So please don't miss it. Thank you for joining us today. Thanks for tuning in, everybody who tuned in from near and far, our live studio audience. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Stay gold.